All right, what is up, grace and peace? I am here. Give me a second. A second. Be sure to hit that like button when you come in. Keeps the algorithm going. Thank you. All right. I am here. All right, grace and peace, grand rising, all that good stuff. Good afternoon. Salutes. It is my I forgot what the term is. My daughter says it all the time to me. Like, you're having a relationship, a one-way relationship with somebody who doesn't even know, who doesn't know that you're alive, and that this person is dead. I mean, listen, Pac is the truth. So let's just never die. Today's topic is a post-mindful Monday. Also, I put up in the chat, I put in the shorts that I've uploaded the spiritual message for the week, so you guys can, listen to that at your leisure. I just did that for the week. All right, so today's conversation is, what is metaphysics and how do we apply that to our everyday? 4 o'clock, between 3 and 4 this morning, I was on my brother Hurricane's live. I wasn't on it per se. I was in the comment section, and he definitely is tapped in with that information regarding the metaphysics. And I always want to have like a side-by-side conversation. Usually he's just having the conversation by himself and talking to the audience, which is great. And we, get involved in there. Shout out to Brother Jordan as well, because he was in the chat. And also to my new subscriber that signed up to the channel about a couple of days ago. Salute. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. So anyway, we were we were having this conversation about the metaphysics, spirituality, things of that nature. Brother Hurricane deems me as his oracle. And, that's part of that whole metaphysic kind of conversation. So I said, while we're all departing, now this is going on like 4:13 in the morning. I remember that. That's what, a 7. I said, why don't you guys come up? I'll do a live, and you guys are more than welcome to come up on the panel, and we'll have a conversation, because I really like to have, a dialogue between people, not just a monologue. And stuff gets, missed in the chat and things like that. So I said, you know what? I'll set up a live. I was like, you guys are down? And so they're like, yeah. Brother Jordan's like, Hurricane, you see her in the chat. She say, come through. So I basically set this up for the strength of them. And, it was late this morning or early this morning. So I'm not sure if they will come through around this time. But I said, even Wednesday, we could do the live. So whatever, if they come in, it's divine timing. If not, it's okay. We can have this conversation irregardless of what it is. It's for people, to hear it when it's their time. So I guess I kind of will digress with that, but why we're here today is because this is my channel. I always have these kind of conversations, with in regards to spirituality, right? And that kind of forms in the lines of the metaphysics, right? So I figured, it's a great conversation, and why not have this talk? It's kind of like revisiting old things that I've brought up in the past. I would think that numerology and astrology go under the umbrella of the metaphysics, right? So here's a quick little synapse, a definition, if you want to use AI in the Google search. Fair use under the Copyright 1976 Act. So metaphysics is a branch of philosophy that examines the basic nature or more fundamental structure of reality. It is traditionally seen as the study of mid-independent features of the world, but some theorists view it as an inquiry into, and we'll go a little further. Is this wiki? I don't really like to use wiki because anybody can update wiki. So let's see here. All right, if we're going to use Webster's dictionary, again, fair use. So what is the meaning of metaphysics? It's a particular study of metaphysics, the system of principles underlining a particular study or subject, philosophy being one example. I like to think that it's also like in the occult as well. That hidden knowledge that is talked about, but it's not really, it's more philosophized as opposed to being concrete, and a lot of people want to have concrete evidence. They want to like see it to believe it. And sometimes you just really can't see it, and it's there, whether you believe it or not. So let me get back in there. Okay, so Wally's in the building. Salute, Wally. I'm gonna throw up the whatchamacallit, the link in a sec. I just wanted to just get into the topic really quickly. So it's a philosophy, right? But everything that I do on my channel, right, when I bring up numerology, when I'm bringing up astrology, when I'm bringing up the zodiac, which is still under astrology, right? It is, I feel, in my humble opinion, that it is under the umbrella of metaphysics. And so also, Brother Hurricane was talking about, as we were getting ready to leave, was talking about the movie that's out now, which I forgot, I kind of like out of sight, out of mind, but the movie is called Disclosure, right? I don't remember the whole name, but talking about aliens. And that's also in that kind of like metaphysics, scientific world. There's been a lot of disclosures that have been happening within the past month or so, right? Or with even in the week. I haven't been keeping up with that that topic. Brother Hurricane wanted to bring that up. So I invite you all to, put on our tinfoil hats, right? Because I have my invisible one on right now, and have this conversation with me. Let's, talk about these things, and, whatever. We can definitely talk about current events as well. But, shout out to the Knicks. Speaking about metaphysics. So I am not a Knicks fan. However, I live in New York City. You know this. I'm in the Bronx, and 53 years is a very long time for some very committed fans for the New York Knicks. I haven't really kept abreast with them since like the late 90s. The 70s was when Patrick Ewing PE was in that time, right? So it's crazy that there was this one woman that was using sage in front of Madison Square Garden in Manhattan, okay? Using sage and Palo Santo, which I use the sage as well, but Palo Santo brings in, this is also part of metaphysics. This is all part of that, occult, if you will, or spirituality, right? Because it's all, I feel like they're all under this umbrella. So, there's subsections and you just can pull apart which one you're interested in. But I feel like all that's encompassed. Anyway, this woman was taking the sage and smudging Madison Square Garden. Now, the Knicks weren't playing against the Spurs in Madison Square Garden on Saturday. They went out to San Antonio. And so not only was this woman doing the sage cleansing for Madison Square Garden, I also heard that there was a Catholic nun throwing holy water onto Madison Square Garden, MSG. Again, if we fall into this metaphysics world, right? It's almost like that wheeling. If we wheel it, it will come true, right? If we have enough energy and intention. Now, is the game rigged? Possibly. I don't know. I know that those games can be rigged, i.e., basketball, i.e., football, i.e., boxing. I'm sure baseball is in there, right? Wrestling, wherever, whatever it is, I'm sure there's some type of loopholes. But 53 years is a very long time. I'm gonna be 50 next month, literally almost to the day, July 19th. I don't know if I could have been hanging on that long for a team that has been the underdogs. I mean, New York is so great in other things, and it's just this team could not catch a break at all. I think 1999 they had, I think they were like the don't quote me on this because I don't follow the Knicks. Again, I'm a supporter by default because I live in New York City. But I am not a Knicks fan. I don't know the scores. I know that the MVP was Jalen, and that's it. I'm just now learning the guys' names. So do not crucify me to this. But, it not only did they win on Saturday, right? I also know Jose Alvarado because he's the Puerto Rican player there that, we had the one of the biggest parades in New York City on Sunday, and that was the Puerto Rican Day Parade. So, that nationality represents heart. It's been here for, maybe about 200 years. All right. As far as the colonization aspect. But, the Puerto Rican Day Parade is almost as big as the Macy's Day Parade. It's big as the St. Patrick's Day Parade. It's one of those nationalities that parade is big. It's repping your pride, it's repping your culture. And so the fact that the Knicks won on Saturday and then Alvarado comes onto the float Sunday and is celebrating, the win for the Knicks, and everybody, every nationality, every color, every religious aspect is all Knicks and five, high-fiving each other. If you see a Knicks hat or a Knicks shirt, somebody's wearing the colors, you give them a nod, right? You walking down the street and you like, we know what's up. Tomorrow, Thursday, they're having a Ticker Day Parade, the first time for them, for the franchise ever. So I might just go down there with my son and my husband, or maybe my son. But we'll see, because, it was crazy. People were acting stupid and, setting a school bus on fire, stomping on a man's, his taxi, this is where he gets his bread and butter, stomping on police cars. There was a shootout. The guy got arrested. There were brawls, there were beat ups in San Antonio. Some people get very, there's some people that take it to the extreme. They get very belligerent. they're so, you know, they're so, you know, hardcore to the do or die that it, you know, they'll just act the fool. And really, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be demolishing. But I feel like these people are either out of towners or upstate people that don't know how to act, you know, and where one bad seed spoils the bunch. So, you know, you got outsiders looking at us like, oh my God, New York is such a shithole. Oh my God, it's so dangerous. Oh my God. Like, what? Give me one place that isn't, unless you're like in the hills in Montana somewhere or something like that, right? Like, what? It depends on where you're at in the city. You know what I mean? If you're going to be in a spot that's like really crime ridden and things like that, then yeah, something might happen. You know, Times Square isn't the place, but there's knuckleheads that will bring their weapons down there to show and prove, to act tough, to be stupid, and, you know, just really be a knucklehead at the end of the day. But you know, for somebody who's been born and raised here, I mean, I've been through the 80s and 90s, which were both two high crime infested you know, time frames that it's like, yeah, it's dangerous now, but back then it was like no man's land and every man for themselves. And you know, yes, I was born in the 70s, so I didn't get to witness the you know, the young lords and those type of gangs that were breaking up outside of the young lords and of the Black Panthers. But, you know, I am a product of growing up in the 80s when they, and I say they, meaning the government, threw in the crack, you know, that the drug there and flooded boroughs like the Bronx, boroughs like Harlem, boroughs like Brooklyn, cities like DC, cities like Philly, okay, cities like Miami, all right, cities like LA, Chicago, and the list goes on, right? So we know that there's strategic whenever there's a pocket or a group of chocolate people, right, for better lack of words, it's like, that's what they're going to do. So going back to the metaphysics, is this woman brought out the sage. And, you know, listen, I don't remember his name, so excuse me for the Knick fans that, you know, I don't know his name, but his wife was bringing this orange purse, I think pretty much halfway through all the last two games or something, or maybe she brought this purse with her every game. It was an orange leather purse. And she wore it every game. And so they felt like that was the good luck charm. See, so that's that wheeling it. If we wheel it, it will be true, right? So when we're talking about affirmations and we're talking about meditation, these are the things that we think of. You know, I am successful. Like, I have my affirmations up here on this wall. And it does say things like, you know, you are good, you are worthy, you know, things of positive nature, positive reinforcement. So that's all, again, all under the umbrella of, to me, is part of that metaphysics world. It's kind of like you don't see it, but you believe it. It's faith-based if you want to go there. I digress with this, and then I will bring up the chat if anybody is interested in coming through. Someone had posted yesterday on Instagram. Well, I was on this particular page that I follow, Brother Truth, Kalani, and he had posted that there is a Japanese and Ghanaian young man that is I don't know if he's in the World Cup right now, but he's playing for Japan. Okay, so they're doing the football or soccer. For them, it's football. And he signed up as a Japanese player. So Brother Truth wrote, you know, when you recognize that the mother, you know, the mother is all, right? And I'm paraphrasing, that mother also brings nationality, things will you'll start to see the other side to the coin. And so somebody brings into the chat religion. Oh, well, the Bible says, with the tribes and you're your father's seed. Yes, and no one's disputing or refuting the fact that the fathers are involved, right? Because it takes mother and father. Brother Kenny's in the building. Today's your birthday. I saw you last on the King Trolls page, I believe. What's my horoscope? Check out the Brother Hurricane. Okay, you're here. So salute to Brother Kenny, NYC. Go Knicks. Yeah, today's Pac's birthday, Gemini season. So in the religious books, yes, you're going to talk about the father and all that. But remember, who wrote these books? Yes, they were inspired by God, Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, Most High. They were inspired, absolutely. However, though, when we forget mother, a lot of stuff starts to happen. And mother, if we're going back into that metaphysics, mother is the gateway between the physical and the spiritual world. She's intuitive. This is why Brother Hurricane deems me as his oracle. Because don't forget that these men were consulting women, the high priestess. Not the high priest so much, but the high priestess. Why? Because she's in tune. She can tap into that spiritual world. She could tap into the unseen. Not to say that men don't have intuition as well. Again, this isn't about men and women. This is about the energy that the masculine and feminine possess. Yes? So this guy was writing about the Bible and the men and the 12 tribes and all that good stuff. And so I said under his comment, forget about the Bible, forget about any of the religious texts. Let's just think in layman's terms. Let's just think of today's time, right? This happened to me. This happened to me personally. Not once, but twice. Father leaves the mother and the child, right? He does not have no contribution to raising this child for whatever reason. We're giving this scenario because this is more common than your Bible and the 12 tribes of, okay? Where and what do you think that child is going to be growing up? The child is going to be cultivated by the mother, whatever her culture is, whatever her religion is, whatever her nationality is what the child is going to be. Yes? So the guy didn't want to hear that. And I wasn't going back and forth. He wrote a long paragraph to me, like, I'm not going back and forth. I'm just putting it out there because people want to bring in, now, they want to bring in color. They want to bring in, the way this person looks. This kid does look like, in all intents and purposes, a black man. His phenotype, his skin complexion, his texture of his hair. However, he's a Japanese football player or soccer player. And he's representing his motherland because his mother is Japanese. And his father is Ghanaian, Africa. Now, is the young man not embracing both of his cultures and both of his ethnicities? I don't know, maybe. But it kind of seems like he may be just, with his mama. And the mama's raising him to be a Japanese young man. So, when we get into nationality and things of that nature, all this colorism goes out the window. It's only here in America America, that we have to always identify somebody because your government did that to you. So there's this Stockholm syndrome going on. It's like you reverberate back to what they've been telling you, and you do that amongst other people. You say that amongst other people. Another thing, case in point, Godfrey, the comedian, who commented on me, oh, just be happy you're African. And I didn't even say nothing else because he could be a troll. He's a comedian. But he keeps bringing that whole Dominican line and talking about Dominican people and Dominican men. You know, oh, me no black, me no black. And it's been a running joke for the past 2 or 3 years, maybe more than that. Everybody outside of America does not operate on black and white. If you go to the islands, that's their nationality. They're Cuban, they're Jamaican, they're Trinidadian, they're Haitian, they're Dominican. They don't come here saying, I'm black. Yes, they know they're negrito, they know they're negro, they know that, but they don't operate that way. And there is some discriminations within their own, countries. There is colorism, because you know why? These pale-skinned Europeans did a number on everybody's brain cells, right? And so there you go. So it's not just America that's got damage control, but the islands got damage control too. So when you see a predominantly country like Brazil that has a lot of heavy melanated people there, but speak Spanish, it's like, America wants to throw them into saying black. But when they say, no, I'm Brazilian, I'm from Sao Paulo, I'm from Rio. It's like we have a problem with that. We got to label things. No, let these people, because even in the other countries, in other continents, promise you, they're not going by this whole you black and white thing. It's really because of us now that they're at social media that they're doing that division shit. Because even within our own, we're having a problem. I was always ostracized for the complexion of my skin. I'm not black enough. I'm not. If I'm dark skinned enough and I speak Spanish, then I gotta identify as black. Now I'm a product of the Caribbeans. My mother's Jamaican descent. My father's Puerto Rican, and there's Cuban. Well, biological is Cuban. So those islands my great grandparents didn't come here saying, that they're black. They knew who they were. On my mother's side, they knew who they were. But they come here and they're like Jamaican. If anything, they're like, let me put down the patois a little bit so I can get this job rolling. Okay. So yeah, man, let's get into it. Let's get Brother Hurricane and anybody else that wants to come in. All right. Because, I'll go off in a tangent, and I really don't. I really want us to have a good conversation here. But, some people are still like traumatized, and I get it. And I understand, because this government does damage control to the people. And if you want to claim that you are indigenous or you are, more national, just know that you are all of that. Because even in that group, people don't want to hear I'm a Moor. I got, I'm tribal here. Realize that the Moors also it was bigger than what you can comprehend. And while there were some what they call dirty Moors, and those were the pale-skinned Europeans or the Moors dabbling with their help that created the monster that we see now. Okay, so we got to do our due diligence with the homework, with the research. I know some people don't like to read, but it does help. It can break away a little bit fact from fiction, because That is what's going to help us in the long haul. And like I said, while if you were darker skin, you know, you chocolate, yeah, you also will get discriminated. But I'm the lightest thing out there, and yeah, I'm not, because I'm not dark enough. Me no black. I don't gotta prove that. I don't have to prove anything to you, peons. How about my DNA is out of this world when we're talking about metaphysics? How about that? So I dropped the link in the chat, guys. Y'all can come through. How about them apples? You know, when we start removing ourselves from labels and things of that nature, and realizing that we are peons to this system, we're a little, you know, but we're also grand as well. Like I said, if you will it, it will come. So this is what we're doing. Okay, it's what we're doing. Again, I dropped the link in the chat there, so you all can pop up. Again, don't forget to hit the like button when you're coming through, because it does help with the algorithm. Thank you. And so I saw Brother Hurricane in there as well. I did a short today, so whoever's interested in looking at the message for the week. Do I believe in the book of Enoch? Can he ask? So yes. Again, it's written by man, right? So inspired by his divinely interactions and things like that. So some people can't resonate with that. And again, it goes into that metaphysics. It goes into you know, it's believing it or not. Okay. So yeah, I really do. And again, gatekeepers, right, that are out in there, that got their own city, that abide by nobody else's rules but their own, have all the archives that the melanated people of the time. Now, again, when we're talking about melanated as well, think back ancient times. Everybody was, mostly. Okay. So when we're like bigging up that Russia's showing us, you know, copper colored people in these Texas, that's because that's what it was. And they know that. Everybody, it's like everybody else knows this, but we're not in on the secret. And we're the biggest ones that are supposed to know that. Okay. We supposed to know this. All right, so we got Kane in the building, my brother Hurricane, and brother Wally's here. All right, salute to y'all. Just be careful with the wording, because you know I don't want to get flagged. So you know, we just use code words and stuff, like when we're talking about the Jabbington, the shot, and things like that. We're not using that word, but yeah. So salute, brother Wally, salute.
Oh, it's Wale. How you?
It's Wale. Okay, and I got my brother Wally here. Okay, peace to you.
No, Wale it is.
Peace.
Same to you. Oh, you have a Wale also? I didn't realize.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Wale. So how are you?
Excellent. I heard this is the first time I heard you on, and you were talking metaphysical stuff, so I wanted to approach.
Oh, nice. Okay. So you're more than welcome to talk and bring us some knowledge.
Yeah, I was kind of, some of the stuff you were saying, of course, all of it kind of tweaked things in my circuits. But I was just wondering, the question came up when you tweaked about 3 or 4 of them. I said, are you ready for something new? I mean, maybe not new in the sense that, okay, you never heard of it before, but maybe you never realized it before.
Okay.
Like, you know, of course, there's millions of things that we know. Just for instance, I'm just saying for instance, bear with me. There are millions of things that we know that we don't even know we know. You agree?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. This is what I mean by realize versus knowing things. You know that, but you don't realize it till you focus on it and you say, oh, wow. Now it's a realization. You can use it in your calculations for future equations. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Correct.
And then when you were talking about numerology, astrology, and I forget what if you went into a third one by definition.
Um, yeah, those are yeah, that's what I said.
Mhm. I refer to all of them as synchronicity. You know synchronicity, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, see what I mean? You know these things, but I'm saying when you realize they all the, put them in a realization, that's what I mean by, something new,
Mm-hmm.
fresh perspective or positioning, as it were.
Absolutely. I would think it would be a disservice if I only thought, you know, it's just us. And I couldn't think far past that. It would just stump me as a person.
Oh, and you were talking about the race thing. I often refer to back in the day when we were colored.
Right.
Back in the day when we were colored, you were just a light skinned colored lady, and I was just a dark skinned colored man.
Right.
That was before we turned black and white. I don't know if you experienced that. You say you're only 50, but I'm just saying there's a movie on YouTube called Back in the Day When We Were Colored, and it
Okay.
kind of if you should. I mean, if you can get an hour and a half to watch anything, it's worth it because
Oh, yeah.
it builds the ambiance in the movie, so you can feel how it feel. People were helping and working with each other, all kind of stuff like that back in the day when we were colored.
That's
We
the name
worked
of
together,
the movie.
huh?
The name of the movie again is When We Were Colored.
Back in the day when we were colored.
Oh, it's called Back in the Day. Okay.
That I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll YouTube search it now myself just to be sure I'm giving you, accurate information. Hold on a half a second.
Okay. All right. While you're doing
Did you
that,
look at?
I got my brother Hurricane here, so I wanted to just get him.
Oh, hey, her.
Are you good? Testing, brother Hurricane. He said his StreamYard is out again. Okay. Uh-oh, they don't want you to be great with me today. Damn it. I set this up specifically for you and brother Jordan. All right. We'll see. Keep playing around because I'm gonna be here for a little bit. I'm not gonna jump down just yet. But yeah. So brother Wale, yes. You were looking up that back in the day we were colored. I mean, yeah, the government was the one. The government was the
I
one.
had muted the mic.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I said I had muted my mic just in case Hurricane spoke up. So you had called to me and I didn't respond.
Yes. What was you said you were looking up the movie again to make sure? Because I'm gonna watch it. I like to watch things like that.
Oh yeah, I'll give you the link in just a minute.
Okay.
It's by Tim Reed. Oh, Tim Reed. Okay. I got the YouTube link. I'm gonna just give it straight to you, and you can check it out at your leisure.
Okay.
Huh?
No, I said okay, perfect.
You want the regular comments?
Yeah, you could put it.
I may not be eligible to put it.
Oh, okay. So then just do it in the private message.
Comments?
Yeah, put it in the private message.
Okay. Got it. There it is.
Appreciate
And
you.
I'll read from the thing. It reads, "Once upon a time, when we were colored, made in 1996, a Tim Reed film. Maybe I'm trying to remember Tim Reed. I know him as
Oh
an
yes, yes, yes.
actor and a thing, but I can't bring his face or nothing to mind right now."
I know exactly who that is.
Oh,
He
okay,
played
beautiful.
the father
But the
for
movie,
Sister. It was a comedy back in the
okay,
90s. Tia Tamara. Yep, yep, yep. I remember him.
okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying it gives the ambiance, the feeling of how people behave, how people responded. You know how people, relationships and stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
and society. It gave that kind of feeling. Another one that did that, wow, Outcast did it. That guy from Outcast, Big Boy. That's his name, Big Boy.
Oh, he did a movie too.
Yeah, from Outcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did a movie. Well, you know who I'm talking about. Just look up his movie and you'll see the movie because
Okay.
you know who you're looking for. And I don't remember seeing him in more than two movies.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I don't. I didn't even know he had any movies, but that's cool.
But the movie he's in, good. I thought it was excellent because see they give you the ambiance, the feeling. You could
Mm-hmm.
read a history book, but you don't
Mm-hmm.
hear it. You could,
Right.
and you don't see it. You're just imagining and stuff. And I'm saying now, when they give you a movie like this, you can hear the beats, the
Right.
song, the
Yeah.
concern.
Some people need visual too. I need visual and audible sometimes helps, but I really need to like see it as well. General brother Nazir's in the building. Salute to you.
Okay,
The
good.
chat, the link is in the channel. I mean, in the chat, brother Nazir, if you want to come up.
So when I just saluted you as you began your show, I think that's when I saluted you, and you said, "Hey, Wale, I thought maybe you were aware of me. You were not,
No,
were you?"
actually, no, I'm not. But thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, because I do have my one of my moderators here. He is a his name is Wally as well, but it's Wally. So I thought he was using
Hmm.
like two different aliases. But
I
thank
just
you.
put I just put the link. I just put my link in your private chat.
Okay, perfect. So
And I heard you mention. Oh, go ahead.
no,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. I want you to just give it, spill the
I
beans.
heard you. I heard you mention affirmation. So
Yes.
I put one up. I put one up. Well, I don't know if I call them affirmations. I call them, just statements of reality, right? I put
Mm,
one up just a moment ago. It reads. It's on your regular chat. I am an immortal being
mm-hmm.
enjoying a mortal experience.
Yeah.
Always been an immortal being, not realizing that though. And once upon realization, I start enjoying this mortal experience.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Oh, this is the one I wanted to show you. I think this is it anyway. Because I was going to make a book of affirmations. You have a book of affirmations or something like that? No?
I do. I didn't write it myself, but yeah, I do. My mom gave me a book. It was
Oh,
more like a meditation book, like a 5-minute meditation, but it does have some affirmations in it.
oh.
Yeah. Um,
Mhm. Well,
okay.
I was, oh, you see this thing I just put up?
Oh, did you write something in the chat? Let's see.
In the
Why
private
can't I see
chat, yeah.
private
I can put
messages?
it in the regular.
Hold on, because I can't see the
Mhm.
private. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just scroll down. Every day is a miracle, and every moment of life is a blessing. Ooh, I like that.
Okay.
Because that's so
Oh,
true.
wait a minute. It- uh, this is what I gleaned from listening to you today. I just,
Mhm.
came across your thing today.
Yep, I got
And
bad
Okay,
connection on my end.
appreciate that.
oh, my man. I'll mute up so y'all can relate.
Okay. Peace, Brother Hurricane. Ant Dog is in the building. Salute, Brother Ant Dog. I don't know what is going on. Hurricane cannot be great right now. I'm so mad. He keeps getting booted out of StreamYards for some reason. And I don't know if I need to refresh. I don't know. I don't even want to do that because I might lose this whole program. And I'm not 100% tech savvy. So I don't want to lose you, good brother, and everybody else that's here. But all right. So
I have
I
another
pretty
one
much
for
agree.
you. I'll put it in. Oh, the affirmation.
Go ahead.
You
You can
agree
say
with
it.
that when you say,
I agree
I'll
with
come
everything
with the
that you.
next.
Okay, go
Oh,
ahead.
just say it. Don't.
Yeah, say it.
Well, I
That's
put it
fine
in the
too. You
back, a private chat, so you could actually,
look
I
at
could
it as
read it
well.
off. That's all I'm gonna do. I. It begins with I am perfect,
Mm,
perfectly me. No one can be me more perfectly. I am perfect.
wow, I like that one too. You know, that one sounds almost like
Oh,
Maya Angelou, who's a phenomenal woman.
okay.
That almost sounds like that along those lines.
I don't know. I know the artist. I mean the poet that you're referring to, but I don't know what you're referring to as far as the literature.
Yeah,
And
she
this
has
is the accompaniment. Mhm. Go on.
she has a I believe it's a poem and it's called Phenomenal Woman. So it's almost like an affirmation to women.
Are you familiar with Nikki Giovanni's work?
I've heard of her, but no, I never read any of her books or his.
Okay. Nikki was a female man
Female, okay.
out of Ohio, I think. Yeah, or out of Ohio, female poet out of Ohio
Oh, really?
in the
Okay.
'60s. I'm surprised y'all know Nikki. But anyway, in her old, like lately in the past,
Mm-hmm.
okay. But back in the '60s, Nikki was, well known, and
Right.
she did a thing. If you could always Google these people I'm talking about because her stuff is published. It's called Ego Tripping. Ego Tripping by Nikki Giovanni. Yeah. So when you said it kind of lights somebody's work, my
Right.
first relation, yeah, I related it first to Nikki Giovanni's work. I don't know this Maya Angelou's work, but I know Nikki's work, and I
Yeah.
so okay. When somebody related, that's what I thought you were headed for, but you said Maya. I don't know Maya's work.
Yeah. I got her well in really because Tupac has a song that's one of his songs says "Still I Rise." So I have the tattoo, which is because he read Maya Angelou "Still I Rise." So I got it tattooed on my arm, "Still I Rise," with the music
Oh,
clip.
okay, okay, I
Um,
get you.
yeah, because you know what, through everything, you still out of whatever situation happens in your life, here you are today. So it's like still you rise.
in ego tripping, I wrote here, I'm perfect, perfectly me. No one can be me more perfectly. I am perfect. Nikki went on to say, in that realm that kind of matches. She said, even her, in her ego tripping, the one she did called ego tripping, she says, even her mistakes are perfect.
Mm. Wow.
That's a quote, direct quote from her
That's
ego
heavy.
tripping. Yeah. But you know what? It leans itself to this next one I'm about to put up, which follows the one I just put up. This one says, I am perfect. Yes? Created perfect by a perfect creator who
Mm.
creates all things perfectly. I am perfect.
I like that.
Oh,
You
see?
coming with these quotes, and I love it. That's what I'm talking about. Like these are kind of like, yeah, I guess if you want to label it as affirmation, yes, but you know, it's something to for you to remember and carry on. You know, it's just like a prayer, if you will, to some people. You know, so if you need that in your life, then these are some great quotes. I'm still
Okay.
trying.
I was going to say I got one more I plagiarized, so it's not mine, but I
So
still
fair
use it.
use, fair
But
use.
I'll
That's
let
right.
no, I'll let you know right away. It's not mine. I got this from a guy. I only added the concept of re, and I'll let you know where that concept fits. This is it right
Okay.
here. It reads like this. I think I just put it up. Oh yeah, we must we must train. He said we must train our eyes to see the Creator everywhere.
Mm. Oof.
And I wrote, we must retrain our eyes because we used to know that. We used to could see that. Because this is the concept of omnipresence. You know about
Right.
omnipresence, right?
Yes, I do. Yep.
This is the concept of omnipresence. And so it's a matter of being aware of omnipresence. And
Mm.
that's why I say it, used as a just to put you in a certain perspective so that you can position yourself where
Right.
everything works for you. Oh, one
You
more concept, and
let's
then I'm
go.
done. This concept is this: the creator never stops creating. The creator don't create for 6 days and take a break. The creator ain't into that. The creator is not male or female male. The creator is not into that. Everything is not black or white. The creator ain't into that. Everything is not negative or positive. The creator ain't into that. The world ain't even into that. Even though they tell you everything is a matter of positive and negative, that is erroneous. As I had this point out to a guy the other day, that a coin does not have two sides. It has three sides. The people
Mm.
who know, we know things, but we don't realize them is what I'm saying. Yeah, and then once we realize them, it automatically positions us differently in the spectrum of the world, of the reality, and of our understanding of it, and how we see it, and how we personalize it. Something that looks horrible to you when it happens, look great to me when it happens because of my position. Hmm?
Would you say it's position or perspective?
Both,
Okay.
they both are kind of the same thing.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And then at some point, at the point I'm reaching now is to be able to see the filaments.
Mm. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Talk about it.
There, you know about synchronicity. You were talking about numerology, and
Yeah.
because
Synchronicity.
numerology is just synchronicity focused on numbers,
Mm.
nothing else. It's a synchronicity based on numbers. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you a reading. I'm gonna use the tarot cards. Okay, that's synchronicity based on the tarot card. It don't matter what you use. I saw a woman on the beach reading people's behind.
Okay.
And she was getting stuff right. She was getting their names and stuff. I was like, what? That's where her focus was. I'm just saying, wherever you
Yeah.
focus, synchronicity, you can pick it up wherever you. That's why I say we get into the we train our eyes to see the creator everywhere. And then when
Yes.
we see the filaments, we can see the connection. And that's what I mean by the filaments, the connection. This
Mm.
incident, you saw 333 over there, you saw the moon over here with Venus over there, and you draw this line in astrology, and it's a trine, it's a this or that. Those are like, but you don't see the filaments, you just imagine these connections. But once you see the creator everywhere, everything starts being something relative to the synchronicity. There is nothing that is not, because all things exist here, and they either exist, they don't exist, they move around, the other stuff move around, so that this can move. When you move your hand to your face, so many things have to move out of the way of your hand. You ignore those things, but there are things in the air between you and anything you want to choose. Put your hand out 5 feet, 5 inches in front of you. And there are things in that air between you and your hand that you are not realizing. You can see them, but you're not realizing they're there. Once you realize they're there, you'll start seeing them.
Right.
I recommend people, I just be talking. You had something you wanted to
No, go
do
ahead.
today.
No, I appreciate you doing that. Please continue.
I recommend that people get in a shaft of light. You know what I mean by a shaft of light? You'll see it coming through a window. Sometimes a flashlight will make a shaft of light through the atmosphere. Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see all those things floating around in the atmosphere and stuff like that, right? Especially
Right.
with a window. I like using the window light because it's better than the. Well, either one of them, it doesn't really matter. I use both. And then the thing about it, though, uh, uh, you can see the little stuff floating around in the atmosphere, and you can see the stuff that's between your hand and your face at that moment in that light, right? In that shaft of light. It's the same stuff. It's everywhere all the time, but you only realize it when you see it in that shaft of light, is what I'm saying. Okay, I got more about this shaft of light, but now you realize that this is actually happening between you when you put your hand here and you look at your hand 5 inches or so from your face. You realize now things are in between you and your hand that you do not see, because you realize in the shaft of light, any shaft of light, you could create one and you'll see the things right away. The thing about it, though, check this out. Those things that be floating around in the shaft of light, those things that be floating around in the atmosphere, they're sentient.
Let's go. Talk about it.
You understand sentient?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know where you and your audience at, so I have to ask sometime.
No,
Just
we're
to check
we're right here. We're right here with you. So please continue. We understand.
In the shaft of light, you see those little things floating around. You might say, "Oh, that's just dust," or something, whatever you want to call it. They are sentient. Those things are sentient. Actually, when I first realized what Steve, I knew they were there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they were sentient. One day, I just happened to be looking at them because, anyway, I was just looking at them to see if I could actually see what they were, and they all scattered from the light.
Wow.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They, I heard in my mind's voice,
Bye.
I
Yeah.
heard, I heard one of them say, "Oh, he sees us," and
What?
they all. That's what I heard, and they
Wow.
all left. They all left the light. What I'm suggesting for, especially a person, I suggest to other people like yourself, you metaphysical type in interest, to do that exercise. Watch for about 5 or 10 minutes. You must focus. And
Okay.
after a few minutes, they will relate in some way. Either they are move out of the light. You'll notice that they move out of the light. At this time, you could take a flashlight. Once they move out of the light, you can move it over and you'll see that they moved. So you know what I mean? Because you can see them out of that space. They won't be in that space. No, sometimes in the sunlight, people say, well, maybe it just got hot or whatever, breeze. But, people make excuses for reality, right? So it doesn't have to be real. They want reality to fit into their make-believe world that they were taught when they were children. Like, whatever you were taught when you were a child, like, something made man and, all of them storybook stuff they be telling. Yeah. And then you say, well, I grew up in this and then. And so, yeah, but it was just a child's story, man. It ain't real. Now you're a grown person. Get to the reality of what's really happening. So now I'm just saying, though, those things are sentient. And a person like yourself, especially if you can, you can intuit, are you what they call that other word, empathetic enough?
Intuitive, yes.
Intuitive and empathetic enough, because I hear
clairvoyant, as they say, I'm clairaudient. So,
yeah, because I can hear them talk.
Right.
I hear dogs.
That would be clairaudient.
Yeah. So okay. So the idea is for you to do that exercise and see what you glean from it. I hear people talk about extraterrestrials or aliens. It's enough stuff right here that we are just overlooking. To be, I'm looking way over there, and the stuff right here in 5 inches in front of your face, you're not even realizing it. What you looking all into the stars for? If you're not going to realize what's in 5 inches of your face, you ain't got a chance looking at the stars. You see what I'm saying to you?
Absolutely.
This is relative. That's all I'm saying. This is relativity. If you want to be like, I believe, okay, you can believe what you want. But I'm just,
Well, this is exactly, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the connection on my end or if Brother Hurricane, because I do see in the chat, it says having trouble connect. Please check your internet connection. But early this morning, I was on Brother Hurricane's panel. Well, I wasn't on this panel. I was in his chat. And that's exactly what we were talking about. And he was going to, he interjected the movie that's out now called Disclosure, or something about disclosure, right? And it's perfect that you're bringing this up, Brother Wale, is that, these people, I think that's a psyops as well. I think that they want us to, they're hoodwinking us to look the other way while they're doing some stuff here, and I've never personally encountered, like in the waking world, I've never encountered otherworldly beings, but in my dream state, I have. Again, it would do a disservice to me to believe that I am the only thing walking, on the face of this earth. Until maybe in my early 20s or 30s, rather, I didn't know, someone brought it up to my attention that it's more interstellar as opposed to outer stellar. Like there's beings happening within this, plane, if you will. So my Lotus is in the building. Salute, Lotus. Big sis. So I really had this live set up so that Brother Hurricane can dive a little more into it. But yeah, you're more than welcome to continue, Brother Wale.
Into the alien thing, you mean? Dive into the alien
if you
thing?
want, or you can go.
Okay. I started realizing that there are beings right here and stuff that we're not aware of, and they're right in front of us. We can relate to. We have the ability, to relate to them. We have the ability to work with them, and we are not doing it because we are being led to understand that it's, let's say, it's God telling you all the different things that I think you could be thinking of. And then by the time the thing happened, it don't look like none of them things I said, and so now you don't think it's any of those things. That it is the thing because it don't look like the thing I said. Like for instance, that guy they say when people think in terms of Jesus, I'm just trying to find something that works. Okay, I'm not into nothing or beating on. So the guy they say people think of in terms of Jesus was a painting. So if a guy come around looking like me, talking about he named Jesus, they not gonna believe him because he don't look like what they told them Jesus should look like. Do you gotta get what I'm saying? If
Correct.
he gotta fit the character or something like that. So that's what they're going by. This thing about okay, if I could tell you what to look for, and then if the thing don't have what I'm telling you to look for, it's not the correct thing. Misleading, you know what I mean? We're being misled on a mass thing because the people are not. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think I got Brother Hurricane here because I could hear something in the background. Your mic is up, Brother Hurricane. I thought I heard. Well, he's not being booted out, so now he is. Great. Oh my goodness. I don't know. It's saying disconnect. I don't know what is going on. Maybe, okay, hold on. There's somebody else coming through. I hope it's not, I really hope it's not my connection. TEP, salute.
Peace, sis. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Okay, I don't know. Salute. You're up.
Salute. Can you hear me, sis?
See, this StreamYard, it acts very funny with the loading and stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you fine. I don't know your name, but I hear you fine.
Okay. All right. TEP, salute. You could talk.
Salute, sis. Brother Wale, peace. How you doing, brother?
Life is good. No?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm in agreement with I'm in agreement with you, brother, because that so-called historical painting is it's been embedded in the subconscious mind of the people. So when they think of Jesus, they think of that physical characteristic instead of someone who would actually have that attribute as far as the behavior. So when it like if you come and you say your name is Jesus, it always asks Christians who you're waiting for, who you're actually waiting for. If you're looking for a Jesus, because I'm like, look, according to the scriptures, they killed him the first time. And if you come in this modern day time, as lawless as the people are in this day and time, what you think would happen to that person? If he came back and he spoke truth to power, everybody who spoke truth to power to them, we see what happened to them. Right. So, I'll land right there for now. But
is this to my brother Nazir, Enemies Public?
Yes, sir.
I saw the TEP. I'm like, wait, who? Okay. Oh, salute. Yes, got my brother Nazir. Definitely be dropping. Please continue. Go ahead.
I'm just agreeing with my big brother Wale. He dropped the gem on that when it came to the physical characteristics of who they call Jesus. It's been embedded in our heads, that painting, that painting that surrounding people's houses, not mine, but other people's. Right. And I'll land for right now.
What was his name? Cesare Borgia. That's who the Jesus painting was depicted from.
Yes, that's who they say. What it said, Pope Julius III paid Michelangelo to paint the picture and all that. That history, and it's been embedded in the people's minds. I remember seeing a episode of Good Times when JJ painted a black Jesus, and Florida gave him pushback. When Michael asked to put it on the wall, she said, this is the only Jesus I know and love, referring to the picture on her wall. Now it's like, I'm just shaking my head. I actually hate that episode of Good Times.
I saw the picture, but I didn't see that episode. But I do know what you're talking about.
And she said that's the only Jesus she know and love. And it was a lot of superstitions in the episode because they started having good luck. And as soon as reality struck, James took the picture down. I'm like, this is just crazy.
What?
Yeah, he took the picture down.
Christ,
like, wow.
King Genocide, you could come into the chat if you want. So I dropped the link on in the chat there. He says salute, brother. King Genocide.
Salute, KG.
Yeah.
That's my bro right there. Salute, KG.
All right. I'm loving, first of all, because I think this might be the second time, if not the first time, you're gracing me with your presence on my panel, brother.
I've been up here, I believe, once or twice.
Yeah.
But I'm actually at work, and I said I gotta at least go up and greet my sister. I gotta at least go up and greet her because I'm at work.
Okay, thank you.
So I had to go up and greet my sister at least, you know.
Comrades.
That's what we comrades do.
Yes, comrades in arms.
That's what we comrades do, sis.
Appreciate it.
If I can't stay, I gotta at least come up and greet.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Indeed, sis. No problem.
You know, I want to jump back just a second where we were talking about, because King Genesis put in Christ-like consciousness, and that's kind of like, again,
yes.
when we're talking about you know, and brother Wale was also just dropping some stuff with the Centials, as far as like being the particles, like when you see the shaft, the light that he was mentioning. And it's like, you know, I have that type of I don't know, you know, I don't want to say gift or anything like that, but it's like, yeah, we're tapped in. Some of us are really tapped in, and you know, I could see shapes and stuff like that. And you know, it's like, how could you convince, or when I get visitations in my dreams, like how can I relay that message to somebody else and let them know that, you know, my grandmother's all right, you know, without them like, oh, she's bugging out, we don't believe her. You know, sometimes people need concrete evidence. It's like, no, that you're not going to get that all the time, but that doesn't mean that doesn't exist.
No, you're right. You know, you don't all the time get the evidence, and you know, and that's when that word comes into play, sis. That it's two words that come into faith when you don't have evidence. It's belief and faith. Those two words come to play when you don't have any evidence.
Right.
But nowadays, people want the evidence.
Yes.
They're not believers. They want evidence. And if you can't provide evidence, see, not believing something really doesn't mean that what you don't believe is not the truth. It just makes you a disbeliever in that sometimes. Not saying all the time, but sometimes it just makes you a disbeliever.
Right.
Because sometimes people can be just disagreeable. Disagreeing and being disagreeable. Disagreeable means that you're doing it just to be disagreeable in a vindictive manner. But if you disagree with critical thinking and evidence that what the person is saying is a falsehood, that's a legitimate disbelief. But some people are like certain people are disagreeable to live with in peace. The same thing. Certain people are just disagreeable to live with in peace because they're troublemakers. Mm-hmm. A sister, Shahrazad Ali, taught me that a long time ago about agreeing and agreeing and believing something and not believing something. She taught me that a long time ago. It doesn't mean that it's falsehood. It just means you don't believe it.
Right. Big up to the elder, man, because she definitely taught me some stuff too. And she's still teaching.
Oh yeah. I'm going to reach out to her, try to get it on the platform. She don't want to do platforms anymore, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, I think I saw her the last time on a platform, and it was maybe about 2 years ago. So
Yeah, she
that's a
said she's
rare.
going to
Try to
retire.
catch
She said she's going to retire from doing it.
Okay. Well, you definitely send me shoot me a message, and I'll definitely be in the chat if she does come.
Indeed,
she's a
indeed, most
rarity.
definitely.
She's definitely a rarity that is, when she comes on, you want to listen. It's like being at the helm of the elder's feet. You sit and you listen.
Oh yeah, when I can listen to her all day. As long as she's talking, I'm going to be listening.
Right.
As long as she's talking. Sharp sister.
Yeah.
Sharp elder.
And holding people accountable. That's the other thing. Some people, Hurricane said I tried everything. Yeah, I don't know why it's booting out, and I think it's StreamYard, because StreamYard be doing this dirty slagging, and it's like you pay for it, you pay for your services, and then they
want their money though. They want their $44.99. They go up $20 damn.
Okay.
And still janky. Well, I pay for StreamYard.
Me too.
And I pay for premium. Premium's okay, but StreamYard be janky sometimes.
Yeah, this is what's happening. Because when I say something, there's like a lag between us. And I was talking to Brother Wallet, there's this little lag that is in there. Brother Hurricane, since I've been up here, he's been trying to log in and come up on the panel. And he's taking all that, everything down, apps, all that, and still haven't been able to get up.
I seen it because when I first logged on, he was trying to get on. And he's brother still, I thought he got on because I had to do something, then I came back.
I don't know. I got my little sister in the building.
That delay is not. That delay is not the. Okay, the delay is not the fault of StreamYard.
What is it?
I am not in the country.
Oh.
So it's signal. It's hitting different signals to get to us.
Yeah, that's exactly, and especially when we start talking like this. But yeah, I just want to introduce my sister. She's on the panel, like my real blood sister is here, my little sister.
What's up? What's up?
Salute, little sister.
Same.
So just having a conversation about metaphysics, and everything. I feel like everything's, underneath that spirituality, the crystals, numerology, astrology, like it's for me is one big umbrella. And so we're just having that conversation. So if you want to add on to that, you can.
I'm just getting in, so I'm just gonna listen to you guys because I just left physical therapy, so I have no clue what you guys were talking about for the last hour and 20 minutes. But
remember we were talking about you were thinking about going to see that movie. It was a Disclosure.
Oh, Disclosure Day, yes.
Disclosure Day, okay, yeah. Because Brother Hurricane was talking about it last night, and I was like, oh snap! I said, and that's pretty much why I created the live today, was because I wanted him and another brother to come up and talk about the things like that. So did you see it yet, or haven't seen it, and what's your take on it?
I have not seen it. I really wanted to see it so bad, but then Christians, kind of second guess about their, belief in God made me say, you know what, a lot of things do have an ulterior motive behind the thing that they put they put out there. But this was very deliberate. So it made me say, you know what, I'm going to take a step back and see how things play out first before I right away with everything going out, they say they're going to roll out the aliens at a certain point. There's a Brazilian psychic that says that there's going to be 700 people that are going to go missing or disappear when Miami during the the World Cup. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just take a step back before I just kind of delve into a lot of stuff and just see it, as a Spielberg fan. But I'm like, let me pause. So that's where I'm at with it.
What about, I know we talk about this behind the scenes, we talked about, what was his name? Jerry.
Oh, Jerry the dolphin, my favorite little.
And how,
yeah, on that.
Yeah, because that's kind of like part of that, almost like that disclosure day, because it's like, well, if you really, no one really wants to talk about the guy that Jerry so-called brought down.
Oh, yeah, no. Especially like the common folk, people who are like, oh, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, okay, I mean, the internet is free. I mean, you pay for it when you have a cell phone, you pay your monthly service. You could do your own research. You don't have to listen to me, but I mean, it's out there for, people's consumption. You can look into it. Connect the dots. Yeah, it was trending for a bit of time, but when the guy came out and said what had happened to him, there was another guy whose face was blacked out. He didn't want people to know who he was, had a similar story. And then, you go on the internet and you look to see that there's some people that have, similar stories. And then you connect the dots with other things that, why would there just be children down there? That's a big question mark. It's just you have to be open to listen to what people have to say, and yeah, you draw your own conclusions. But I like to say, with the educated, or a good deduction, you can draw your conclusions without finally people like, that sounds bizarre. A dolphin taking people down to a cave. I'm like, there's been stories about women divers that get dragged down to these different types of caves all the time, and especially off this coast. It's not far-fetched, but people only go off of mainstream stuff, and
and what I was hearing, because this is kind of like new to me, I didn't know about that. There was some dolphins that were actually working for the government, and they got loose during the Katrina fiasco, and so these guys got like a vendetta. And I'm like, good for them. They should have a vendetta. Like, none of these animals should be locked up.
Yeah, I mean, they were trained. I mean, you can go on to the government website to confirm that they were training dolphins. I mean, at some point in time, people were they were using dolphins for giving birth, and that became illegal. There's a lot of things that it's like I said, like people can do their research and say that this is true. This is not like unheard of.
Right.
And then I say you could draw your own conclusion. I mean, if you put two and two together, if you look at where Katrina impacted like the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf America, whichever version you want to go with, and that area has a lot of activity when it comes to dolphins and humans, their interaction, and things that have happened to people that have reported or post about it, or
right.
So like I said, you put two and two together, kind of have an idea of what's really, really happening. And then, when you look at certain cartoons, like people were talking about dolphins being, an intellectual species, and you talk about cartoons, even like SpongeBob at one point had made a reference, and this was like, early 2000s. I believe there was either a Family Guy episode or it could have been a Simpsons, I'm not sure, but alluding to dolphins being, you know, a high intelligent species and them taking over, even though it might be spoof, but you know, there's always some truth behind a lot of these things that people, you know, don't connect until, thank God, right now you could say the internet, you keep all these archives, so to speak, to kind of
Right.
refer back to, because we didn't have this access even 15 years ago. So
Correct.
Well, what we have now, sisters, that's leadership.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
And
so
for
you don't know
Dolphin run in 2028, I think I'm gonna vote for the Dolphin. That'll be my first time voting.
So you know
I'll
about
vote for
Flipper
the
back
Dolphin.
in the 70s? Flipper was a big thing back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Television about dolphins and how smart they were. That was back then. So it's not nothing new about dolphins being smart. That's definitely not a new occurrence. I just thought I'd mention it because I heard you mention some stuff about too old this and that. So I'd go back to Flipper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's around like our mom's age group, and I think like the late 60s, 70s. Yeah, that's when Flipper came. Maybe even before that, like during the early 60s.
Yeah, I remember Flipper. Flipper also. Now if you go to like the aquariums, they have the dolphins just gliding across. Dolphins be actually moonwalking on the water and all that other stuff. They train those animals to do all kinds of incredible stuff.
Right.
Yeah, but I remember Flipper on Wally.
They
Clearly.
call Flipper, that's what his name. Listen, I remember the song.
The thing is,
correct.
Just like Lassie, they had to use more than one dolphin to get those films. They were training several dolphins to do to get those recordings.
Yeah, and when we're talking about species, like again, I had mentioned earlier while I was opening up the live that I was in somebody's post on Instagram yesterday, and this brother that I follow, his name is Brother Truth Kalani, and he had posted this young man who's out in Japan. He's playing for the Japanese football or soccer. And, you know, he's playing for his motherland, but he is, you know, a melanated young man. He's got coily hair. So phenotypically, he looks like a black man, right? So when in the chat, this one guy had to bring it back to religion because he's like, well, isn't it like the fathers and the father's seed? And I'm like, well, yeah. And when we're talking about species, we're humans. Like the whole race thing, it doesn't add up anymore when we start to deep dive. And if you're gonna say humans or race, that's it. It's just that it's the human race. When I start hearing about you categorizing race, I start thinking about like what Brother Wale said, the Sentinels, and I start thinking of other species. I don't even associate. Somebody saying the Indians is one race, the blacks is one race. Like what? No, we're humans.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm not human. I'm not human.
Right. Nobody wants to hear that part either.
I do have to. I mean, it's a belief of mine. I don't have no backing per se, but I do disagree to an extent, because when you talk about like genotype and everything and chromosome, well, whatever you want to call it, but if you look at like ancestrally, Caucasian people are, descendants of Neanderthals, which is why people use it as like a slander, and Black people are descendants of the Homo sapien, aka the humanoid. I believe that Black people are the true humans. And when you connect the dots when it comes to like alien technology, like while we have all this technology, I mean, some people correlate aliens with demons, and who had access to most of those technologies that weaponized it on human race. I'm just saying that would be a theory that I, come to a conclusion on, but I don't have no backing based off of my theory. But that's just something that I come to a conclusion at.
What's your name? What's your name?
In my studies and observation, it's like based on the behavior of certain people, that draws me to the conclusion that certain people are not the same as we are, because if you can kill with impunity and delight in it, and you can steal and you can rob, you can do everything that you would put somebody in prison for and delight in it, that is not the same as a peaceful people. It's not. We have people that delight in it and present themselves as moral people.
Right.
I look around today, and we are at the apex of wickedness and corruption, the apex of it. And the thing is, it used to be they used to try to hide it. Now it's like being done so bold.
Right.
Can you imagine somebody lying to someone who they see know what the truth is and will still lie?
Yeah.
It's like catching somebody red-handed, and they'll still turn around and say, "I didn't do that." And you looking at them doing it.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Yeah, then they turn to Shaggy. It wasn't me. And you're watching them do it.
So
I don't. Everybody's not the same, because, and I don't judge people, the individual. I judge people if it's a percentage of your people that's a certain way. That's y'all. That's how y'all get down.
Right.
Because they the one made that majority rule thing. You know what I'm saying? Majority rule. So if most of your people behave a certain way, your people behave that way. Majority rules.
I had to push back on somebody, a few comments that was talking about the New York Knicks that won the championship. And there was some knuckleheads that were doing stupid stuff. And they all like blasphemy in New York City. Oh, you see, these people is a wild, they're animals. No, sir. No. We all are not in that. Real fans are not stomping out on somebody's cab or the police cars, setting the things on fire, getting the gun and shoot. No. You got these and they'll look like us, and they doing it, and then they'll clump it and say typical Negro. See, they doing it again. No, there was some white boys in there.
I agree.
Too. Y'all don't call them out.
I agree, sis. I totally agree. It could
be a generational thing more than it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like these younger people are really wild. Like they just have no sense of. They just do their own thing, and it doesn't reflect how the entity of, or the nature of what the heart of New York has been for generations. But it's over across the board. Like younger people in whatever state and wherever, it's just a different breed.
Salute, Fox.
I agree with that also.
Salute. I don't know what happened.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's a little crazy over there though. What's going on?
Hold on. I'm out and about. I was trying to get a little comment
Okay.
in, then I had to dish back out.
No, you're
But
clear
yeah,
now. We can hear you
okay,
now.
okay, that's good, that's good. But yeah, what you were saying?
No, I mean, this was really our live, with Hurricane and you to come through and stuff. But for some reason, somebody got music in the background. They gotta mute their thing.
Just my mic is
Um,
hot.
okay. So yeah, and for some reason, Hurricane can't come through, and I'm pissed because this was the little live that I created for you and him. But he said, F it, I tried. I know. He's been trying for like a good hour and a half to get up here, and it keeps booting him out.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why screen y'all be doing him like that. I think it's them Joe Biden phones he have since the COVID years.
Salute to my brother Hurricane. Salute to my brother.
Got the Obama phone.
Yeah. But
So
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm saying, what say you in regards to us just talking about this? He was mentioning, Hurricane was mentioning this morning about the disclosure. We were talking about this morning. What's your input on that? Or
Well, the movie I seen it one time, and usually when I see movies like that, I gotta see it like a couple of times. But by the first scene of the movie, it's just basically movies that saying, the conspiracy, so-called conspiracy theories that we always been talking about, and they just put like in a movie. But when you look deeper within the movie, it's like almost saying believe in the power within yourself, and listen to your inner self. Besides looking at the things they're telling us to look at, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people looking outside and looking at certain theories outside themselves, but like the real power and so-called theory is within self. So it's like the movie's telling you to listen for real. At the
Real
end,
talk.
yeah. So that's my
Real
perspective
talk,
with
bro.
it. But like I said, I gotta see it again, and I might have more layers to it. But I'll listen to everybody else perspective on it. Like this lady named Yaya, and she went real deep with
oh
it.
yeah, I want to see that.
Yeah, yeah, she went real deep with the movie. So like I said, I gotta see it again and come out with a more in-depth perspective. But yeah, that's my take on it and stuff. And they always put in the movies because universal law. So it's like we just gotta see it for what it is and then have our own inner perspective for real. So yeah,
My brother, can I suggest something?
I appreciate that.
yes sir.
Do it twice, my brother.
Okay.
Do it one more. Do it again to get the dialogue right. Get all the
Uh,
dialogue, and
mm,
then watch it and turn down the volume.
okay. Okay.
Do it 2 times. Do it to get the dialogue, and
Mm,
then do it again and turn the volume down.
okay.
That's how I do it. I get. That's how I study. Like when I'm trying to study the subliminals that's in movies, I turn the volume down.
Okay.
The music, the music and all that stuff sort of throw you off a little bit, but when you turn that volume down and you watch things, you see a whole lot because when you turn your volume down, you're only watching. All you're doing is watching.
Mm,
So when with the volume up, you're watching and listening, and a lot of times they have music, sound effects, you know what's going on. So turn the volume down, and then you only be watching.
right. Right. Okay. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Um.
So salute, we got maxed out in the building. Salute. Please, whoever's got the music in the background, just mute your mic really quickly. Salute, maxed out. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I saw the title of the discussion and it sounds very interesting. What is metaphysics? Basically, nature of reality, existence, the study of that, and how do we apply it? And I would say the constant improving and studying and understanding that theory of something goes beyond the physical, more than physical, the metaphysical, basically. Where we come from is an extremely important search, and it's most likely a never-ending search until we go into the next. That alone, it gives life a whole new meaning as opposed to just following the status quo. So that's just one of the things that I think of metaphysics, according to the title.
I appreciate that. Yes, I'm in agreement with that as well. What about this? Um, as we were just talking about the movie, what is it, Disclosure Day or so? Because they've had a couple of. I've been kind of binging on Amazon Prime that these different disclosures. Um, what say you about all of this in general? Just like us hearing about so-called aliens and things of that nature.
I think it's a distraction. A lot of the movies are meant to distract people, fill them with propaganda. There are messages in certain films that try to point certain things out in society that are used to control us, but with the specific disclosure, like when the previous president, this president, both brought up aliens, to me, it showed me how desperate they were to hide some type of criminal activity. Either side, it seems like a one-party system. The one thing in the search for reality is to never forget that the government has always been criminal. And this is not a personal attack. It's not a disrespect. It's a description of what anybody can see just by looking at laws, looking at crime statistics, and looking at what they do. I mean, every single day, at least 3 or 4 people are either killed and or sexually assaulted by police, or even more. And this is like an invisible fact. And they tell you, look, aliens over here. And it's like, no, I don't want to hear your propaganda. So it's really a search for truth on a daily basis.
Real talk, bro. It's real talk.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's
Like I spoke earlier, brother. I said earlier, we're the apex of lawlessness and corruption. That brother hit the nail on the head with his statements.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Thank you. Yeah, there's not many people that can see through it, and as we find one another, we start to see, from what I noticed. I mean, I'm Gen X, and things that I thought were cool or entertaining, as I started to meet more people. One guy a couple decades ago enlightened me. He said, look up the word entertain. He said it means to distract, to divert, to hold the attention of. And I thought about it, and he goes, go ahead, look it up, So, and ment, of course, is Latin mente for mind. So it's to distract the mind. Then I tell people, okay,
absolutely.
Well, yeah, look, if anybody, like some people will not acknowledge it. And I'll say, well, how you match a definition is you look at what it does. And that's exactly what entertainment does. And it seems like everything is just under, like behind the curtain of big military control. And if you happen to breach, yeah, I mean, this is I think people don't realize how dire the situation is. I mean, it is everything: music, movies, politics, religion is used to control us from looking at something that we have that we might not know we have, that's extremely powerful. Maybe it's thinking. I'm not sure physically, what it could be, but my 3 theories are: if somebody says, well, what do you think we're in? What is this country? What is the world? And one, it seems to be like a zoo with something observing us. The other would be a laboratory where we're being experimented on. And the other would be a farm. So with those 3 things,
Go ahead, bro.
We look at the existence, and somebody might say, well, what do you mean by a lab? And I said, well, if you look at what is being sprayed on food, I said, this is to tell me that you need these sprays that are scientifically shown to cause problems to grow the food, then that's not a food system, that's a poison system. And when Tyrone Hayes did the studies for the atrazine, and they did a study here in Lake Erie, close to New York, where they had fish turning hermaphroditic, and the birds eating those fish were giving birth to hermaphrodite children as well. The frogs, as we know, the male frogs were turning fully female to the point where they could even reproduce. The shocking thing in that study,
Wow.
Tyrone said, was that the male frogs remaining preferred the female frogs that were transformed over the naturally born female frogs. So they tried to buy this this research off of him. Anybody can look it up on YouTube. Tyrone Hayes. He's the one where Alex Jones.
I'm familiar with that, brother.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that. I mean, go ahead, brother. I agree out loud, brother. I mean, I'm from the old school. When I agree with something, I say it out loud. So go ahead, brother. Don't let me interrupt you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so we just have the atrazine, which if anybody looks up a map of atrazine sprayed in America, it's actually horrifying when you see the amount of places that it's sprayed. And then there's another map that'll show you where it stays in the groundwater. Now, with Tyrone Hayes's study and what we see with the map and the spraying, that's an unspoken like attack. It's like we don't even know that we're at war. It's a silent war. You know, they call it silent weapons for silent wars.
Right.
And the food, the schooling, politics, religion, the medical, it's like it's a sham. And the saddest thing is that family and friends, we have to be careful. It's kind of like, and this is where some movies can kind of wake you up, give you like a little insight. Movies like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead. Now, Night of the Living Dead, when George Romero made that, he put a black man as the lead. And this was in the late 60s. And it says a lot when you look at that film through the eyes of racism. And you start to say, wow, you know, the people that killed him at the end, even though he didn't get zombified, was basically a mob that looked very similar to a lynch mob. And, you know, in the movie, you know, he's beating zombies to death. There is a kind of a tension between him and a white male. And remember, the two things that Hollywood hates the most, the black man and the blonde woman. Just like in Dawn of the Dead, the two people that survived was the black man and the blonde woman. And anybody that gave in to the vices when they were held up in the mall, he put it in the mall setting to mock the shoppers, because the 80s were, at the late 70s going forward, was the religion. It was like the religion of consumerism. One lady from Germany had mentioned to me one time, she said, you know why the department stores have such high ceilings like cathedrals? And I said, no. She said, it's because this is your new place of worship. And I was like, wow, you know. And, you know, she was explaining some stuff to me from German to English. And she goes, you know, there's really no translation. Like that old saying people say, well, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. She goes, that's not translated properly. She goes, a looser but more direct one is what doesn't kill us makes us more resilient. And that's still not translated fully. People that speak Spanish say the same thing. There's no way to say it in English. So when I look at English, English is like a language that's less than 400 to 500 years old, modern English, that constricts the language to where we don't have certain words to communicate. So we're limited in senses by the language. And the language itself has codes in it that I looked into years ago, and I had wrote a book about it, where if you look at words and you rearrange them like an anagram, it can tell you like something within the word. So in other words, you're respelling it. You know, spelling, there's a reason why it's called spelling. And what allows us to spell a word? A letter. It lets us spell the word, the letter. So it's a letter, lets us spell the word of a sentence. And the sentence is usually printed on a page. And a page, the definition of a page, to page someone, to call them, to summon something. So the words are very powerful when we speak them, because we could be sentencing ourselves to something we don't even know. This is why I think they created English. And like a word like president. If you took the letters, you could rearrange them into two words, is pretend. And I had put that in there as an example to say, so okay, let's look at the position of a president, the so-called presiding officer. He's basically a cop. And when you look at all of any politician, mayors, judges, the Congress, they're all cops. These are cops in suit, and dirty cops, I might add. Horribly, horribly. I mean, just disgustingly. And the problem is, the scary part, the zombie movie, the invasion of the body snatchers part, is when you look at people cheering them on. That's the zombie movie. That's the frightening moment where you hear the scary music and you're like, holy smokes, I am in like a real life zombie movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to be careful who I even talk to, because we can see the response, and that will tell us who's zombified, who's infected mentally.
Right. So, I want to just stop right there and cut your wisdom, Brother Max, just really quickly, because earlier, Brother Wale and I were talking about, basically about the spelling, but like affirmations, because I brought up like in the metaphysics. I feel like for me, it's an umbrella, and these other things like astrology, numerology, affirmations, meditation, divination, it's all underneath that. And it's crazy that it's like synchronicity that you bring this up to us about the words, because that essentially affirmations is something positive that we're saying to ourselves to boost ourselves up and get out of if we're feeling down, and it kind of will like shape, if we're putting out there, I will be a millionaire, let's just say, we keep doing that for like, whatever they say, 27 days, it's no longer a habit. It's something that you do, right? I may be misquoting, but it's like you will it, mind over matter. So that was very interesting that you happened to bring up about the spelling, the words, and how they, basically cast spells.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else want to say something? Something that
I wanted to mention something. Oh, he wanted to talk.
I can hear you all. Let's get Brother Wale to go ahead and
Sister, I'm going to come back up, okay?
Yeah, I know. Okay. I appreciate you, Brother Nazir. Thank you.
No problem, sis. Pleasure's mine.
Peace. Be safe.
Good. Yeah.
Peace.
One love. What I had so many things to ask that, and I don't know if you have time for all this stuff. First, I wanted to flood the room with this thing. Remember, I had put up the things talking about I am perfect, perfectly me, la-di-da, the rest of that, and the one behind it that follows it. Okay, I noticed when I heard people talking about human, the first thing I said was I am not human. And I know when I tell people, the first thing I hear what people say, they say I'm only human. All humans, no human is perfect. And I just said I am perfect. I cannot be human by definition. All human, everyone knows a human is not perfect, is not a perfect being. Furthermore, the guy that was looking into words, I wondered if he ever looked up the word human. Human, the actual word and what it means, human, because I'm under the understanding that the HU of human is a derivative of HEW, meaning to cut. There was man, and then there became human, which is half man. And that's what human means, half man. And therefore, they are not perfect. Man, though, is created perfectly and is perfect. Now they're doing all these experiments to see if they can break that up, like the frogs and all that stuff he was talking about. And yeah. They're doing all of that stuff meanwhile. But what you were saying about the words and spelling is our entire life. Everything that has happened to us, we have caused it. Everything that happened to you from now for 10 seconds and since the day you were born, you caused it. You just don't realize. That's what I was saying about knowing and realizing. You've been casting spells all along. Okay, what about them spells? When do they show up? They've been showing up all along, is what I'm saying to you. You get what I'm saying? Now we're gonna say, okay, now I realize that I'm casting spells, and so now I'm gonna do better, and I can look for what I want the results to be. Now I'm more scientific about my spell casting instead of just talking blah blah blah. You understand what I'm saying? But that talking blah 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 we've been doing all our lives, and not just blah blah blah. Sometimes we, like you say, I want to be a millionaire and stuff. Whatever you say, you are being that you, each one of us, are the author of our own future. Nobody's writing that future for you unless you allow it to happen. And then the last thing I got to say is this. Anybody who lets their mind control them is under mental slavery. Everybody knows that the mind can be easily tricked. Marketing, sales, anything, hypnosis, anything can get the mind to do anything. The mind is like a computer. It takes stuff in, it kicks stuff out. It's useful for us to exist here, and there's more to experience. We become thinking that we are our mind. We are not. The mind is a tool. It's like the chauffeur of a car. It's our car. The body is the car. It's our car. And the mind chauffeurs us around and drives us. You tell the chauffeur, I want to go to New York. He said, the chauffeur say, yeah, okay, well, we're going to go to the airport, get a bus. And a lot of concierge more than a chauffeur. One that gets you around, because we are new to this three-dimensional world, this more to experience, right? So we have to have a mind to conduct business here. And a body also, it's a spacesuit, because our reality, the true self, is non-spatial. So we have to have a spacesuit so that we can relate to this spatial environment that we're in. So I was just saying, don't let the mind rule you. The mind is a tool like your computer. Turn it off, put the faith down, unplug it, take it off the internet. That's how you have to do your mind. Sometimes you have to take it off the internet. Don't let it control you. It is mind control. Mental slavery is when the mind is in control. And the easiest way that I have found for anyone to know the difference between themselves and their mind is to simply count silently to 100. Because you have to force your mind to do that. Your mind won't do it. You have to force your mind to get to 100. Your mind will start kicking out at 3, 4, 5, 10, 27, lose count, make it go back to 0 again and start to 100. From 0 to 100, make your mind do it. And then when you force your mind to actually reach, you know the difference between you and that thing that you just forced to do the count. The mind is going to do the count. You have to force it and control it like a wild stallion.
So what you're saying is we're not the mind. And what are you suggesting we are then? Something behind the mind, like the self, or like what is your thought on that?
I use that exact terminology. The self.
But now I would just pose a question. The notion of the self seems to come from the mind, the thought of being self. Like there has to be something even behind the self, whether it be the self coming from the mind, the self behind the mind, possibly something behind that. Like I understand. I stand on the reality that we don't know who we are. We don't know what we are. We don't know where we are. And we don't know when we are. So, well, I'm saying that you don't know either. So for you to...
Oh, I do know. Now you're going to tell me what I don't know? Well, I'm not going to tell you what you don't know, but you can tell me what you don't know, but I'm telling you what I know. And then you tell me I don't know either, even though I'm telling you I know.
I'm telling you that nobody can answer these questions. And when we think that we can, we lose our bearing. It's to say, okay, let's begin where we're at. We don't know. We don't know about human origins. We have to study that. We have to say, okay, we are more than just the physical. We're a physical and we're a non-physical living at the same time. You said something about the human being like a half a man, a split man. Well, the complementary part of us is the woman. And the two, the man and the woman, make up that whole. And when we look throughout history, there's really like a demonization, a separation of man and woman. We see now there's a perversion of man and woman with all of the chemicals and stuff. And when we think that men are not just doing this by themselves, when you look at certain inventions, when you look at ancient civilizations, and I get into this a lot on my channel about where if you find something like off the coast of Greece, there was a computer, an ancient type of computer found, Antikythera device. Off the coast of Egypt, there are many ruined artifacts, but magically you can't dive over there. So when they say that they really want to search for the human origins, they militarize any site when they do find something. They want to keep it on the narrative of the ape story, which of course is not scientific.
Who named they? You said they a couple of times so far. Who named they?
The controllers.
Who
So
are the controllers? Who are the controllers? What does that even
The
mean?
controllers are, it might not be people, but I'll use the word people to make it easier. Whoever is behind the scene. Now, the ones we can see are basically the politicians, the law enforcement that keeps the machine of modernization going forward, because it's not civilization. To treat each other civilly would be to treat each other with compassion, with care. So it's not civilization. It is like a cult of death, a technological cult of death. That's more of what it would be classified by definition, by what we see. Any being that's going to poison water, land, air, you look at that and you say, well, wait a minute, that's like that does not make sense, because we need that. We need this clarity. Possibly, maybe it's something that doesn't need clean water, air, and land to survive. Maybe they have clean water, air, and land in a certain place or behind a certain barrier to where they're not subjected to the pollution and things that they control the societies with. So the controllers, we see the open controllers, the madness of the politics and religion. Then there's something behind that. So there is something behind that, and you can see these clues. You can see them in certain things, questions that people won't answer, that they'll avoid the way they do answer questions. So it takes a lot of thinking. And the problem that makes us not look into thinking deeper is certainty. So when we think we're certain about something, we have to like really go over that. There's only a few things we know that are facts. A lot of other things we say, well, okay, yeah, the more I search for human origins, the deeper the rabbit hole becomes. Nobody can tell me where we're going. So the next is another mystery. And religion, and also evolution is a form of religion. It's not science. They try to own forever. They try to say, well, you know, when you're dead, and that's forever. Or religion will say you're going somewhere forever. Now, we know this life is finite. So why would a finite life lead to something else that's infinite? So we start to think like, wow, so was it infinite to begin with? Are we going to another finite thing? We don't know how we even got here. And that's the truth. And anybody that tells me that they do know how we got here, I know for sure they don't know. I don't know. We're still trying to figure this out. And that's my position of just observing things reasonably with logic and thought.
Okay, that's beautiful. Because you don't know, you figure nobody else knows. I understand.
No,
and I say
know,
I do.
I know you don't know.
I got you. You know I don't know, even though you don't know me, and you don't know. So definitely, okay, I get you. So I'm gonna just leave you with that and watch what happens.
Yeah, I mean,
So I want to just digress for a quick second. And just if my sister wants to chime in and add something to that, because both perspectives or both of you gentlemen have definitely been bringing some wisdom to the platform, and I respect it both. So I appreciate that. And Brother Hurricane is still he's in the bushes just trying to get up here, but he hasn't. So he's in the chat. So I want to respectfully read his messages as well, because in theory this was supposed to be he and I's I set this up in the strength of him being here today. So he's like, it's almost looking like terraforming. It could be aliens because look at what they're doing on the planet. As to what Max was saying, yeah, with the observation. So definitely. So Keith, Ali.
I'm here. I'm listening to everyone's perspective, and I have to say that respectfully, I feel like I am a newborn when it comes to having knowledge. The two perspectives, I'm just like in my mind putting an image to the words, and quite honestly, this makes a whole lot of sense for me, for my age. I'm 36. Women don't tell their age, but I don't believe in all of that. I mean, I like to humble myself when it comes to saying that I am intaking from both perspectives, because I can see how a person can come to the conclusion and understand who they are. And if I'm sorry if I don't know names, but come to the conclusion of not acknowledging a human because of their experience and their download of their information that they received. And then I can also respect the fact that we know nothing, because nothing is finite, but also finite at the same time. So I'm just taking it all in. I appreciate all this knowledge. I mean, as you speaking, I'm just like, it all makes sense. I mean, look at the AI, how everything's just kind of, it feels like things are kind of moving linear, but some people might put it as there's so many different things and aspects that's happening. But I look at it like it's linear. Things are happening all at once, and there's dots to connect, but only the people that are paying attention can connect them. And when you look at these data centers, they're drawing all this water, and water holds memory. There's something that's definitely happening right now. And the real enemy is the entities that are the controllers, the powers that may be, are taking away from us, quote unquote, humans, people, the ones that are being controlled, so to speak. And there is a battle, there's a war, and we have yet to get to the bottom of why that is. And I think that connects to why we were created, what is our purpose, why we're here. So I'm just taking it all in and just kind of, picturing what is happening. And I appreciate the knowledge that you all are providing. So I just want to say thank you in that regards.
Oh, thank you. You're a beautiful person. What is your name? Ali?
I go by Ali.
Yeah, I like your spirit. I like your position. I like your perspective. Hey, Foxy, did I mention one of the singers doing a movie, and you say you didn't know he did a movie?
Oh,
what was that?
Tim Reed.
No, it was a singer. The guy that did.
The guy from Outkast, Big Boy.
Outkast. Oh, okay. What just came back to me when I was talking about the mind and how to separate yourself from your mind, and you are not your mind. The other guy from Outkast, what was his name?
Andre.
Andre 3000. The movie that Andre 3000 is in, have you seen it?
The Four Brothers, because he was in that movie.
No. I mean, okay, the movie that he's in is actually it's headlined by Jason Statham, and this time Jason
Revolver. Right? Revolver.
You know Revolver? You know Revolver, then, my man.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it a couple
Okay.
of years over a decade ago. That movie
Revolver.
had prominent stars. It had Jason Statham, Ray Liotta, one of the guys from The Sopranos, Andre 3000, and I think it was released in Great Britain in 2005. I'm not sure, but I think it took 3 years to hit American theaters, and it only hit about 18 theaters because the movie was so intellectually deep, because it teaches you.
What was the name again? I'd like to write that down.
Revolver.
Yeah, it goes by many names now. I see on YouTube. They splice it on YouTube, but the full movie, as he just described it, is the way I encountered it, as a full movie called Revolver, and it's outstanding. And it describes the different. I want to say 5 or 6 words. It describes, or you do it, man. You do it.
It says, he says, where is the best place for your enemy to hide? And basically, it's in your own head. So the movie dealt with your biggest enemy as being the ego, ignorance, sloth. So where does it hide? It hides in our own mind. And he said, look, if I try to kill the enemy that's keeping you back, the ego, you'll try to kill me to save the ego. So anybody, and this is very important, because when we try to bring knowledge or show somebody, okay, this is what you think. Like whenever I ask people, okay, where do you think we came from? How do you think humans were created? How do you think consciousness joined with our physical? And this is where I say, no matter what type of research we do, we can get clues to how genetically the physical body was created, but we're never going to find out who, what created that. And then we have to say, what is consciousness? Is the brain and body like the body of a, say, radio that receives a transmission? The transmission receiving could be the consciousness. So when the radio isn't there, the signal is still there. Another radio can pick up that frequency, and you can change the channels. So is it that our consciousness is being streamed to this physical body? And that's just one theory. So when we get into the theories of consciousness and physicality, this brings us to understand how much we really don't know, because usually we fall back into thinking we're just one thing, the physical, conscious, maybe combined, going through existence. But then another question.
Would you like to know? Would you like to know the answers to those questions that you are asking? Would you actually like to know the answers to those questions that you are asking?
Every time you get an answer to those questions, it provides more questions. And that's actually like a key point in science, to say, the deeper we go.
So you're saying, no, you don't really want to know the answer to that. Because I ask you yes or no question, you started going on. So I want to close this out. I can close this out. You don't really want to answer to those questions, do you?
I search for those answers every day. If you want to give me your answer, yeah, we could speculate.
No, I don't have an answer, cousin. I'm saying now, when you really want to know the answers to those questions, I just put my link in the back, and I have YouTube broadcast that you can go through, and you can answer all of those questions. I was about to tell you the sequence of events, but you have a thought that you're sticking with, and I don't want to argue with that. I think you should stay there until
please.
Because the moment I tell you, your ego just kick back at me. I mean, I ain't into all that.
No. I'm saying, please present it now so everybody will know together.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. What I'm saying is, we start with the first eye, that the one that they refer to as the third eye, the one that this Foxy Moon refers to as her dreaming. She dreams. That's not in your mind. That's what you see. You see these things with your eye, the one you had before you were born into this mortal experience. Okay, once you come into this mortal experience, you have to have this space suit, which is given to you as a superbly made space suit, biochemical space suit that we live in, that we call our bodies. That sucker is crazy made. It is self-repairing. I ain't gonna get into all that right now, but that's when we get this two eyes, and that's all about perspective and being able to deal with this space time continuum and distance and linear and versus depth and stuff. So you need the two eyes. But before we even had the two eyes in our parents, when we were still embryos and we were still before we were born, we were dreaming. Babies dream. Therefore, they must already have that first eye, the one they call the third eye. I call it the first eye because that's what it really is. That is the eye that is us, the first eye. And then once we are born, we are and trained on only go by the eye that we see, tangible things we can touch. This is tangible. And then we call tangibility reality. But most of reality is untangible, meaning tangible means you can touch it, you can feel it. Most of reality you cannot touch or feel, but we were told to ignore that part of reality in the indoctrination. So we only go by what we can touch and feel. Once again, we entire mind. Oh, don't be drifting off. Don't be daydreaming and stuff like that to keep our mind focused so we can focus on the mind and become controlled by the mind, which most people are absolutely controlled by their mind. And anytime, like the man said, anytime someone try to point that out, they're going to fight. That's why I say you count from 100 to 0. I mean, from 0 to 100 silently and whip your mind into shape because it's going to argue with you. It don't want to be put back in the where it's supposed to be, put in its place as a utility for you, being the one that actually it belongs to. It want to say it is you. And it will get you to believe that. And then anytime somebody throw out any message or any clickbait or anything, they got you done. You're going to respond with your mind and you're going to be doing clickbait responses and all that kind of stupid stuff that most people do. Because once your mind is in control, somebody can control that almost right. They're already in control of it. So that's the controllers. I thought that's where you were going to go, the one who will be doing the mind control, because the mind can be controlled by your circumstances, your situation, your society, your language, all kind of stuff. Because if you only know 5 words, you can only think 5 thoughts and express 5 thoughts. But when you know 50,000 words, you can express more thoughts and you can think more thoughts. So when you only expressing, that's why some of these things, like the guy was saying, some of the things cannot be translated from anything into English because English don't have that thought. And so what our original thought cannot be translated into English. I try to trying to break it down so people can catch it. And that's as much as I can do. And then once you realize that you don't need that, nobody needs to search for truth. Truth is always less than 5 inches in front of your face. Will you see it? Will you recognize it? It's the question. But truth is everywhere all the time. It is not hiding.
Okay. Well, I would say that's a deep theory. It's not 100% absolute. Like I had said before, everybody has theories of how we got here. What is the consciousness?
Cousin, if you don't mind, I know you say theory, and if you don't mind, I will define what I have as my perspective.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Your perspective, right?
Okay. Thank you very much. And we are fine with each other. No problem. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Perspective, theory, your outlook. It's all what I was saying before, that it's a supposition, but it is not definitive. It's, we still don't know. It's still, there's something behind it saying, well, I think this is what it could be. But as I study more and I look at the human organism, when I look at what's the rapid development of technology, it seems to be that the technology has been re-engineered from things that were found from the ancient past. So when these sites are discovered and they're looked into, they're militarized. And if you trace it back through history, you start to see, oh, what I see in this modern world seems to have been re-engineered from things that were found from an ancient world that possibly was destroyed somehow. Who knows? Natural cataclysm, maybe an intentional cataclysm. But this did not just be created by men's ingenuity. This was re-engineered. Like AI, they say a lot of people are pointing toward this is something that was discovered. This is something that when you look into ancient artifacts and you start to see the precursors to what these things could have came from, makes you wonder, well, where did those artifacts come from? So the mystery, like I mentioned before, gets deeper and deeper, and it's a mystery that we got to live with. We're not going to figure this out before we go into the next, and that's okay. But the thing is to understand that we're not going to figure it out fully. Now that takes a load off. It takes the certainty out of it, because to be certain about something, it's kind of like the beginning of the downfall, because now you put yourself in cement to where you can't really change. You say, no, I'm sure this is how humans got here. Like somebody had mentioned, it looks like the earth is being terraformed. Absolutely. And that's a direct observation that no matter what anybody can say, I would say to them, well, give me a reason why there's an acceptable limit of pollution in the water, in the air. I mean, we don't have blue skies anymore. We have like light blue skies, but not that dark blue or turquoise blue that we had in the 90s, in the 80s. As we look up the inventions that they have, this now brings it out of speculation to say, no, 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 these are patents that they have, patents for these fog mist generators that to be mounted on planes, patents, documents of tests that they have done on the human population. Anybody can look it up by spraying things, especially in St. Louis. They had a big test there many decades ago where they sprayed a fog, a cadmium, and other type of poisonous, a lot of other poisonous gases that eventually affected people. And this is not my opinion. This is something that people can look up. People can check this and say, hey, you know what? All right, I didn't know that tests are being done constantly. Everybody knows about the Tuskegee experiments, but there were many other experiments before that and after that. They focus on that to make people think that, yeah, they did that, but they don't do it anymore. No, it's like a lab. We live in a gigantic laboratory slash zoo slash farm. I don't know if the Bronx Zoo, I think they still have the cage where they held the man in that cage.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to push evolution on us with that. And I looked at that and I said, wow, this is horrible. It also has an exhibit with a mirror. And when you look at it, it has a caption that says the most dangerous animal.
Yes, I saw that.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I just continue my research to it really, the benefit of it is shows me where we did not come from, where people did not. When they try to tell me it happened by chance, and I look into the structure of cells, and I say, wait a second, 20 amino acids to form a protein, that's 10 to the 20th power to have that formed by chance. That number is extremely large. And usually proteins run about 100 amino acids, and they can even go up to thousands and 10,000s and telomeres, bone telomeres, and stuff like that. The astronomical numbers that it would take to try to form this by chance is ridiculous. It's to the point where you would be like, oh no, this is it. I tell people, okay, if you roll the dice and you get a 7, and say I tell you, well, you can't get a 5 and a 2 or a 6 and a 1. You got to roll a 4 and a 3 because that combination has to be perfect. And you say, okay, so yeah, you might be able to roll 100 of those, which is a stretch in a row, maybe even 1,000. But I don't think you can roll 1,000,000 or 10 million. You'll see where it becomes improbable. Nothing's impossible, but things are highly improbable. When you look at the blood clotting system, 12 major components. You miss one, you bleed to death. So that's not going to happen in step-by-step increments. So the first thing is to dismantle where we did not come from scientifically. So there is no way on a scientific, logic, and reasonable basis where life could have arose by chance and change into other life forms. Because this evolution theory, or religion as I call it, is basically the modern day blackface. When they make these models of an ape and a man, and I'm saying, wow, wait a second. And this is all based on fantasy. Oh, you found a bone in 3 feet of dirt, and there's no known dating technique that can date something for more than 35,000 to 70,000 years. So when they say 3 million, 4 million years, even the dating that can date them between 35 is incorrect. So very important. This knowledge is important because it's telling us what it couldn't be. So when you rule these things out, now you get to closer to say, wow, it's definitely not evolution. And I doubt very much it's a single religious deity. Because one thing I notice about the single deity religions, there's no, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Closet. There's no women there.
Right.
It's so funny that he mentioned that. Because I'm thinking when he's talking, I'm like, things come in threes. You think about it, like Trinity, the mind, body, the soul. And as he's talking, I'm thinking, this reminds me of that show based off that book, The 3-Body Problem, and how where they talk about like the quote unquote chaos theory, where things are with 2 objects, you can predict things, but when you throw a third, object in, so to speak, there's that unpredictability. But if there's just a small chance that there could be some sort of expectation, predictability, but it's not as big or likely when it's just the 2. So I don't know, just listening to him just kind of made me think about that show. Because I was like, wow, this show, I know it's based off of a book, but how it kind of talks about the different things that have happened in history and how one thing could have altered that outcome. And then it also talks about aliens too, but everything has aliens, I feel like, these days. But that's based off of a book that came out in quite some time ago. So
Right. I'm just jumping back in. I really don't know what's going on, but I'm jumping back in because Foxy, I had to come back for you. So
Yeah,
but
thank you.
but yeah, with the alien situation, I'm still like I understand like the surface level of it, and I'm getting real more deeper into the different species of aliens, so called. But I just need to just really tap into it for real. But that's where I'm at with it. Like I really have no knowledge on it. So I'm listening to y'all, and I'm just trying to find out different type of perspectives, and then I come up with my own truths and perspectives. So yeah, but when it comes down to that, like it's crazy, and they try to put on these movies like They Live, and like the movies we that have them coming out now with the Disclosure Day. It's like everything is always in alignment with that thought. um but it's deep, and I feel like everything that we attach our energy to um has some type of like relevancy to what we think and stuff as people. So I don't know. I just know everything is like a reflection of us, and we just have to really just tap deep into ourselves. Like that's how I feel about it, more than outside, and that's why I feel like religion is getting attacked, because they know that's not working no more on us. Not to say I'm bashing anybody, belief or what they need to make themselves feel empowered, but that's getting attacked because they know that's not working no more. The spell has been lifted, the veil has been lifted. So um it's deep, and that also that was in the movie, and it was getting attacked too a lot. So yeah, they know what's going on. So, and I mean by the people that control like the frequencies of the algorithm, and a lot of things. So
Yeah. I mean, the Alien movies, They Live was a profound movie. I think what I got from it was that when you get to see, when you train your mind to be able to see through the illusion, it's like putting on the glasses. So let's just say your mind is tuned to like the glasses that he put on, to where he can look through an advertisement and see the truth. So something that says sale, you look at it, yo, that means buy, consume, hurry up. They make the sale with a red letter, and red is an impulse color. So we can be controlled by colors as well. There's studies where if you stare at pink for 15 minutes, you start to calm down, blood pressure reduces. But if you continue for 30 minutes to an hour, you start to get like violent feelings. You can get an outburst. The fact that colors can control us, sounds and tones, and just the way a city is set up in the blocks, a supermarket.
Yes.
Yeah, this is all done by design. And when you start to see through it, that's where I say that's like when the guy put the glasses on and They Live and started to see through the illusion. But a year prior to that movie, another movie came out, The Believers, with Martin.
Mhm.
And that movie's the one they don't like to talk about a lot, with people sacrificing their own children to get powerful positions. And I'm not saying that anything like that is happening. People, again, have to come to that conclusion themselves. Because if you do say anything, they start to, the Agent Smith syndrome, that's what we call it. The Agent Smith comes out.
Right.
Yeah, you hit the wrong word or belief that they have, Agent Smith jumps out immediately. You're not talking to them anymore. You're talking to Agent Smith.
Right.
And what does Agent Smith try to do? Put you right back into the pod, into the matrix, where you're not thinking anymore. So we have to be careful of Agent Smiths that's in others, and wonder if Agent Smith has infected us, to where if somebody says something, our own Agent Smith might jump out and try to prevent us from learning, to say, hey, you know something, what I thought to be true might not actually be true.
And we see that case in point when we're talking about the Agent Smith or David, because remember they gave us a movie called AI with the I forgot what the little boy.
The young boy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that was maybe close to 20 years ago. So they were giving us the slow launch of, you know, what's to be expected, or what they have in store rather. And you know, it's like now, if we say something in these apps that go against their so-called guidelines, we're being timed out. We may even lose our channel. You know, and it's like the so-called truth tellers are being, you know, punished or ostracized because we're only repeating, which is the crazy thing. We're only repeating what they've been throwing at us for, I don't know, 100 years or so, 200 years. Like, we're only just repeating what they're saying. And what's the problem? So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we're in a thing, like, and I had said this earlier, and it touches nerves sometimes when I say we really don't know who we are, what we are, where we are, or when. You know, who knows, you know, what is time? Again, time is another trinity, time, space, and matter. And one cannot really exist without the other. Because if you have time and space, then what's in the space if you don't have matter? If you have time and matter, where is it? It has to have space for the matter to exist. And if you have matter and space, when is it if there's no time? And in studying that, I started to find some anomalies to say, okay, my theory scientifically would be, we know for sure as a fact, the present is creating the past. We can chart this chronologically. Just from the time I came on the stream, time has passed. It was recorded. So we can see this. That's empirical science. It can be observed, measured, repeated. Now, knowing that the present is creating the past slowly, second by second, can give rise to a theory that possibly the future is creating the present. So is this present moment possibly being created by the future? That, what does that give us? That gives us maybe a few answers to when people say what deja vu is, what something, a premonition, a psychic, forethought, clairvoyance. Could that be coming back to us in the present moment from the future? And maybe there's futures in front of that future. But we know when those things come back to the present moment, that could possibly explain some anomalies. But we know for sure that this present moment, either time is moving past us and creating the past, or we're stuck in the present creating the past. But either way, the past is being created, it's seemingly from the present moment. So just the concept of trying to understand, okay, I'm trying to understand time, trying to understand where we came from, how we genetically got here. And in the middle of that, I'm bombarded with all of these distractions, all of these, look over here, you know. Now, if aliens showed up, why would they, like, and this is the modernization, just propaganda. It's like they're going to say, ta-da, here we are. And that's right, you know, and just a logical thinking. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to believe the person that has been lying to me since I was a child. So this establishment is magically telling me the truth all of a sudden about aliens. The people that told me Christopher Columbus discovered America, George Washington couldn't tell a lie, magically they're not lying now, right? And that lets you know who you can trust. You really can't trust no one. You got to always be vigilant and be like, okay, is this person Agent Smith or is it them? I'm not sure.
That goes to questioning everything. Question everything. Question, if you can, everyone, so that you can come up with your own better understanding or understanding. But yeah, I don't think we're not going to know who we are, what we are. I mean, yeah, in 3D time, we know we're so-called human being, male, female, naturally, organically, not transformed. So that much we know. We know as far as our consciousness. I mean, they're still like just getting the study of, you know, when you leave your body, once you pass on. Like that study was done, I think 30 years ago, 40 years ago, where they can now probably detect that that's your consciousness leaving your body because your body loses like a certain matter of ounces or a pound or two. So they're equating that with, oh, that's the so-called soul that's leaving. So that's fairly relatively a new study. So yeah, we don't know, and we probably honestly maybe we'll know on the other side when we transition, but I've never spoken to the deceased ones to say, did you finally get it? I mean, it just shows when they come back to me that they are in their so-called world, and you know, whatever transactions that have to happen with them, then they go through it or whatever, or maybe not. But yeah, we're never gonna know. Like we're gonna still, for somebody. That's why I was saying to the brother earlier that it would be a disservice to me to only think that it's just me, that there's no other species, there's no other entities, spiritually, metaphysically, or physically. Like I would be stunting my learning growth if I didn't expand my mind and explore. And I'm also a Gen X, so I'll be 50 next month. So I'm still learning, still in the world of consciousness, learning, because that's what we do. That's what we should be doing.
Yeah, it gives life meaning beyond what the state is telling us meaning is, because we start searching for it ourselves. You know, the old saying, war is when the government tells you who the enemy is. Revolution is when you figure it out for yourself. And there's many types of revolution of the mind, the body, and more. This with like the thing you mentioned about the soul, again, the first thing that comes to mind with me is, okay, who is telling me this? So now they're trying to equate the soul to a spiritual. We don't even know. Like I ask people, what is the soul? What is the concept? Like, are you talking about the consciousness, the non-physical part? And then when these studies come out and they say, well, we waited and some wait, and I'm like, okay, who are you and why should I believe that you're magically telling me the truth now?
Right.
But again, it's like, what do I get, more importantly, what do they get from me believing that? And sometimes what they get is me stopping thinking, saying, hey, you know what? They solved it. Okay, I don't got to think anymore. I can go watch Disclosure or something like that. It's always waiting there. They are relentless. They are relentless trying to get us to believe them. And I see the comment with the Akashic records and stuff like that. And I mentioned to somebody with hieroglyphs, because I've studied archaeology for 2 decades and taken pictures, been to the museums, certain sites. And I told somebody, I said, look, we see with some religious documents that, of course, they might have some documentation, but then they have some stuff in there where we say, yeah, somebody kind of changed this here. Doesn't seem to be truthful. Why wouldn't people lie about other things? Like they'll get something like, and I'm not saying this in any type of attack toward the Akashic records, but it's to say, how do we know that they didn't lie? How do we know that somebody like a fiction writer today, somebody say, if they found one of these books that were purely fiction and they say, well, I found these records, and, that's where I'm coming from, saying, well, how do I even know that's not like, 1, purely fiction, 2, something that may have been true but was adulterated? What's the chances of it being the truth? And that's when reality starts to set in, like, wow, I got to go back to thinking again. And thinking is hard. That's why most people judge. It's much easier. Yeah.
The critical thinking, because you really have to, it's almost like so-called cracking, metaphorically speaking, cracking your brain open to think and think outside the box. And you're right. Yeah, that's where the attacks come in. That's where you are like the naysayers come in. They want to rebuttal what you have to say. And it's like, listen, I don't claim. And every time I go on either my live or anybody else's panel, I put the disclaimer, I am not a scholar. I am not a professional, and even you don't have to have degrees like that. But, I just read. I come from a family, or we come, because my sister's up here, where reading was very stressed upon us. My mother always ran that, you're bored, go read a book. I mean, till it was like kryptonite to hear, because it was like, oh my God, like I'm just, and she's like, go read a book, so whether, it's her or my grandmother telling me, don't read the comics first, you got to read the New York Times, like the serious stuff. And it's just like, come on. But it helped to broaden my knowledge, and that made me want to then, and getting on here on these platforms and listening to some of these phenomenal people that have been doing their own research and their studies and citing sources where I can go now and look for it and go on Amazon and, put on my list of the books that I want to get and stuff. Because that gives me, because I can't really take for granted what's given on the internet, nor can I take for granted or credence of what's written in the book either, because we know that they alter these books and whatnot. But it gives me some kind of like leverage or understanding of, okay, what's this, and then we cross-reference it. So if this book is saying, let's say just Christ consciousness, as somebody mentioned in the chat, and then another book cross-references it and deep dives into the so-called Christ consciousness, yes, then I have a better understanding, and then I can present and talk. But someone will then try to challenge that, and it's like, listen, first of all, I'm not here to debate. I'm actually here to learn and build. So just like we're doing right now, we're building. No one person, none one of us has the exact answer there, especially when we're talking about the so-called human. No, we're existing. Like you can't. That's why, you can't even go into these kind of arenas sometimes and talk with people, because they will always make it it's never a gray area. It has to be concrete, black or white. and that's it.
Yeah.
There's
No,
gray area in this.
yeah, it's many shades of gray. It's people. I tell them, I say, look, I don't debate, I don't argue. I've done it before, and I'm not going to say I never will do it again. But to grow is, like you said, to have a conversation. In a debate, it's a winner and a loser. You
Right.
don't learn. In a conversation, you don't present an argument because they'll try to sneak that in. Oh, the argument you're presenting. I'm not presenting an argument. I'm presenting evidence that we can conversate about, build upon that knowledge, and learn.
Mhm.
And if you look at just through the YouTube feed and feeds, it's always this guy destroyed this guy. He
Mhm.
and it's baiting us into that. Even AI, if you type in something in Google, what is this book, the premise? Oh, well, the author presents the argument. No, the author is presenting evidence. It's presenting an outlook. It is not presenting an argument. They try to keep us in this lower frame of thinking, and that the majority is like that. And this is why I say it's very close. When you look at any zombie movie, that's the majority of the population.
Mhm.
They're in the pod. And like Morpheus said, if they haven't been unplugged, they're still a threat because they'll defend the system that they're plugged into.
Mhm.
But to take it a step
Great
deeper,
point.
is even if you unplug them, how Cypher,
Exactly.
so even if you unplug them, so the only thing that protects us is our suspicions. And if somebody gets mad that you're suspicious about them, cut them off, because you can't even argue. They are Agent Smith already. They're only there to try to. It's like, oh, okay, so I can't suspect that. Okay, all right, cut them off, and it is growing. A man wrote about this in concentration camps. Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He had the theory of stupidity. And another guy wrote a book about it, the basic laws of human stupidity. And this is not an insult or any type of slur. It is a description. A stupid, to be in a stupor, to be in a daze. And this is the person that doesn't maliciously try to hurt you. This is the person that so-called drops the grenade. Oh my goodness, I didn't mean it. Boom, and everybody's gone. So they didn't do it out of maliciousness. They did it out of pure stupidity and not foreseeing and not being careful. So evil will show itself. Somebody who's malicious, evil, whatever they want to call it, it has an intentional purpose. Stupidity is random. We are defenseless against that. That's like somebody we know. It's like you tell them, okay, put this vase over there on that shelf, and they're like, okay, I got it. I'm walking, and they trip and fall, and it breaks, and you say, man, I should have did that myself. So stupidity, we're defenseless against that. And it seems as if the malicious have weaponized the stupid. And it grows in a social sense. Like Bonhoeffer said, that stupidity is more sociological than it is psychological. So if you ever look at any type of crowds, you see the stupidity flowing through it at a very fast rate. Any type of sports event, political event, religious institute. Once you see those crowds, the thinker is never really found in a crowd. It's the person that walks away from the crowd, because you can't think in a crowd. When you're in the crowd, you got to stop. Yeah, say, what am I doing here? Who got us under a spell of mind control to where we gathered here today? To what? Listen to somebody? And with the advent of the internet, we don't even need to do that anymore. We can find people, throughout the internet, try to connect with them. And yeah, it's like I get into a lot of debates. Well, not really debates, but almost to the point where there are even arguments in private with some of my co-hosts. And matter of fact, I did the stream last night about Idiocracy. It's that movie was prophetic about what we see today. The president hosted a big show in Idiocracy in the Capitol, and what we see the other day, Idiocracy on display in New York.
I coined him, just to cut you off really quickly, but I call him the brilliant idiot. That's my
Yeah.
nickname for him, because in some ways, in some things, I can see the intelligence, but then outwardly there's this stupidity. Like, it's just like he says and does stupid things. And that's why, like, he's a brilliant idiot.
Well, he is the 2.0 version of the stupidity that George Bush Jr. brought forth. Remember, he was a raving idiot. So
Yeah, absolutely.
they refined the idiot, and we knew that George Bush Jr. was given orders from behind. We knew that he was the puppet. The puppet master had the hand up his back. The same thing with Donald Trump. Same
Right.
thing with Biden. Same thing with Obama. The thing with Dump is that we see on display idiocracy. We see it like they all morals down the drain. It's like, I mean, it just open hatred, just open hatred and stupidity. And I'm not a fan of any president. You know, like I said before, it's a presiding officer. It's just another cop.
Right.
And people don't look at it. This is how deep the illusion goes. They'll think the cops are separate. Oh no, this is a politician. That's just a cop in a suit. What are you, crazy? It's like, you can never trust the government. I have to be suspicious of anybody that does. And that's not nothing slanderous to them. It's protection for myself. It's being that it's saying that, look, you're so stupid that you'll accidentally reveal any plan. I can't tell you anything. You're going to drop the grenade, and you're not going to do it wanting to kill us. You're going to do it by accident because you're stupid. And any of us can do that. So we have to keep aware of our mind and how we're thinking, and try to foresee, say, okay, I'm going to put this over there on the shelf. And of course, I'm going to look at the ground to make sure when I walk over there, I can set it on the shelf safely, especially if it's an object that's very valuable. The stupid person, you hand, oh yeah, okay, and they'll run up, they trip, boom, they drop it. And you say, wow, this person did not mean to drop it, but it shows me how defenseless we are against stupidity. And it usually comes from people we love, friends, because we can see it clearly in people we don't know. But to acknowledge it, there's like a thing where people try to shame us. Oh, you know, you shouldn't call people stupid. Well, they shouldn't act stupid. You know, it's like, I'm not calling them anything derogatory. If I was to say that guy's wearing a blue jacket, it's a description. Same thing as if he's acting stupid. Look at the celebration they had with the basketball game. They
Right.
forced school buses. I mean, you look at animalistic. This
Right.
people got stabbed, there's somebody shot. I said, what? And this is why I don't support none of this. Like, I actually get into a lot of conversations, but even to the point where they could be considered debative, but about music. My co-host is a very strong advocate of, you know, when I mention to him, because I stream every night, I'm going to tell him, I'm like, man, I don't know what it is, but like, I've noticed, you know, you're wearing a Tupac hat. And
This is
him and I
today.
yeah, we would go back and forth on that. And he's like a very strong advocate. I grew up in the hip hop era, and I just can't support it at all anymore, because I told him, I said, look, as far as I'm concerned, it seems that what he did was very detrimental to everyone. And rap music did what rock music couldn't. It infiltrated through cultures. Black communities didn't pick up rock as much as white communities picked up rap. And as soon as they made their so-called Lord and Savior, Eminem, it infected all of the white communities and other communities as well. Just the way Tupac destroyed Black communities by getting people to call themselves the N-word as if it was some type of endearment, is the same way I tell my friend, I said, listen, if a woman calls herself the B word or the H word or sloop, I said, you see how degrading that is, right? I said, it's very degrading. I said, it's just as degrading when people call each other the N-word. I said, it's a win for the other side. And he'll get into, well, you know, he sacrificed himself, or, you know, put, you know, out there to tell us the truth. I was like, really? I said, really? And then I have to realize that the conversation is not really going to go that far. The beats, the tones are made to open us up. And then when the lyrics come in, you know, because he'll tell me, oh, well, Tupac, you know, he did this. I said, well, was that before or after he sodomized the woman in the club? Tell me. And then he'll get, oh, man, you bringing that up. Of course I'm going to bring that up, because you don't go from a ballet dancer to a gangster. Gangsters never tell you they're gangster. The real gangsters are doing life, or they're pushing up.
They're not here. Yeah, or they're not here.
Yeah, straight up. They're fertilized.
So being that I get it because I know that there is a psyops with everything, media, whether it be, you know, music, written, or, you know, on TV. These powers that shouldn't be know how to manipulate and control what they want to be put out there for the masses. You know, I've heard everything from, you know, Pac being an informant and working with the government, and maybe if that's the case, because him being an artist, there's some form of working with the government. I mean, I respect what he's saying. What I respect, there's certain songs that resonate with me that at a time of where I was going through in my life, like that's where it was. I don't go into these disputes and debates in regards to Tupac, just like I don't go into them with the sports, you know, because it's like a religion. People will definitely get in their feelings about, you know, something that they really like, you know, and it's their religion, you know. At the time I was very excited, and I was an avid Pittsburgh Steelers fan for the football team, and so avid about them that I tattooed them on my body. I tattooed the sign, their logo on my body. Now I haven't watched football period in years, and I don't watch any other sports like that. So I'm like, great, now I'm not going to get it removed, but it's just like, you know, you become a fanatic with, you know, these your musicians, these sports teams, and it's like these people, they don't care about you because they're just getting money. They're harvesting your energy every time you step into a football field and you're screaming and you're shouting, right? They're harvesting that energy. And so I understand it, you know, but yeah, I don't really push back too much on Pac, but I get where people are coming from with certain things about him, and they're entitled to say what they feel. I mean, I'm not gonna not hear somebody out about it, because that's, again, me being, you know, closed-minded. It would be a disservice for me not to hear or learn or grow from opening up my consciousness to what somebody else has to say.
Mm-hmm. No,
I have a question, and I don't mean to cut anybody off.
You're good.
I didn't catch your name. I'm trying to figure that out.
Mine is Maxed Out from Architects of
Maxed Out. Okay. Yeah. Well, nice to meet you unofficially. But listening to what you say, like, everything is captivating. Like I said before, I appreciate everybody that's on the panel, even in the comment section. It's really it's rewarding to, you know, hear people out and have this kind of discussion and this platform to have that discussion, because two things that you touch base upon is about the stupidity. It's like when you have these kind of conversations with people and you can just see the dumbfounded look or the look that they give you in disgust, and it's like, I'm not the idiot. You're the idiot. But I don't mean to, like, in my head, I'm saying that because I'm like, well, how can you not challenge and not wanting to expand? But that's just me. So I like appreciate when you touch base upon that. But my question, and it's more of like a thought-provoking question based off of when we talked about the English language, how it's, you know, spell casting in a sense. What is your take about rewriting like the word, like the N word and the B word, as opposed to, you know, taking the negative connotation behind it and reframing it to be empowering. I think that has a lot to do with the culture. What is your take on that?
I would say just feel the energy. If people, instead of using the N word, the B word, the H word, if they just call themselves brothers and sisters, you feel the energy, the love, the beauty, the connection in that. Um, Instead of trying to take something that was meant to break somebody's being, you know, just to say, okay, I can. It's like taking something that fell into a porta potty, a cup, something that you would use to drink out of. You say, look, there's no cleaning this. You have to throw this out. So there's no salvaging it. And I've noticed that I have a good friend, he owns a barbershop, and we touch on this a lot. And he goes, yeah, man. He goes, it's like calling yourself stupid, 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 stupid. I said, yeah. I said, with a beat behind it. And I used to use it a lot, you know, in private. Friends, you know, will talk to each other. And I said, look, you know, it's not good to do this. I said, these words have an energy. And when we look at people, when I look at people that say that word, whether it be the B word, the H word, the N word, I look at them and I say, I really don't want to be associated with this. I told my friend, I said, how would you feel if you're sitting, say, at a restaurant, even though we don't go to restaurants really, but say you're in a public place with your parents and you hear four guys constantly saying that word. I said, it embarrasses me. I said, and I understand the part in the movie Crash when the guy looks at Ludacris and he says, you embarrass me. You embarrass yourself. It's, you know, it's a part of self-degradation disguised as if it's not self-degradation. And the controllers are so psychologically ahead of people, they'll have things like, well, we can salvage this, we can, you know, no, there's really no salvaging it. It's saying like, all right, that word is a word that holds an energy to it, that regardless how it's used, it's going to be felt with that negative energy. And it causes division, it causes degradation. I just don't see where women can call each other B's or H's or S's and actually be thinking that, wait a minute, so that's respectful? It's like, well, the way you really know is like, would you call yourself that in front of your parents? Now, the problem is most people don't have parents that care. Their parents will be saying the word because we don't have crack babies now. We have like great grand crack babies. When I was growing up, that was the first start of crack. Now you got grand crack and great grand crack babies. And it's like, this is a serious, the fluoride stare. Exactly. They give you the floor. Imagine being at a rap or rock or pop concert and trying to talk to somebody about microplastics or fluoride. Mm-hmm. They're not there to hear about that. They're there to get stupid. What was that? I remember a song from Just Ice. I think it was from the 80s, Cole Getting Dumb. I think, Getting Dumb, you know, and the beat was fire. Mm-hmm. And that's what they get you with. Oh, yeah, we Cole Getting Dumb, man. We keeping it stupid. And that's exactly what the controllers want. I mean, that was a drug.
Well, so to segue what you're saying about this music, how it changed, because we're the same, about the same age as being Gen Xers, that listening, just case in point, as an example, would be rap music, because before hip hop, it was rap music. That's what it was labeled as. It was organic, and it was conscious. You had groups like Public Enemy and De La Soul and Brand Nubians, right? That was giving us a consciousness other than the shoot 'em up, kill 'em, and all that other jazz, right? And the powers that shouldn't be caught on to how it was awakening, you know, the urban children, if you will, and shifting their consciousness. So that was too much. And then they had to throw in the mid 90s that the so-called gangster music and Dumb You Down, and Snoop Dogg presenting the St. Ives beer and putting it in with the music so that, you know, it's cool to, and that was the first drink that I ever had when I got drunk, was a St. Ives. I purposely bought it because Snoop Dogg was advertising it, and I was 15 years old, 15, 16, and I got what they call white girl wasted. I was out and down with this. But just to show as an example that, you know, listening, knowing that we shouldn't, but we did. And prior to that, we had songs like Self-Destruction, like don't do drugs, don't, you know, groups, you know, that came together on the consciousness. These people knew exactly what they were doing. They co-opted something that was organic and just for the kids, and then shifted it and then labeled it as hip hop, so that it loses that the consciousness of it. Now you have the so-called conscious rappers, underground, or a Kendrick Lamar kind of person. But for the most part, like the groups that we saw back in the 80s, late 80s, 90s, that's I don't think that'll ever come back, because as long as these grimy devils have their hands in usurping the music and keeping it at a certain frequency, you know, you're going to keep having what did you say, great grand crack babies who are now the great crack mamas. These kids now, I mean, we saw it case in point with the Knicks celebration, that, like my sister said, it's the generation, like we wouldn't, these people on this panel would not go terrorizing after a celebration, but those are the great grand crack babies that was doing that. Because who else is doing? Because no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, well, they also had. I wouldn't exonerate everybody from our generation, but
no,
I mean,
absolutely not. No.
Yeah, I get a lot of pushback when I tell people, when they bring up positive rap, and I said there's no such thing. And the same thing with rock and pop. I said a guy calling himself a thug or a gangster, demeaning and degrading himself, is just like the song AC/DC came out with, Dirty White Boy, from the late 70s and 80s. I told guys, I said, how do you think people would look at you running around? I used to hear guys singing that. They're just a dirty white boy. Same thing when a guy's saying, I'm this jigger doing this and that. Same thing, different music genre. It's all brainwashing. Like when you talked about the Self-Destruction song, and that's a song where the words, it's a chant, it's a mantra, a spell to bring yourself to doom. Think of the hook, self-destruction, you're headed for self-destruction. Right. Why would you want to repeat that and sing it? And they look at the video, they're morbid. And you already know, when I met Africa Bambaataa back in 2009, I didn't know at that time he was doing all the stuff behind the scenes. And then to have other rappers come out and defend him, you know, which I have listened to their work, but then I realized, I said, okay, you can learn something from everybody. A broken clock is right twice a day. That doesn't mean it works. This is why when I look at it, all rap itself, music on the whole, blues, rock and roll, they were trying to push this music to jail pipeline back with Elvis, the jailhouse rock, you know?
Correct.
Right? And people try to say, oh, well, I'm like, no, this is the government behind this. Right. You know, black or white or whatever people did not create rap music or rock music, and all skin folk ain't kinfolk. That's a fact. I tell people the first person to turn you in is the person that looks like you. They'll run back and say, Massa, he tried to loosen my chains. There we go. And they turn into the dude from the movie Life with the gunline boss. You know, it was a black dude keeping the black prisoners in line. Gunline boss, you know. So you really, like I had mentioned before, suspicions is the only thing. And the moment you become sus, I got to back off a little and say, all right, you know, I'm not just going to throw the baby out in the bathwater, but we're going to have to put a little check mark over here for suspicion. We see that rap to me was built on the closet. It came all of it. It just, you look at it and it's like, for that to be happening back in the late 70s with Bambaataa, because I'm only a few years older than you, but I grew up with a lot of people that was into that. When I was 10, I remember knowing people, I have older siblings. So I got to see, I remember records from the late 70s, like by Blowfly, a rapper, which mothers knew, hey, I've seen black mothers defend the look, listening to every word, coming out of the kitchen. And we were kids, saying, oh, look, it's just Rapper's Delight. And what is Rapper's Delight? The corny, clowny buffoon. Hip, it's like, what? I don't want to be a clown. And you got LL selling anger and braggadocious. My radio, it's like, what about learning? What about becoming somebody that can create a car company? What about an airplane company? No, it's stay stupid, fight one another. Matter of fact, fight each other over sneakers. Value sneakers and Lees and a bomber jacket or a sheepskin more than educating yourself, than making a sheepskin coat company. You see, and this is what rap does. When you look at they've always been clowns. They've always been clowns, and this is no disrespect.
Well, I would say it's more of the people that are behind the scenes. I wouldn't say necessarily because even though we were young, we still had a consciousness of the music. At least I did.
Well, we thought.
Right. And so in our mind's eye, we're not thinking, because I didn't look at the self-destruction song as anything negative other than it being a positive movement, a positive song. And I mean, did it work? No, because we're still here today with the same mess. But I mean, my 12-year-old self, 13-year-old self was looking at that like that was a great song. So I couldn't think that no, they should be, creating their own entertainment system and doing, like, now I could say that, but as a little kid, no way. Like, I'm listening to that, and you have to, and then I mean, if you do know, don't know, like I said, how it's all was coming out was because it's something almost in a revolutionary way where, okay, they were taking out certain programs in the inner cities, where if you go up to the suburbs of, Westchester County or even past that, they have all the home ec, they have the music, they have the arts there. And the only way that was happening in the inner city was if you go to a specialized school. So the children that were in this, they're the products of the revolution. Some are the products of the revolutionary parents. That it was all, well, mostly organic and good in quotes, in air quotes, in its infancy, in its beginning.
Well, remember they had to create a lie that hip hop was created in the Bronx and all of this stuff. And I'm not saying this because I was born in Brooklyn, but you can find on YouTube rappers from the 1940s.
Oh, yeah, doing the scat, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when I look at that, I say, then why all of this braggadocious of, it was created here and there? I've never seen two country singers want to kill each other. I've never seen two classical musicians, not even pop stars, but maybe now. Only rap. And the self-destruction song, when you think of that, just think of the hook, think of the mantra, somebody going around singing that. It sounds like they're brainwashing themselves to say that they're headed for self-destruction, because that's the hook. Self-destruction. You're headed for self-destruct. Why wouldn't I say I'm headed for success? Instead of singing, you're headed for self-destruction.
Yeah, but did you say that when you were as a child, as a teenager, listening?
I never liked the song. That song never vibed with me. I
Okay.
remember listening to My Philosophy.
Okay.
There was only a few songs I used to go to the Bronx a lot, and Manhattan. I had a sister that lived there, and it was like I was a bootleg type of person. I wasn't trying to buy a record in the store. When I was very young, yes, because there wasn't no bootleg in the early '80s, as much as there were in the '90s. They were everywhere. And my brother-in-law, he's into the music business. One of his father's like one of the jazz musicians. So I learned a lot about how you get into this business through nepotism, through the bloodline, through people you know. You can be the best rapper in the world. You ain't getting in. You got to know somebody, or really what I see now, it's you got to go through the closet to get in. And that's from back in the beginning. I mean, you look at these guys that people think are straight males are anything but. And again, this is not me trying to like make fun of somebody or whatever. We know that the modeling industry was created by gay men. We know that the bodybuilding created by gay men. Rap seems to be the same thing, just like rock and pop. Now, they had an interview on Doggy Diamonds with Scott LaRock Jr. years ago. And it wasn't a coincidence that I don't watch his channel that much. I used to a little bit here and there. But for me to catch that interview with Scott LaRock Jr. saying, KRS and Kenny Parker and all these guys that he writes about, I see and all of them. He goes, I don't know these guys.
Right.
They basically, that's the game. It was never about helping people. It was about destroying people. Self-destruction, the reason that we didn't see it get better was because it wasn't designed to make it better. It was designed to make it worse. And that's what we saw happen. So if we put that premise in, if we say the song was meant to do good, but it didn't happen. No, we put the premise in, the song was meant to destroy the youth. And that's what we see. Oh, we saw that happen. Because the first people trying to push the N-word were NWA that was before Tupac.
Right, before Tupac, yeah.
He was a ballet dancer. Like, I don't know if you've seen the pictures with him in the tub.
I've seen Tupac. I know most of Tupac's background inside and out. So
yeah. So it's nothing against the person personally, but it's like the circus cannot exist if the clown doesn't step on stage. Right. So we can say, well, we were young and all of this stuff. The circus cannot exist if the clown doesn't step on stage. And that's so the big tent ain't gonna. They built the big tent, all of this stuff. Hey, come on, you got people begging. I mean, Oda Benga, when he was put in the cage in the Bronx Zoo, he wanted. He they took him from the tribe. He went back. His whole tribe was dead. He had to come back. He eventually, I think, ended up offing himself. I mean, you put a guy in a cage holding a chimpanzee to tell people, look, this is where these people come from. And I don't hear no rappers talking about that. Not when it first came out. And then if they do, it's not in a way to learn. It's in a way to hate. Oh, look at what so-and-so did to us and all of this. And it's like, wait a second, can we get past that and kind of, yeah, and I really like with this comment, I just don't see the conscious. I see highly orchestrated, laboratory created material to make us think it's conscious with a detrimental effect to it. Because out of the 40, 50 years that hip hop has been modernized, I would guess is the word, I haven't seen a progression toward betterness. I've seen a detriment toward it getting worse and worse to the point where it's.
But that goes back to, yes, you're right. There is a detriment, but it also goes back to these people, meaning the powers that shouldn't be, that have a hold over the collective of any genre of music, that they will tell you, this is going to go through. No, this won't fly. Case in point, I was having this conversation with my son, that, if we're going to sit here and ridicule Cardi B and Sexy Red, well, you have to go back to the 90s when Little Kim came out with her bikini top and bottom, and it was plastered all over Manhattan's billboards. And, that was like, oh, big time at that point, because the girls, myself included, we're wearing our big baggy clothes, we're hiding our body, and here little Kim goes. So nobody really brings that into the conversation. They just want to like bash this new girl, Sexy Red, and it's her thing is disgusting, but you have to go back to the grandmother, or to the mother figure, that little Kim was actually the one. But that's all because that was designed, because before that you had Queen Latifah with positivity, right? They were covering themselves, MC Light. It's almost like they, we dressed as the boys, and kept ourselves ladylike in that sense. But after that late 80s going into the 90s, and then Little Kim and then Foxy coming out with the, their risque outfits, it was like, I don't think she woke up and said, yeah, I'm going to throw on this little bikini top and go sell and show my body off. She's working for an industry that pays her. So
Right.
either she checks out or is like, no, I'm not doing this, or she's going along with the program, and they most likely choose to go with the program.
Right. So to piggyback off
Go
what you
ahead, Brother
said,
Jordan.
this is one of my favorite segments because I'm an artist myself. I don't I'm like a soul singer type, Curtis Mayfield, Marvin Gaye type, like Raphael Deep type artist. But with that being said, two things. The reason why the music it is, and from my perspective, the way the music is today, is because the first one, when we let someone or some people come and make the music a business, that was the first problem, because you don't make craft from the soul a business. It's supposed to be a community based thing anyway. So when it became a business, that's when people started seeing how much money is made with certain genres like disco, funk, hip hop. That's where we at now today. And when it came to hip hop has so much of a huge influence on the community, especially the young folks, that it's seen that. So they're gonna infiltrate all that to keep the young mind confused and watered down to a point of not knowing who they truly are. So that's where we are today. So it's not really that the music is, the music plays a important part with it, the frequencies and stuff like that, but it's actually the consumer. It goes back to the consumer. So if it goes back to community based, we got to take it back if we're willing to take it back. But people are too uh comfortable with the listening and stuff like that. So I don't think it's gonna ever go back. But you have underground singers and rappers that's still trying to keep that sound alive. So like I said, go back to consumer. Are we willing to really make change with the way music is and take it back to the community base by supporting certain individuals that we know are not part of the agenda? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's not. We got to take a stand at some point. We can't keep looking for mainstream to give us individuals or artists that we think gonna say things for us. It actually goes back to us as a community base and support people that we know not part of the agenda. But like I said, they push things and they do things, and people say, "Oh, that's the one. That's the one." Nah, and it's never that. There's always a game behind. There's always propaganda. There's always the agenda behind that person they pushing. So until then, I'm gonna continue making my music, and whoever support, cool. If not, I'm gonna still push my message to the end of time. So that's why that's why I end with that. Hope y'all understand what I'm
Okay.
saying.
No, I get it. I get on both sides. I understand rather of it. But what I will say is that for my, I guess it would be defense, if you will, at 12, 10, 12, even the case in point with Michael Jackson, right? Uh, and I don't even want to get too far into that, because it gives me confliction, because listening to it with my mother, she had a couple of Jackson 5 records, and then
Right.
growing up, seeing him do the Thriller, and then having Janet Jackson's album, like these songs and these artists kind of, now I won't say shaped me, but they
Mm,
shaped what I heard and listened to. And then you throw in these allegations and stuff, and it's like, whoa, like, again, you can't get any bigger than the system, and if you do, then we're gonna send out the hound dogs on you and
right.
throw miscellaneous accusations out to you. So if they can't get you with drugs, they'll get you with women. They can't get you with women, they'll say that you are a PDF file. So, I was young listening to this music. Did I act out on any of that besides just dancing, generally dancing? That's it. That's as far as I acted out. Was I, and as I got older as a teenager, yes, I started sipping on some St. Ives and smoking some weed and getting a little risky because I was a teenage mom. Okay. So, but
Right.
it wasn't because they said to do it, but it was just around us. So as a younger child, I'll say I didn't know any difference. But as a teenager, yeah, you know the difference. And now as an adult, can I defend them? No. I understand what the agenda is.
Right. And that's
Will I listen
why,
to some of the music still? Maybe.
yeah.
But I understand there's a bigger machine out there that's pumping and doing this purposely to most of the genres, and specifically rock and roll, but highly rap. Because you have all, like Brother Max was just saying, you have all different ethnicities now that are like really tapped in with rap music. That's like the number one thing. They're not listening to R&B, and they don't even have the R&B like that the way they did. Remember, as we were talking this morning, Brother Jordan, with the Marvin Gaye, they don't even have that type of soulful music anymore.
Nope. So and then when somebody bring it out, like me or many others, they just be like, oh, he really not really, having a vocal like Chris Brown. It's not meant to have a vocal like Chris Brown. You have a gritty, soulful, experienced voice that understood and went through life and living through it while singing it. That's a different type of R&B than just some regular romance R&B, and that's its layers to R&B. So I don't think they really understand. But yeah, go ahead with your point. I just wanted to put that out there.
I think my sister wanted to bring up a point.
Oh yeah, I was gonna share a little anecdote because I thought it was funny. I don't think you ever know this because you already had moved out. But when you talk about the music and how it shapes you, and as me being your younger sister, and remember, and this would age all of us because if there's anybody younger than myself listening, when the CDs had the explicit disclaimer, had that little thing on the corner that would say the explicit whatever, and you had left an NWA CD in the entertainment system, and I'm over here used to listening before it was Kids Bop. It was something else that I grew up listening to, and all the Britney Spears, Timberlake, that kind of music. I guess my rap would have been Eminem, so to speak, but I listened to that and it was like listening to porn, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is what my sister was listening to. And for me, it was like a culture shock. Not that I haven't heard or seen things, but just to listen to it in music, it was, I wouldn't say life-changing, but it was a shock. I was like, what is this? Like how do people listen to this? And I'm a young, kid, and I'm like, damn, is this what's on a lot of these explicit CDs? And then now as I'm much older and comparing to like the music that we hear now, it just changed people, but the message is still the same. It's still going to be sex sells. It's still going to be, and I guess it was Jordan. I'm sorry if I don't know people's name. I'm just trying to,
yeah, that was Jordan.
Piggyback off of what he was saying. It is the consumer, and it goes back to in the comments. I think Kane was saying about how white people, the suburban kids, they're the ones who are eating up this gangster rap and this type of music. They're the ones who are really paying the money and will continuously pay the money. One, if they glorify that, and also because I don't know if it empowers them in a sense that they're living vicariously through others' music because they cannot change how they grew up, but they're the number one people paying into all of this. And there has been a study that most consumers, most people watching the media would rather, so to speak, eat up or tune into when it's negative than it is positive. They did a study on, I believe it was aired on PBS, and they try to show news that was positive and the viewership went down. But once they showed negative things and stuff that was kind of, graphic or disturbing, the viewership goes up. It's part of the human nature. It goes back into a circle. So there's a lot of stuff to take into consideration to dissect why it is what it is. And then when you use and you correlate other things, whether it be race, using Black people as the form of entertainment, it all kind of comes together. That's all I had to say.
My pushback would be, I don't think it's nature. I think it's conditioning. Like even back then, the average person, the adolescent by 8 to 10 years old would have already seen almost over 5,000 violent acts on television. So this is conditioning. It conditions us to where when we see positive things, we're not as attracted to it because we've been conditioned to see negative things. So now, and they do this on a genius level. So now when they say, well, the positive stuff doesn't sell, here is the negative stuff. It's like, of course it's going to sell because that's all I've seen since I've watched the television up until 10 years old. You can see people murder each other and do things, but you can't see love and compassion, anything with sexuality. Not to say that kids should be seeing that. When you look at it, right. These are we are conditioned to the violence. I don't think it's a natural thing. They want to say, hey, this is.
I would only debate that, and I know that we talked about not debating, but I would counter that as far as beginning our history as a race of people have shown that we are more prone as our animalistic nature, which is what, when you do study of a lot of, like, when you look at even serial killers or sociopaths, it's like it is part of our nature to feed off of something that is not positive. From the beginning of time, before the development of technology and music and all this other stuff, I mean, certain groups of people thrive off of that kind of thing. And I wouldn't say that those people are conditioned. Those are the people who are conditioning. I don't want to make it into race, but I'm just speaking from observation. As being a biracial person, I can see that the conditioning would be by a lot of, one group of people. And I don't know. I mean, I could be digressing and I could be going off on a tangent, but I would say that could be debated if we go back into, time of when people, when civilizations have been built up, that it is just part of that. But
I hear what you're saying, but let's think about this because we don't have the debate. We can think about it and conversate and build upon what you said. Before the beginning, of time, going back however long, how do we even know what happened back then? It's like I had mentioned before, let's begin where we are. We don't know. So when people say, well, back they did this, it's like, well, do we have a time machine? How can somebody even verify that? So if we stay in the present moment of what we have and we say, okay, we can speculate about certain things, but they want us to think that it's animalistic. When I look at it and I say, well, wait a minute, how does that even come about? Race is a social construct pushed by political power. So one writer, I think Coates is his last name.
I can agree on.
Yeah, he wrote that race is not the father of racism, it is the child. And I've studied science for a very long time and saw how they twist it. I mean, you're not biracial. You are a product of two human beings that look different. That takes the edge off of this word that is meant to split a person. I have a friend who he has his father and his mother's different, and he tells me he doesn't know, he feels confused. And I said, that's because you're trying to identify with these categories that they made up. I said, you're a person, man. I said, you're a person. I said, this is why I said before, ain't all skin folk ain't kin folk. That what the person, your biggest enemy physically is the person that looks like you, the person that you will not suspect. That's why I said our suspicions are the only things that can protect us. So if somebody says, well, it's in your nature, it's like, not my nature. They can only speak for themselves. And when I look at it from an outside, you can see more looking at somebody than you can even looking at yourself. You just see it from a different vantage point. They can help you, you can help them to say, hey, this is what I see. This is why people have coaches. Look, when you throw that hand, you drop your left. You got to keep it up, because they're noticing stuff that you're not noticing you're doing when you're training, when you're writing, when you're thinking even. And it is getting worse and worse to where this zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead, basically, it's hard to even like get through in certain conversations. I know I don't even try to get people to see the detriments of music. Now, I'm not saying all music, but there are some instrumental music and some just straight vocal or a cappella that are beneficial, that could make a person feel a little better when they're exercising. I would say it's music without lyrics, and then there could be some that are lyrics without music. But one thing for sure, music controls. What's the old saying? Music calms the savage beast. So whatever the controllers are, just look at us as savage beasts. We're constantly told it's in our nature. And this goes for all people of all colors. Now, are we going to listen to that? If they're telling me music calms the savage beast and they're using this music, as I see, to control people, so it's basically 2 + 2 = 4. And people will hug this until they die. Now, with the music comes a uniform. And this uniform back in the day was a gold rope chain, idolizing the noose that people were hung by, not even knowing that they're idolizing it. Why would you want a gold rope chain? Why would you want boots with a tree on it, Timberland boots with the tree, possibly that people were hung from while they're wearing the idolized gold? A chain is a chain, whether it's gold or steel. It's meant for bondage. Then you have other parts of the uniform, the Lees, the sneakers that are idolized more than education, the leather jacket or the sheepskin, the Kangol, which was produced by a war company from Australia to England. So a bomber jacket, that's a leather bomber jacket from Air Force bombers. That's why it's called. So it's like it's always some type of violent thing. And now the costume has changed. We've seen the costume, the rap costume, change throughout the generation. And we have the rock costume too. Remember when in the 80s they had the rock guys dressing up like women with the hair and the tight pants, and all of it is closet. Like even with MC Light came out, I think she came out with her wife or something, girlfriend. Never a feminine.
Yeah, years, but it was years later. That's what I'm saying. Like, I guess it will sound like pushback, but I'm defending my 12, 13-year-old self because I didn't know any better. My parents, yeah, they should have known better. But I was a product of that 80s, coming off of disco. They partied and hung out, and for 5 years I didn't have nobody around me, but it was me and my parents. And so I was around in adult situations that is like partying and drinking, and so when hearing this music, and I wasn't listening to all detriment, like the rap music at that time growing up wasn't what I'm hearing now. Tupac came later on. So all I'm just saying is that I'm defending that younger kid that was listening to what I felt was conscious and positive, in quotes, music. Did I want to get a gold chain? No, I wore the African mandalas and the Nefertiti earrings. I went that route. But to wear those gold chains was just letting us know that it's a status. You arrived, you got money. That's
I mean, you chose a different uniform. It was still a uniform. I remember when they had X-Clan with the boots. Yeah, boots and braids. It's a uniform. And I would say you're not a product of the 80s. They tried to turn you into a product. So you're not a product because they want to get us to think that way. You don't have to defend your 12, 13-year-old self. You just got to let it go and say that person is dead. That person doesn't exist anymore. Maybe you're back in time in a time machine, but you are the culmination of all of that. So that looking back on that gets you to say, you know what? I don't ever want to be like that. I am not that 12, 13-year-old anymore. So you don't have to defend that 12, 13-year-old. You let that go.
I'm only defending her right now because of what I'm hearing. And that's all. Like, everyday life, it's like I'm the adult, I'm the 50-year-old, and listen, you know what I mean?
Smith. Like that's the Agent Smith, the 12, 13-year-old defense. That's Agent Smith coming out saying, I have to, and I'm not saying this in a bad way because we all have Agent Smith that pop up. We don't, the truth never has to be defended. The truth is like a lion. You let it go, it takes care of itself. So to say, when I listen, I had the tapes listening to Rock the Bells and all of that. And I listened to rock music too. I had friends in a diverse group. And I look back and I just don't see nothing positive from any of it. Now, what happened. I posed a question. What if people or anybody that listens to music or makes music or spends so much time on this music era, what if they put that much energy into development of, say, technology, of a business, something that is actually that you can see the results on, not a pipe dream saying, well, I got to get signed or I got to get this.
We got a person here, a brother Hurricane, that has done that and has worked with the youth. So it's not just making music. I mean, and that's far and field, because you got to remember that the industry is a whole conglomerate to us 4 or 5 people here.
Well, the industry, that's just part of the problem. It's like getting stuck on something that is industrial as a product right now and not improving that and making the previous one obsolete. Like CD discs were made obsolete by what? A better model, the MP3. You can store more. Same thing like going back before the CD to the cassette tape, to the phonograph, the record vinyl, even before that to the 8-track, the reel-to-reel. All of this comes from reconnaissance. The television set, that's military. If you can see what the enemy is doing through a device, that's power. And then they take that and they turn it into a type of mind control brainwashing. Video games were basically flight simulators. And we see how it captivates, it captures the mind. If you ever look at somebody listening to music, watching a program, they look like they're in a state of mind control. We're adults.
When Nintendo came out with Super Mario Brothers, right? The Nintendo system, and they had another game attached. So most people didn't know, and I didn't know. We couldn't afford to get that game, but we thought it was just Mario Brother, right? But they come to find out it had another game called Duck Hunt, and it gave you a gun.
Yeah.
And I only saw the kids mostly that I was around playing the Mario Brothers. And then another one of my friends, then I saw had the Duck Hunt game, and I was like, wait a minute. They're like, yeah, these come together. And you're shooting and you're hunting the damn dog. So that was a form of, again, but they hid it behind a strategic game, Mario, your kid is also going to get a gun with this.
Well, entertainment. They hid it behind.
Yeah.
behind entertainment, just the way they hide the music behind entertainment. So the music, the video
I would say
game,
music and movies.
and
They
movies, yeah,
yeah.
and television programs. If you look at the word television, right, just the spelling of the word television, right,
Television. Right.
that can be respelled, those same letters, without adding or subtracting a letter, a true anagram. You can use those letters to respell the three words tone is evil. So television respells into tone is evil. Now, if you take two words, cable television, with those letters, you can respell it to form the two words bestial violence. Now, I don't think this is by coincidence. This is why I had to write a book on it, to say, hey, wait a second. I spoke with a teacher from the Montessori school, and she told me this goes beyond chance. This is, but most people don't want to think about it. They kind of, thinking is hard. It's like we said before, it's like sometimes people just don't have the brain power, or maybe the signal coming in. If consciousness is a signal, maybe it's interrupted somehow. Intelligence is not, I don't think it's a static thing, because we could see how sometimes when we think and we do things, we're doing it on a higher level of thinking, and then other times we're doing it on a level that's very low. And I think a lot of this entertainment keeps us in that lower range. Creation keeps us in a little higher range. But yeah, if you're still streaming, I'll try to hop back on a little later. I don't know how long you stream for, but yeah,
I've been on for 3 hours, 45 minutes. So I'm gonna shut this down in a few minutes. But
it was a pleasure, and thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
Yeah, check out your channel and see what you're doing, in future live streams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. You have a good day.
You too. Peace.
Peace.
All right. So got my little sis here. I guess we could wrap it up together. Let me get her up here. And I don't know why StreamYard was being super jealous of my brother Hurricane and Jordan, because Jordan's phone keeps getting hot.
Yeah,
every time he
mine
comes
did
up.
too. It was. I'm like, what is it? And my phone kept saying,
okay, there she goes.
"Oh, your phone is getting
just
too
lagging. Like if I click on the comments, it's taking a while. It's just like, come on, like here we pay for this stuff, and then there. So, okay. I'm just reading the comments really quickly. Again, I wanted to salute everybody. That was a good term as far as Agent Smiths, because they all pop up and they come in to stir the pot. So, but it's all good, because that's what we're, that would be the hive mentality, hive mentality, if we're all thinking the same thing and no one's changing or doing anything different. So, Keisha, you want to add something?
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, I was just gonna say, well, thank you for letting me get in on this. I had to think for a second. I'm like, is today Monday? I'm like, I don't even know what day of the week it is.
It's it's a post-mindful Monday.
Oh, now
okay.
I'm on top now.
And again, it was really because I was up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and Brother Hurricane was on his live, and I was actually looking for my ASMR on YouTube, and then I saw his live, and I was like, you know what? I don't get to see his live. Let me say hi and chime in. And it was like an hour later, we were still on at 4 o'clock in the morning now, and I had mentioned about bringing a live in. Oh, she bounced out. I mentioned bringing a live in, like us coming together, and it didn't necessarily have to be today, but if they felt inclined to, I'd set it up for today. And talking about the metaphysics, talking about, that movie, the Disclosure Day, and just, and it was very brief. And I was just like, you know what, why don't y'all come on my channel and then we can talk about it more in depth. And StreamYard is not letting Brother Hurricane be his great self. And I'm tight. I'm mad because he tried everything, but we have one of the two, and so we got Brother Jordan here, um,
Yes,
who was
they try to stop me. Didn't work.
yeah, and your phone keeps getting hot.
Yeah, I'm
So
on my laptop now.
okay, no, it's
Yeah.
listen, but Tuesday, but today is Tuesday, right? That's what he said. I may do like another part two. Usually I'll do like a midweek Wednesday or a midweek check-in Wednesday or Mondays. Mondays is usually the mindful Mondays. And I just don't
Okay.
get on social media. I don't do this as much as often because it just drains my brain, and I don't,
Right.
I just don't really want to like have debates or engage with people that just don't get it. And that's why like when Hurricane was up, I was like, you know what? Because he's like-minded, so I can
Mhm.
get down with that type of, and then and we were just kicking it. Like we were all just kicking it. It was me, you, him, and somebody else. But
Right.
and that's far and few. Like for the most part, I'm just digressed and watching, my shows and movies and just removing myself. Yes, I'm entertained by certain things because I cannot, deal with what is going on in this world. And I can't really make a change only but with my family, with my children,
Mhm.
that I can make that
Mhm.
change. And they may even give me pushback, you know.
Right.
But
But there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. And like I was trying to say, don't destroy your inner child. Keep your inner child alive, because
Absolutely.
that's the one thing that's keeping us and sane, not insane, but sane in this insane world. So I wasn't trying to debate with the guy, but never let your inner child die. That's one of the most powerful things you can ever keep alive. It's creative. It keeps you young. That's the key of looking young, is keeping that inner child alive, and that's very important. So never let that go. Always look at baby pictures of yourself and be like, okay, I was once that, because you came a long way, and
Right.
it's about the growth. It's about the
Yeah.
growth and evolving.
I always like when I post up pictures, I don't really even put up new pictures of myself. It's always like reminiscent of the old school and just my youth, because that's why I was like, y'all, I'm gonna defend that little 12-year-old. Like she didn't
Right.
have nobody really speaking up for her,
Right.
so I'm gonna talk up for her now.
Right.
And well, actually, I was talking, and that got me in trouble a lot because I was a rebellious kid in school, going against authority. And I was telling my son the other day that my mother had to come to. We went to Catholic school, and my mother had to come to the school because I thought I would hang out with the jokesters in the back.
Right.
Not that I was a jokester, but I hung out with them because we clown around. And one day the teacher left the room and needed somebody to come in and make sure that the kids were all right.
Mm-hmm.
It happened to be the principal of the school, and she was a nun. So she comes in and she checks on us. And she's like, be quiet. You guys sit still, quiet, quiet, quiet.
Right.
Few minutes later, she leaves. So I'm thinking there's like this segue of the wall and the two doors that have glass that you can see through. So I'm thinking I'm cute and I'm a stand up, put my middle finger up to her.
Yeah.
Well, she turned around and caught it at the second door. And got me and did the finger like, you come here now. Call my mother in. My mother had to pretty much plot, beg, and plead to keep me in the school because they were like, no, we getting rid of her.
Right.
Like, how dare she put up her middle finger and say F you to, but that's just because that's how it was. Like F the police. Like
Right.
and my mother is just like, oh my gosh, like what did you just do? And I was like, Mom, like I didn't even think she was gonna catch that.
Mm-hmm.
Like she walked so fast. So yeah. So
Yeah.
but for the most part, when we're talking about this type of music or just when we're talking about some people, they're not going to understand what that inner city or the hood is, you know, they're
Right.
outsiders looking in. And so, yeah, their perspective is going to be a little different. And even if they grew up in poverty or something, your poverty is different from my poverty.
Right. Right. Everybody have a different journey when it comes to that indoctrination of community. But yeah, you totally right. Never let that die. Always go back to the memories where you was happiest within that phase. And cause that what makes us, man. I don't care what nobody say, that what makes us. And I'ma always remember who how young I was, and um because that's the most happiest and creative time in our lives, we stand for
That's when
something.
creativity started, really.
Yeah, exactly.
You had to like figure things out, you know, if you were an only child or the oldest child.
I was the baby.
Okay, so, and my sister. So, but you're still alone, right? You're still almost
Yeah,
like an only child because the older
yeah.
siblings are out of the house.
Exactly. I had to learn really, like, I went through the high school phase, the middle school phase of hating myself, and it's a story about it, man. And I have to really have to have a long stream about it, but uh to shorten it it's about trauma, self-hate, and I had to learn to not hate myself no more. At one point I want to suicide myself as far as, like, going to the army and just going to war and just letting something just hit me, because I didn't want to live no more, because I didn't felt like I was like important to this realm at one point. But I had to really learn to appreciate my essence and tap into my creative energy. And I had to go back to my inner child where I was most creative and that to come back and do a whole 360 to evolve to who I am today. And I'm very proud to see like-minded people on the same frequency as me, and that also made me keep going too. So yeah.
Yeah, because when we were talking early this morning, it was I didn't know how old you were. I know Hurricane's definitely a little younger than me, but you were holding it down. Like we all had the same mentality.
Right.
What I'm trying to say. So you being in your early 30s, you could have fooled me because you sound like, almost in your 50s with me, or 38 like Hurricane. You know what I mean? Because you was holding your ground.
Right. Because I was
People would consider that like an old soul.
right, because I was always studying the older generation. And because I always felt like connection to like the 70s, 60s, and like the early 80s. I always felt like my soul connect to that era. So maybe like in a past life, I probably was in that era or something. And plus my pops is an OG. So, and my mom, she's younger than my dad, but my dad is an OG. He taught me a lot about, life and society. And I just expanded to a deeper perspective. And I had uncles and stuff. I took a little bits and pieces of everybody in my family. And I just came out with my own, project within myself.
Well, I'm glad you did, and you made it through, and and I'm sure you're still going through the healing and growing. Because
Right.
you're young. My oldest daughter is going to be 34 this year.
Okay.
So,
Millennial.
yes, millennial, and I have two Z's.
Okay.
So you're doing it. You're doing the damn thing.
Thank you. And you too as well. You too as well. Because I see a lot of people that's in their 50s, they're not as half as in depth with everything. Some of them still act like
Oh yeah.
they wasn't trying to learn anything. So you on the right path too. So
Yeah, and my sister too. Then she's saying, in between that mid 30s, and she's definitely, it's a learning growth. She's spiritually growing. She's a mom, so in maturity, and she was always like that. Well, she was like my little daughter because she's my little sister, so she's my first born. And my mom, I was big sister, so I'm watching her, and I want to watch her. When my mom told me she was pregnant and it's a girl, and she told me keep my little baby Pampers because they were color pink. She said keep it because we're having a girl. Listen, and I used to hijack away from her dad, I would keep her in my room and have her lay underneath me, and I would change it. Yeah, I was little mother.
So she got spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Same here. I got spoiled too with my
Oh,
brother.
for sure.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And then when I had my daughter, they're 3 years apart, so they were like sisters, and they would fight like it, and beat. She would get more of the beat. I was like, "You're the oldest, you know better."
Oh yeah, I was about the beating for sure.
But yeah, it's yeah, and there's some healing stuff going on with our family that it's like I can't hold it against, because I'm not going to be able to grow if I hold all that hate.
Exactly. Same here.
And
Same here.
I won't be able to grow spiritually.
Right, because I have a lot of, as of recently, it's crazy because when we was all younger, everybody was on the same path. We was loving each other and supporting each other. As everybody got older, it's like everybody just hate on each other and jealousy. Mainly the jealousy of me because I'm the youngest. I don't have no kids, none of that. I'm trying to just do my thing. They're probably like, oh, he's not working as hard. Like, I'm working hard. I'm grinding. Everything I ever got, my car, my jobs, everything I ever got was on my own. So I don't know why they think I'm living so much of a prosperous life against them, or they might think that. But from my perspective, they're not really holding themselves accountable from their actions, so they want to blame me, I guess, or blame my dad. And I ain't trying to curse, but the shit is crazy to me because we all grew up from the same umbrella, and nobody should be blaming nobody. We all, seeing the same person, the same parents. So, and it's like I haven't talked to my brother in about since February. I haven't talked to him because him and my dad going through something, and I guess he think I'm on my dad's side, which I am because my dad ain't did nothing wrong. Like I said, we live under the same umbrella, and there's no excuse for him to have some story that he made up because he don't want to hold himself accountable. And so it's like, and it kind of hurt me because we was close growing up, and he was like how you was with your sister. I was like his first child, so it's like I have to look up to him, and so now it's like the relationship won't be the same because I don't think I ever see him the same because he kind of said some things trying to throw me on the bus and stuff. So I forgive, but I won't forget, and I can't be around people that's have an idea about me that's not true.
It definitely happens in the families a lot.
Yep.
Keys, you wanted to say something?
I'm just agreeing and listening, and I do have to say this. I love how the conversation. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm driving.
Be careful.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh no, it's just that someone came out, and I'm like, okay. But anyway, I always have to say I love the conversation. It's like I don't care what people say when it comes to it, but I love when Black people, when they say I'm gonna leave and then they start another conversation. That's what this feels like. We about to leave, but then now we still having more conversation, and I love it.
Right, it's a good build.
That's what with Hurricane. He was like, "Y'all supposed to be out already an hour ago." Meanwhile, we're still on the line with him till it was like 4:30 this morning.
Yep, that's the one thing I love about our people. We know how to community build. It's just that we just got to get back to that, man. I see it, but it's gonna take a while, and
I was gonna say this too. I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you good?
I do have short-term memory, but I was gonna say this as a younger like sibling. Even though we might assume that we grow up under the same, parents' umbrella, everybody's perspective is different, and it could be just one little thing that maybe a parent. And this is me speaking from a parent's perspective now that I am one, that it could be one little thing that it's just like I didn't think nothing of it. And it can just alter the universe for that child. It could alter that whole perspective. I mean, I hear it. My daughter's 15, gonna be 16, and she'll say, one time you said I was stupid or something, and I'm just like, man, where I grew up, we just talk like that. It's just something like, man, are you dumb? but in her mind, it's like I was calling her dumb, and she took it literal. But
Right.
you just something small like that, and then she just have low self-esteem. She was like, it just stayed with me. And I'm not saying that, I'm only saying this, that sometimes we have to give each other grace because we don't live in each other's body to really know how something, whether it's an action or a word, could have changed our way of thinking, even though we assume that we all grew up the same way. I look at it with my mom. I'm like, with my grandmother was, by the book, this and that. Mom is very free spirited. And I'd be like, how do you live like this when you had a mother like that? But it could just be something, just that's within that individual, that just made the change. Something could have triggered her from my grandmother or her dad that made her just be more free spirited. Cause I'm like, ain't no way you don't see dirt when it comes down to cleaning. Cause she lives with me, and I'm like, man, I know this ain't the same. This can't be
she's like
grandma's daughter, because grandma would not have let that fly. But it just could be something that's wired in our brain or made us rewire or rethink a certain way, even though we grew up the way we grew up.
Right.
And when listening to what you say, I feel that way, because sometimes I felt like, my older brother or my older sister, looked at me in a certain light that was a negative way, and I'm like, damn, that's not how I lived it. That's not how I see it. But to them, that's how they seen it, and that's how because they know, how it was with our mom, or they know how it was, and they lived at the same time. But I'm like, but I could tell you, there's a different perspective. Right. So I only say all of that to say this is that, have some sort of grace, and understanding that, even though they might treat you a certain way, and that falling out between your dad and your brother, maybe not be something that you favor, but there might be another perspective that you don't even understand and cannot understand. And just have that in the back of your mind to say that, what, there gotta be a better explanation than them to just, to be this person, because you can't fathom how do they even think like that or say something like that when you grew up in a loving environment. But something must have happened that you may not be aware of. And, just, I wouldn't say
it's like,
take it to heart where you don't have that connection with.
Right. But I ain't mean to cut you off, but it's like, we gave this man so many chances. I forgave him 100 times. I helped him out with money. All my siblings, I helped them out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, at some point, you just can't keep giving people a chance to want to have conversations. And it's like, you don't have to either cut them off. You can love them, but you got to cut them off, man. And I'm tired.
That's what I'm just saying. Don't not love him, but love him from a distance. That boundaries is a very important thing to have, and I commend you for that too, because I'm not saying to be a fool. I'm just saying that don't let any negative feelings consume how you really have your boundaries. You learned experience based off of the interaction you have with your brother, but don't let it be where it severs the whole entire relationship, where you can't love him anymore, if that makes sense.
Right. Because I was willing to have a conversation with him, but like I say, he's kind of like a narcissist. So it's like, you really can't have no conversation with him, and he's stuck in his ways. So I guess the sad thing about it, somebody gonna have to, not me, but one of the older people gonna have to just transcend, and he gonna have to really see that it's not gonna be the same no more. And maybe he'll come to his senses. But until then, it's like Jermaine and Michael. It's like Jermaine
love
and
him
Michael.
from a distance.
Like,
you don't wish no harm on him. You don't wish nothing bad, but you just can't keep giving yourself the way you have. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't let any animosity fill your heart over, his poor decisions, so to speak,
Right. Most definitely.
Yeah, that animosity, because you know what? It'll mess you up inside.
Right.
And it's like, you're not, that's what I was saying. Like, I had to, I had to put some differences aside and just get over it at my time. because I was like, no, I'm not gonna keep holding this back when I'm in a different, like, I'm trying to like grow and elevate in a spiritual way, you know, and
Hmm.
not to say walking and being like Christ-like or anything like that, but just being a decent person, you know.
Right.
And I
Right.
have this hate in my heart and hatred, or I'm mad, you know, at the family and stuff. I'm mad at my kids that, geez, I'm not gonna. I'll be a miss. It'll start to eat me alive. It'll
Right.
really to mess with me, and I don't want to go down that road anymore. It
Yep.
did. I had that, and I was like, I can't. I saw how it was consuming me. I wasn't eating, like nothing really, just like fanning out, doing one of those, you know, attempted stuff that you just like. Yeah, I was in that ball game too, but I had to put, you know, somehow there is this spiritual knock, I will say, that'll come kicking in. You know,
Right.
some divine intervention, if you will, that will
Yeah,
definitely.
I think if all us have a conversation and really like dive deep, like within the
Right.
family, I think that'll help. But they gotta be the one to do it because I tried to set it up one time
Yeah.
and it's like people just don't want to really do it no more or something. So like I said, everybody went their own ways. I don't even talk to my siblings like that most of the time. Sometimes it might go once a month. I talk to them, and like I said, it goes back to when I was a child in high school, middle school. They left the house, and I had to really, go through a lot of stuff internally on my own. I have no older sibling I can talk to, so I kind of, grew out of that too. So it's a real deep thing. They don't even know my side of the story. So like I said, all it takes is a conversation, and maybe we can understand what really went wrong, or how can we grow from it. Because I'm all for it, but they got to be all for it too.
Yeah. I can hear a lot of similarities with what you're saying. I can definitely empathize with, because my siblings were older, and then I didn't really have, like, I mean, yeah, I had my niece, but is when I seen her, is when I see her. But to like
Right.
really have that conversation, or you see other dynamics of people when they grow close together in of age, it
Mm-hmm.
makes a difference. But when you got your siblings out of the house, is like you would have to make that effort to kind of consult with them, or talk to them, and they have their own lives.
Mm-hmm.
um
And you have to fend for yourself.
you have to
Yep.
fend for yourself, you have to think, and it does build character. I cannot lie.
Yeah, it did,
um
like for real.
like I became a tinker. Like I started like fidgeting with like electronics, and started to, I'm because I had nothing else. I mean, my mom wouldn't pay for cable because for me, so I had to watch Nutty Professor on repeat and tinker with all these damn
Yeah.
electronics to figure things out. And like a disclaimer, I see a therapist, and I've been opposed to seeing a therapist because I'm like, we grew up, we don't talk about our feelings, we don't really
There's no
divulge into how we feel. We just, whatever trauma we went through, it is what it is. Everybody go through trauma and keep it
Mm-hmm.
pushing. But now, as I've gotten older, I feel like some of the stuff, obviously, generational trauma, you pass that on to your kids, and I'm trying to work on myself
Right.
so that I don't put that trauma, because me saying, "Oh, are you dumb?" can affect my child, and I'm like, "Oh, this girl's sensitive," but it's a new generation, and they are around other kids that don't get exposed to that kind of language. Plus, we're not living in New York City anymore, so she's not seeing it. So I had to, look within, and then maybe have a non-biased perspective. And while I'm doing that, I'm like, man, I have all these revelations. I don't mind being alone, even though people will say, "Oh, be careful what you wish for." I'm like, I've been alone in rooms of people, and I'm okay with that. I'm
Exactly.
okay with being. I'm okay with myself. I'm okay with being by myself. I'm okay with that because that was part of my survival.
Right.
But to have that conversation with your elder siblings, I feel like I'm grateful that my sister has the maturity to have that conversation. And I wish that, and I hope that for you or anybody that's, tuning in, or whoever, that they can have those conversations with mature people, because it doesn't matter the age, whether they're 80 years old. I've
Mm-hmm.
seen it many times with even my own grandmother, where you could tell her about herself and she wasn't trying to hear that. But then maybe at some point in time, she turned around and came to the realization that she was wrong. And maybe she might not have made amends directly to the people she might have hurt, but she didn't forgive herself to the point of where the hurt that she has caused. And I think that just comes with, I don't know, an experience or a revelation, maybe a divine intervention. I mean, there's who's to say what is the factor or the drive behind that, but I know that is the key, is that maturity of being able to sit at a tables and have these conversations. And I wish that for you at any point in time that your family can have that dynamic, so that you guys can heal and move on.
Right. Thank you for that. Cause I'm a person, I always used to love to have the family together and have good time, good food and music and stuff like that. So I'm really wanting to have one as of late, and I really couldn't do it. So it's like, man, it's like all we need is a conversation. Everybody come together, have a divine conversation, and just come together. But it's gonna be a journey, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And I was so hurt about it that I also made a song about it called "What Happened to the Family" on one of my albums. So that was like I was trying to get them to hear it, and I was like almost like a message to them, but it's like never got no reply back. So so I'm trying to speak through the music. I'm trying to communicate with them, but it's hard. So
do you have your music? Is it streaming on your page or anything? I would love to support. I'm okay.
Yes, it's on my YouTube channel. On this channel called Jordan Frequency, JORDAN.
You know what? If you could put it in the back chat, she could see it in the back chat.
Private chat.
The private chat, yeah.
But yeah, I just try to speak through the music, and hopefully they can see it before it's too late. Because sometimes the light of the family don't really last too long. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is, we went through that.
Yeah.
Within the past 8-7 years.
Yeah.
Like back-to-back deaths. With the heavy hitters. It was her dad, then our grandmother, and then a couple of years after that was my dad. So we saw how family was acting, and it was like, whoa, we never saw this before. Everything's copacetic and things weren't. So I think for me, I'm kind of like on the other side of that rainbow, where I'm just like, okay, I went through it, because I can't carry that type of anger baggage, and I'm getting older, so I'm putting shit, I put it to bed. It is what it is, and love my siblings, love my children, love my mother, because she's the only surviving. She's the OG now. Her mother and her aunt passed away, so that's it. They don't have any more siblings. So then my mom, then I become the matriarch. So I don't want to hold anything over anybody's head because of because of what their actions are. It's just like, you know what, that's it, what it is, and we can understand each other, and move on, and we're willing to do that. Then it's better.
And I feel distance makes a big
because you've been away from us for 15 years.
Yes, I don't want to say unwillingly, but making permanent decisions on temporary feelings. So but you learn a lot. And I heard this phrase or saying or whatever, and I think there's an actual phrase in like psychology that it's hard to heal or get better in the environment you get sick in. And you can only see things from that outside, and that's where I have, I get homesick. There's more appreciation. There's a lot of like bittersweet moments that I have more than, that's probably why I go to therapy, because I really wasn't even batting an eye about how I was really feeling. I mean, I've been through some stuff and I'm like, didn't really affect me. It don't bother me. But now that I'm like, I don't have that, like, I don't have my family to really, just bring that comfort, like you said, that light, whereas the family dinners and the
Right.
socialization, even if my family, not to say my brother and my sister, but like, I know she was talking about other family, but even if they weren't ish, I still appreciate the fact that we could get together at some point in time and, just put differences aside. But I miss that. I have it, through, relationship as, outside family members, like through in-laws, but it doesn't quite hit the same way as, your own blood. Sometimes, as I see Kane is talking about, his family, ish. Sometimes even the family you build outside of that make a difference too.
Right. Right.
He said, "Y'all my spiritual family." Thank you.
Appreciate you, Kane.
Super facts. That's deep. That's what he said to you.
But yeah, man, this was a good live stream. Very abundant.
Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate this. It was very impromptu.
Yeah, because I texted you, I was like, oh, and I texted Mom too, and I was just like, if you wanted to come on, you guys, just sent them the link, because sometimes it's hit or miss. And my sister hit me back up. I was like, Did I'm screaming through the hallways? And my son just came, coming from work. And I'm like, I said, Auntie's on my life. He's like, you lying. I was like, no. He's like, oh, that's what's up. I was like, yeah. I was like, she's chatting now. You hear her? And so yeah, I get excited to have my sister, any family, my family, my mother, when my son, sometimes he's been on my chat too, and it's therapeutic in some ways, because we don't get to talk, and this is a different type of talk, like, there's that personal phone call behind the scenes, but for her to come up and then share her intellect and her feelings, it's a different environment, and
Right.
it does make you feel good. It makes me feel good after I have these conversations with you guys, because then it makes me like, all right, I'm not, and I know I'm not in it by myself, but it's like, yeah, like Hurricane was saying, this is the soul tribe. This is my soul peeps. Like, you feel good about them. And I get off and I'm like, I'm cool. I don't have to do this again for another 3 weeks. I got my loving in.
Yeah. But shout out to your favorite rapper, Tupac. This is gonna return.
It's funny because it's like almost like the shade, but not the shade. Like that guy, he was speaking some facts, but then it was like it almost kind of minimized how we were. I appreciate what he was saying, but it did kind of feel like he was minimizing perspective. And the other guy left early, and I was like, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, his perspective was very eye-opening, but when I wasn't coming to debate, but I was just trying to make a point in the context of when you say something, one can also use that and interpret it as okay, well, based off what you're saying, we could spin it and say, hey, look, if you say English, which I've heard, English has been used as spell casting, heard that numerous times, but if we sit there and want to say that in the same breath, we can also negate and say, well, whenever we say words and have our meanings behind it, I'm sorry, when we try to rewrite the context of words, it's like we have the power to change things. But then if you're saying, well, no, not really, because it's the energy behind them, like that kind of contradicts what you're kind of putting out there. But I didn't want to go back and forth because I felt like this is not that kind of platform, and I would never want it to, be that based off of how you present, this panel. But it felt like it was going to go there because I'm like, dang, like.
Now, if Hurricane, because he said, I wanted to get up there.
I see. That's why I was laughing.
Yeah. I was like, and you saw I was trying to push back. He's like, absolutely, Foxy. Because I was like, listen, Yeah, listen. It was almost like a target because I'm all packed out, and I'm like, I don't know if I necessarily go hard. I do. I go hard for Pac, but I defend that the young Pac, where he was the 17-year-old, and there was, he was going through his thing like teenage. Because I'm like, again, what would you do? What did you do when you were his age at 17, 21, 25? Forget about the bullshit that he did do. It was, what was he doing? Did you do that? Because I know I wasn't. I was being a knucklehead. So, yeah. So, I mean, but like, will I cut my arms for him? No, absolutely not. But I've been on this Pac ride since 91, since he came out in Digital Underground with the conscious music.
Right. And the thing he was saying about the hip hop, you have, like I said, you have certain artists that was doing positive, hip hop music. Every part of that genre wasn't really negative. It was corrupt at a time. You know what I'm saying? So that was another thing I kind of like disagree with him on. But like you said, it's nothing wrong with you, have your perspective with Pac, because I could see it with like a Trippie Redd or somebody or somebody that's trash.
Like he it's not and that it's like sports. It gets a little touchy feely because somebody will be adamant, about the Knicks, or they adamant about the Steelers. It's like, and some people will be ready to beat your ass. I am not going to whip nobody's behind off of some Tupac. I promise you. Like I did the music, but I've never met him. We never engaged with each other. He's no friend of mine in that regard.
And like you said, the hive mind, like if you entitled to like what you like, I'm pretty sure people still bumping R. Kelly.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? It's like you entitled to like what you like, because that's what makes you the individual. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody not the same.
Not at all. And I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people that's listening to, racially motivated music, or, music that degrades women. And they don't literally live that life. But if that's what they like, and then we can dissect. And it was just like what he was saying was like really getting into, the finite, like, oh, who's to say, like, going back in time, I mean, people have been writing and documenting things. Obviously, how else would you have learned information? The only other way you could learn information is by a download, whether you astral plane or you get this consciousness of learning. But at some point in time, everything has been documented, whether it's been in a drawing, whether it's been, pen to paper. I mean, if you could say that, then who's to say that we are real at this point? Exactly. Like we could go on and on and on and on. And I just felt like we had to have the space to really like, not with debate per se, but like his perspective was a great point of view. He had a lot of, I wouldn't say facts, because if we're going based off of facts, who's to say what his facts are real? Because based off of what he would say, who's to say any of this is real? Then, but he was presenting, very knowledgeable, so I could respect that. But to say what, how he presented it and how he was saying it, you could also say that in another, and countered that by saying like, well, you could also disagree or agree that doesn't exist either. Like based off, I don't know. I feel like I am rambling, but I'm trying to get my point to say that like his argument or his stance was that who's to say anything is facts. But then he was presenting what he would consider facts and how he studied, and it's like
he basically was trying to like make his facts the number one thing or something.
Yeah, and then like say, well, how do you know you can question everything? And I'm like, well, I can question what you're saying now based off of what you're saying. And then it's like, well, obviously, if a group of people who have rise above the hive mindset, I gotta say that there has to be some sort of, I wouldn't say facts, but there gotta be something onto that, just like what people are believing into, what's that, the Mandela effect, and how people are living in different timelines. That's why I go back to saying things are linear. It's not just one thing over the next. Your truth is more significant than this person's truth, because it's not. Everybody's truth is what it is. It just depends on what point of the line that you're on. Like,
Right. And to piggyback on what you said about the music,
Mhm.
music is nothing but different type of frequencies on wax.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
that's basically what it is.
Exactly. And that's what it's saying. Like he knew, like it's like he knew, but he didn't know. Cause it's like, you can't say, oh, I know based off of, studying, but then in the same breath, who's to say what you study is even facts?
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that was like I would say, argument that the older gentleman was having, is like, well, I could tell you how I know, because I know. And then he's like, but you don't know. And it's like, but then you don't know either. And I'm over here like, you know what? I'm just listening. I do appreciate this kind of dynamic, because it's very rare to find pockets of people to have these sit downs with. I said that in my sister's last live that I joined, but it's really hard to find people, because, like, I learned from Kane that I've never heard that, but now it makes sense that fluoride's there. I'm like, it is a thing. And I'm like, damn, I didn't even think about that. That is so true. So
And
I
that's
gotta
why I wear
say, shout out
glasses.
to Kane.
That's why I wear glasses when I go in the stores or something like that, because I don't want them looking at me, because I feel like if they look at me too long, they'll take my energy. Like that's
It's true.
You know what? You're not lying. And I have to wear glasses. These are the blue ray glasses that protect you from the light and on the computers and stuff. But I tell you, I have to wear regular glasses, and I feel like I need to be wearing shades when I go into the grocery store.
You
Just
have
for
to.
yeah.
Your sun shades on. You gotta put them on, girl.
yeah.
Put
And
your
they be
sun
looking at
shades
me
on.
too.
I put my Harry Potter invisible cloaking, like they don't see me. They don't see me.
But nah,
And
it's less to the source though. Like, don't let nobody try to down y'all truth or y'all perspective, because that's coming from y'all source. You know what I'm saying? It's layers to the source. So as long as you stand on that and you build and you grow from that, nobody can tell you wrong.
That part.
yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
And
I'm over
never
here astroplaning, and I'm like, you cannot tell me what I don't know, because I'm like, my soul travels, and that's how I come to the conclusion of, I wouldn't say religion, but my religion, my relationship, not even religion, my relationship with with Jesus, or with the Lord. It is not from influence. And
Mm,
people could say, well, yeah, you've been around this. I'm like, yeah, but I have a Muslim best friend. I have Jewish, we've been around a lot of Jewish people in our lives.
right.
So it's in none of that has influenced me. It's my direct connection. And when I say direct connection, is like, because I have fought the enemy
mm,
physically, that I woke up with marks. And I'm like, and how do you explain that to a 15-year-old? Because I was 15 when I've experienced that. And then I sit in these places, and I sit in the church, and I could sit here and say, oh, point out, that's not very biblical or whatever. Like, all this stuff is the enemy penetrating inside the church, and y'all don't see it. But I'm sitting there listening, because I don't I put myself in, like, I like to say, I'm boots on the ground. I like to put myself in positions to really see for myself, because I can never let anybody influence me, no matter what they say. And that's
right.
what my relationship is, what it is, because of a firsthand experience, not because of how I grew up. I mean, I sin every day. I still, know that I might not make it into what might be the next, what people say, heaven or whatever. If that's where I'm going, I know there's a possibility, a huge possibility I'm not going there. But my relationship is based off of my experience.
Right. And
Mhm.
and it's more about the heart and soul. If your heart good, I feel like that's the key. It ain't about what you did, like, oh, I might have I feel like I cursed or whatever. It ain't about that. It's about your heart, for real. Like, that's how I feel about it. It's about your heart, what your intentions was when you was
Mhm.
here. how you you know what I'm saying, and grew from with how you came out your mama womb to you, and you grew. I think it's about that. Like, so yeah.
In
And I,
ancient Egyptian times, or further back than that, in antiquity, um, the pharaohs, or I forget if it's Anubis, the hurricane might know, but the scale of weighing your heart to the feather, and
Mm-hmm.
that's how they were getting
Mhm.
into their so-called heaven or the afterlife. Is you're being judged by how your heart was.
Right. Right.
Mhm.
It didn't matter that you had all this gold, you know,
Mm-hmm.
the bodies, whatever the case may be. It's what your heart was doing.
Right. And
So,
based off that, I feel like I know we good.
yeah.
I
Right.
know we good.
It's all about the journey.
Yep.
It's all
Yep.
about the journey. And having the people, and how you can wake people up and just show. I mean, I feel like this, even though we talk about like the young people, they wild, but I feel like with the social media platform has changed where information, even though like you should always delve into it deeper, but how accessible we are able to
Mhm.
um promote the I would say more of the thought provoking information as opposed to what we've been conditioned, as that guy was saying. Like, no, what was conditioned is how we sit in a school that looks institutionalized, how
Right.
we, what
Mm-hmm.
those McGraw books were telling us,
Right.
and how certain Sunday school, like that's conditioning. Where we are now is that the information has been presented to us. What are we going to do with it? We have to
Exactly.
compete with old ways of thinking, because there was no alternative to a McGraw textbook unless you were growing up in and I don't like to say woke because of the connotation that people say now, but if you were in a woke environment where your family is teaching you the correct things, that's the only way you could counter it. But now these kids are learning that, hey, this is not what it is, based off of social media and based off the algorithms that they are creating. And I kind of say that's a great thing, is a blessing and a curse.
Right.
Exactly.
But
I
when we
agree.
were children, we didn't have that kind of, like if my sister wasn't going to certain, neighborhoods, or weren't being around certain people, how could she have presented that kind of dynamic for us? Because I could tell you, my mom doesn't think the way my sister and I think. She is conditioned. She thinks that, milk grows strong bones. I'm like, sweetheart, milk grows cancer and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Um, but
Yeah.
that's
Great.
conditioning. We are breaking those generational traumas by unlearning, reprogramming. We have this generation between Gen what X to, I guess, whatever the alpha,
Alpha.
these
Yeah.
kids.
Alpha.
We are teaching, we have been presented what the truths are, and now we have to cipher through all of that. But
Right.
we getting there, and that's where the enemy is fearful. That's why they sucking up all the water, trying to get our knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you see that Puerto Rico's now again in a water shortage as of last week?
Man.
So uh, Cuba was going through that a couple of months ago.
Dang, that's
Now,
crazy.
yeah, but Puerto Rico, is the sovereign country to America, and so
Mm.
the politicians, yeah, like water is crucial. Water is needed in survival. You need water first before you need anything else to replenish yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if that's going out, and then people are, I read the comments, I get engaged sometimes, and it's just like there's certain things it's beyond your control,
Oh yeah.
and as much as you would like to do something, these people redline a lot of the stuff. So it's like, what can you do? That's why I put, what is the metaphysics, and how do we apply this knowledge? Because it's a day to day. Just because you learn something today, tomorrow something else for you to learn.
Right. And
And
that's
it
why.
doesn't make you like, oh, I know this, I'm bigger than the system. Mm-mm. As long as you're living and breathing and you under their, under that, you will be a part of that system. Now we can mentally break away with the astral projecting and meditation and things of that nature. We could leave, but we still got to come back to this physical. So how do we become alchemists while going through this? Well, like we said in just a few minutes ago, it's letting go of some of the anger and the trauma that we've had, that we grew up with, so we can alchemize that and turn that hurt into happiness, into a blessing.
Right.
Right. So part of applying that knowledge.
Right.
What you're eating, food, yes, these things are being contaminated, they're being compromised now, but then you have to fast your body. And that's conditioning, and that takes a while. My dad used to make fun of me a lot. He made fun of me up until he died. But I changed my diet around back in 2015. And I'm what they would probably call a vegetarian, but I still eat chicken, I still eat like poultry and fish. But my dad, when we would go especially on the holidays, what? You're not gonna eat no pork? And I'm like, Dad, like, how many years now am I telling you this? And oh, well, why don't you feed the kids some steak? Oh my God, they're withering away. Feed them, feed them. And I'm like, Dad, like, I'm not putting that. I understand that what it does to my body. So if my children want to eat outside of what I'm cooking, that's fine. I'm not going to be a dictator to them. But for the most part, because they've changed the way they eat, they're real mindful about what it is that they eat outside.
Right.
And I actually did that change, not for medical reasons, but it was a spiritual reason. Listening to one of these brothers, Benjamin, and he was talking about the pineal gland and decalcifying that. I never heard that word before, that your pineal gland is calcified. And what to do to reprogram it. And the crystals that he was telling us, the crystals to pick up and all this stuff. And then the eating came in. So it was more of a reawakening. That I changed my diet, because that's that fasting. That's the getting rid of certain things that hold your body down, that you can't think because you're full, or you're eating the wrong, the unhealthy things. Now, don't get me wrong. I still will grab a little Kit Kat and some Coca-Cola every now and then. I am not, righteous. But there's that fasting where that helps, you get centered. And intermittently, you don't have to fast for 3 days and just I don't, but there's people that are very diligent and will do like a 3-day fast of just water or no. And I'm like, no, I wake up in the morning and it is water, and then by noon, that's when I'm having my first meal, and then by 3 o'clock, I'm having my last meal, or 4 o'clock.
Right, and that's how I do too as well.
Huh?
What?
Oh, I just said it's different types of fastings and for different purposes.
Absolutely.
Right. Like I still eat, my little chicken, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when I was younger, and I still use this fasting routine, when I was younger, like, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, we wasn't the richest family, but my mom and dad, we had to wait for my they check on Friday. So sometimes we wouldn't have food for the whole week. That was like fasting. So with that being said, I just took that upon me as I got older, and I don't have to eat for a whole week sometime, or maybe just 1 or 2 days, and I'm good. And when that Friday or that Thursday come, I'm grubbing.
and also you could look at your health. You look at like your levels of your sugar levels are going to be good. Your cholesterol is going to be good, because we don't really we're conditioned to eating 3 times a day and all this other stuff. And there's so many different things that people are like stuck on. And see, that's conditioning, because like I don't know. I be dissecting what people say, and I'm like, man, what is he talking about? Conditioning, human nature. I'm like, people have been evil since before, quote unquote, Jesus has been walking this planet. So I don't know what you're talking about because, okay. But anyway, I don't want to digress. But, you know, I get back to what you were saying prior about, you know, how do we change it? It's planting seeds. It's wherever you go, have that conversation, even if somebody has that quote unquote fluoride there, because it'll click at some point in time. When I go to physical therapy, people are always saying, what's the new conspiracy today? What's the new conspiracy? Because they work all the time. Some of them they like that kind of conversation. Some of them are like curious. Some of them are like, okay, this lady is off her rocker. But I'm like, you know what? I don't care what you have to say. The information is on the internet for them to, you know, cross-reference, to do their research. If they want to pick up a book, they can. But this is what is quote unquote trending. This is what's happening. I'm giving you your news, but not the geopolitical news. Right. I'm giving you what's happening behind the scenes. And when you had asked about that disclosure day, my take was that once I hear somebody is blatantly kind of put in a subliminal, I'm not going to fall. I never have been the type of person to fall for what is trending per se. Like when I put in the comments about like the rapper, those Migo, like those chips that had the rapper, people love it. I never ate that. I don't have an iPhone because of that reason. Like if you tell me to jump, I'm not gonna jump. You tell me, oh, everybody's getting the Jordans, I'm gonna get the Jordan that nobody even had, because I'm not getting what everybody's wearing, especially back in the day. I don't wear Jordans now. I wear Crocs. I live in Florida, and yeah, that might be trending, but I got Crocs 10 years later because I just got on the trend. So I don't ever fall with the masses, but I do say plant that seed. So if people gonna look at me crazy, okay, cool. And when my friend says, oh, look, you're a witch, because I be telling him certain things like about, you know, to open up his mind. He either calls me a witch or Miss Cleo or a conspiracy theorist. Okay, but look, now your algorithm is going to be presenting you stuff that you were not aware of. You never heard of a Mandela effect. You don't know what's happening behind the scenes. The aliens, you know, the Nordic, the House of Targaryens that Trump is meeting with. Maybe that might be AI. Maybe that might be real. Who knows? But it's just convenient that all this alien talk is happening right now.
Yep.
And if you don't know, and y'all gonna believe it, you're gonna eat it up like aliens. Right. For all we know, they either are real, but it's still part of the government's plan to make it for us to believe that it's the end of times, or it's not real. And it's just for y'all to eat it up, and y'all just love to consume whatever bullshit. And I'm like, man, I be staring at them. I gotta come up with a term that's the opposite of a fluoride stare, because I be looking at them like, is you dumb?
But you know, with that being said, like it's really, they're gonna really do something crazy. Like,
oh yeah,
I feel like it's gonna be Project Bluebeam or something like that. It's gonna make us, there's the aliens, and all that, but it's gonna deflect us from who we truly are, the power and light within us. It's gonna really be a choice people have to make. I kept saying that, like, it's gonna be a choice people have to make. That's why they keep putting in these movies. They're gonna tell us, they're gonna show us some budge. And then this lady said something about a Brazil, or something in Brazil or Florida, like a little game or something supposed to have like a mothership supposed to show up.
Yeah, mothership is supposed to come, and I'm like, conveniently, because that's where the 7-10 foot tall whatever aliens was at the Miami Mall. Yeah. And now it's gonna coincide with like there's a portal and this and this and that, but it's like and to this day that's still like up in the air, because did it really happen? Was it, you know, a psyop? Was it real? But I heard that, you know, be mindful, especially I follow a lot of people that are on, you know, on beat, and they're like, be careful, because this is not meant for that. These creatures are really coming down. First of all, they're not from the down. They're not coming from above. If we're really talking about the real ones, they're coming from below, but they're going to pretend that they're coming from above, and everybody's going to fall for it. And I'm like, if y'all not catching on now, it's going to be too late. And that's why I just plant the seeds wherever I go. I don't really care if, you know, like people give me the flowers there. I just be like, damn, man, it sucks that you're not catching up because it's too much information. Even if it's something small, like I call it the Mandela, like with the little cereal or Pikachu don't have a black tip on his tail or whatever. It's so much of this information that's happening where, call it conspiracy, call it whatever you want to call it, but you can't be that closed-minded and under a rock for y'all to not see what's really happening. Like, I'm like, there's just no way, like, but it's given that it is, and I'm just over here like, damn. And I don't even drink water, to be honest with you, because that's another thing that I believe. Even though they sell us 70% of our body make water, but why are we drinking bottled water? There's countries that don't have access to no water, bottled water, but you know where you get your hydration from? It's from your fruits and vegetables. H3O, not H2O, but that's what they want to tell us. Water, water.
She cooking.
Come on now.
Exactly.
Eat your watermelon. Well, eat your watermelon with the seeds.
Right. Yeah. But with that being said, I forgot what I was about to say just now. She was cooking, so I was about to say something. I forgot.
We got Brother Nasir up here again.
Salute.
I was like, oh, I'm not gonna be on too long. Look,
we still here.
He was able to get out of work.
I see, sis. They encourage us to drink water. At the same time, poison us with the containers. So we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful when people try to encourage you. And when we talk about the end of times, you need to understand whose end of time it is.
Speaking.
You know what I'm saying? Because they would be so welcoming today to, you know, today to get us involved in their degeneracy so we can go down with them. It's not our end of time. So you see certain people running scared because they're afraid of the end of their time. Because anything or anyone who doesn't justify their existence, the laws of nature works to get rid of that thing or person. So we got to be mindful. We can't be running scared talking about the end of the world. We should be welcoming the end of the world as it is.
Thanks.
You know, see, they make it look apocalyptic, like the planet's going to be destroyed. The planet has been obedient to the laws of nature. Man hasn't. So the planet won't be destroyed. Man will. Those men and women who goes against the laws of nature.
Yep.
Right.
So we don't have to worry about that. Those of us who live according to nature, we don't have to worry about that.
We're not driving those planes that cause with the chemtrails. That's not us. That's not us.
That's not us. That's not us. We're not tearing down forests to put on warehouses. We're not doing that.
Exactly. They want chaos, but it's gonna be jubilation.
Right.
That's what it is. Or it's what they call it, order out chaos. That's their order out of chaos.
Yup.
It's their order. So we don't have to worry about these things. I keep telling our people, don't worry about those type of things. We just stick to your righteousness and don't let nobody deter you from it. Don't let nobody tell you, change what good is, put it that way. Don't let nobody change what good is. I was telling this brother the other day, he talked about how we were talking about the Jeff Metcalf situation and his Christian facade that he put on while the trial was going on. And he was talking about how he was stranded on certain times and some good white folks pulled over and they helped them out. He gave a few examples and I explained to the brother that acts of kindness don't make a person good. And then I went back to 1998 Jasper, Texas, James Byrd.
Right.
Mm.
His demise started with an act of kindness. He was stranded, and they offered him a ride home. They stopped to get beers, and when those white boys got drunk, they ended up tying him to the damn back of the truck and dragging him 3 miles. So we can't trust smiling faces and act of kindness. We just can't.
Right.
Just can't. Good is rooted in righteousness, and when you're righteous, you're good. Other than that, we can't. We can't. You know, Chuck D said it. Can't trust it. Can't trust it. No.
Totally agree.
And Public Enemy PE was definitely on the I would say righteous, conscious music that, you know, they gave us Fight the Power.
I should sold you with those brothers. Those brothers are NOI. Those brothers are NOI. I just sold you with them. I was soldiering with those brothers before they formed the group. I was soldiering with those things.
Okay.
Yeah, Griff. That's my dude. We had in NOI. We had the same minister.
I
Chuck
learned a lot
D,
from
Brother James, Griff.
Yeah. I learned a lot. I'm grateful that he is on social media and teaching, because before he was doing the circuit, going to different towns and stuff. But now he's on social media and he gives, you know, his I call them little lectures that, you know, just soaking up his stuff. And I'll sit there and I'll be there like for 3 hours, 4 hours, however long he is. I'm on it because he is the OG. And I liked Public Enemy. I dig the music, but it was Griff that was doing that NOI moves in the videos. And I was like, who is this? Because that was making me like, oh snap! Like he just brought another element into the to the group. And yeah, there wasn't all. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know if you heard earlier when we were talking, and their Max Doubt was talking, you know, and he was kind of like pushing back on, you know, the rap music, and it, you know, it's all basically in a nutshell, it's like a psyops in a way, or you know, that was all, it's all bad. It was all bad, and I was like, I can't jive with that, because when it was coming out, the songs there was some meat and potatoes to that. It stuck. It made you feel good.
Hey, Sister Foxy, do you know we responded accordingly when it came to the music? We responded according to the music when things happened. So they had to change the trajectory of the music that came out. They had to change that, because whenever something happened, when Fight the Power came out, something happened, that's what we did. It's exactly what we did when something happened in our communities. We fought the power. But when you change the trajectory and a hit record that's licked me like a lollipop, that's going to change the dynamic of how we respond when things happen. So we need to understand what they did, the psychological operation. It's not that something's real or fake when it comes to a psyops. That's why I don't abbreviate it, because people misuse the word and put it where it don't belong. I go all the way out, say the word all the way out. Psychological operation. It's not a matter of if it's real or fake. It could be real or it could be fake. It's about how it affected people psychologically. That's what makes something a psyops. They can take a false flag and make it a psyops. All they gotta do is show it to us repetitively. They can do it with something real, or they can do it with something fake, and it affects the people psychologically. Right. So we have to be mindful of, a lot of us will say, oh, this is a psyop, to dismiss it as fake. Don't use that word like that, because it's not what it means. It's a psychological operation. They're trying to affect the people psychologically, like showing George Floyd all day, every day, with a knee on his neck. That affected people psychologically. You know, showing something real. If they've done it with something fake also, well, we had to be mindful of how we use the word. Mind me, I'm getting food for my wife on my way home from work, sis.
Okay. Well, thank you for popping back up.
Yeah, I enjoy your builds. These are the type of discussions I like having. So I had to come back through
Thank you very much.
and
Yeah,
hang
because
out.
when I see you, it's on Brother OG, and we go into different segues and stuff. But that's why I'm like, come over here, so we can talk. And yeah, and it's great because it's because that's what we talk about. This is that the minds that connect, that you want to be involved with, that you want to hear solutions and feel good.
Right.
Not being in the troll section. I mean, that's funny. It's there's a moment for it, but this keeps me going. So yeah, thank you.
Very powerful platform, abundant.
He didn't want to talk about systematic design. Yeah.
I love this when you get into that history and that especially that history of hip hop. Because again, I used to soldier with Griff and Chuck. So all of PE were NOI, and before they got big, we were soldiering together. So I can show old pictures of us when we were young. Well, they're 5 years older than I am. They're going to be 66, and I'm 60. So those are my brothers there.
That's what I mean. I grew up with that. We didn't, NWA and 2 Live Crew, they came about just slightly later, just slightly, but, listening to Rakim, the God, and just for me, that's why I was like, pushing back a little bit and just being a little, defensive for my youth of listening to that. Like I'm not gonna down myself or apologize for what I was consuming, because that's what it was. That's that's what we listened to. And it's not until you gain consciousness where you can make the right decision to continue, to be involved, or to get out of it and not listen.
Right. Right.
So yeah, and he just like was kind of like, I'm gonna be cool because I see it's a different perspective and stuff. But no way am I gonna defend my little self. I mean, that I won't defend her. I will. She needs that. She needs to protect. We all need to protect our little baby. That's us.
Exactly. I know I will.
Yeah. And that music is, like I could still recite words from whatchamacallit, self-destruction. Like that was one of the jams. Like, are you serious?
Oh yeah, that was the jam right there. I remember because my wife and I we retired in 2020. We worked with children for decades.
Okay.
We worked with children and we performed that song at one of our Stop the Violence rallies. We put the kids on stage, taught them the parts, and let them do it. Wow. And it was good. It was dope. We had a drill team. We are 2012 national champions, drill and drum. I'm an actual drum coach, marching though. And my wife's a choreographer. She's a choreographer. Well, we retired though from doing it 2020. We did our last show right before COVID and stuff hit. We did it for decades. People trying to call us back out. And it's kind of working. We might start doing things again with the children. We had so many people come through to support us with these shows we gave. We did the in our area we did the Black History programs, and we did the ending of school year and the beginning of the school year program. We did those every year for decades. My wife and I.
I love those the talent shows.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. She got this thing. She got this thing that talent gravitates towards her. She got this thing with her that she calls somebody and people. I mean, we had people. We did one show. People came from all over the country. All over the country. I couldn't believe how many people was there. Wow. And what was crazy? It snowed. It snowed a whole lot. and people start pulling up in buses, and they told me that, well, we can't open the school. I said, you can open the school. So all these people came from Michigan and Chicago. You gonna open this school? It's gonna be a problem if you don't open the school. You're not gonna embarrass me and my wife like that. We invited all these people here. You're telling us you can't open the school. I said, you better get somebody over here to open the school. Monday morning, y'all gonna have a problem because it was on the weekend. They called somebody to open the school, and we had a good time. We had drill teams from everywhere. We had rappers, we had singers, dancers. We had a real good time.
That was so.
I enjoyed doing that.
That was so.
And Brother Hurricane, like he was trying to get up here for the longest, and StreamYard was not letting him be his best self. So, but I didn't know, and he spoke about this on his live early this morning. I say 3:00 this morning, and he was, talking about how he was, and Jordan could vouch for this, that he works with the children as well. He gives back and he does his thing with the kids, and helping them. And that's another way that we're applying this information that we know, the revolution or whatever. We're giving them this knowledge and we're passing it on to them.
Right, the awakening renaissance.
Absolutely.
Renaissance. I love that.
I used to teach. I was a teacher basically all my life because what I used to learn, I used to bring home and teach my younger brothers and sisters. I used to love to teach. That's what I thought I was going to be, but so to speak, I am, because I get on the rostrum and I have a subject matter that I'm going to speak, and we're trained orators, and I don't even use my notes once I get going. Don't even use my notes, but I ended up
energy.
Exactly. I ended up teaching out of the dojo that I was taught in. When my instructor moved away, he said, "You need to take this." So I was like, "I'm not a teacher." He said, "Yes, you are. You assisted me for all these years, and you have the credentials." So I ended up teaching in the martial arts school for years, the one I learned in. And we never charged. I never charged anybody for lessons. The only thing that required money was promotions and programs. The parents got involved. As far as the lessons, that was free of charge. Because I learned free of charge. That's how I gave back, teaching martial arts. There's nothing like, that's something I'm really considering getting back into, because our people need to learn how to defend themselves. We need to learn how to defend ourselves.
Well, that's what Griff is doing now as well. He's got the karate, and he also does the gun. He has the gun shop. And he teaches that self-defense. And matter of fact, I caught his live when he was on Black Magic 363 with Brother Rich.
Brother Rich, yeah.
And he was talking about the Metcalf case, and and he brought his perspective as far as him being a instructor for self-defense, and where is it, where do you when it becomes self-defense, and when is it not. And so I like that episode that he was bringing that.
Yeah, I watched some of it. I gotta catch all of it. I considered reacting to it. See, Griff is not a big guy. But you wouldn't think that once he get in the mix. I'll tell you that much. You would think he was my size once he got in the mix. I'm 6'4".
Oh, wow, okay.
But Griff, you would think that he's my size once he got in the mix. Griff is thorough. He's a thorough brother. And I talked to him because I was listening to a program that the S1Ws was on, but Griff wasn't on it, and I don't rock with that.
Oh, okay.
So I got in the chat I said I thought if you want to be an S1, Griff will tell you when. And they blocked me in the program. They blocked me. And I called Griff and I talked to Griff. I was like, Griff, I still say if you want to be a S1, Griff will tell you when. Because if you look at how they move now, as opposed to when Griff was the Minister of Information and the DI, drill instructor,
Right.
nothing like they used to move. No. Griff had them boys popping. There was crack soldiers under Griff. Cracked under Griff. Now, a crack soldier means you can call a 40-step cadence and just say march, and they do 40 steps tight. They don't move like that now. They don't move like that now. They sloppy as hell now with the absence of Griff. Sloppy. And I was like, yo, Griff, why don't you do a song called Griff will tell you when? He said, you know, that's a good idea. And he did the song. He did the song.
What?
He did the song. He did the song. I think it came out 2 weeks ago, something like that. So he do a song called Griff will tell you when. Because, bro, he did the song. It's hot, too.
I believe it.
The song is hot, too.
Wow.
That's my brother. I mean, I'm a little disgruntled with the group now because I don't like, you know what happened back in '89 with the old, the small hat thing that happened back then. That pissed me off. I was unhappy about that. They should have stood tall with Griff. They should have stood tall with Griff. That's what they should have did. Griff ended up going to Luke. You mentioned 2 Live Crew. He ended up going to them and getting a deal. You know, Griff wasn't a rapper, but he became a rapper because, you know, he got kicked out of the group in '89.
Right.
And he ended up going to Luke Records from 2 Live Crew. Gave him a deal. Just when he came out with the Last Asiatic Disciples with, you know, Professor Griffin, the Last Asiatic Disciples with Pawns in the Game, came out with that album, Pawns in the Game. And it was a dope album, but they should have stood tall with Griff.
Yeah.
Because for one, Chuck was supposed to do the interview, and he sent Griff to do it because he didn't want to do it. So Griff, knowing who Griff is, Griff's gonna tell the truth. He's not gonna sugarcoat nothing. He's telling the truth straight up. He's gonna tell you the truth.
Right.
And it ended up, you know,
being the rebel rouser.
Talking, you know, he ended up speaking some truth. Because that's the thing with certain people. They'll call you everything like they do with the minister. They say the minister is a hater. They say he's anti-Semitic, but they never say he's a liar. You can't be any of those things without being a liar. So they call the minister anti-Semitic. They call him a hater. They call him everything, but they will never say you're lying. Why? That opens up conversation. Tell me what I lied about. They don't want to talk. So they'll just put a virtual hand over your mouth. That's what they've done to me a few times on this platform. They put a virtual hand over my mouth because they don't like what I said. They say it's hate speech because they hate what I said. Not that I said I hated anybody. They just hate what I said.
Exactly. They put this was, I think, in 2021. There was a stipulation on one of my lives that I did. And I didn't have the information right in front of me, but I was talking about how can I code this and word this? Immunizations. That there's
that's a no-no.
Yeah,
that's a no-no, sis. That's a no.
And I didn't know. I was kind of new to the YouTube streets, and I was saying that there was a case study about that with black boys and white boys. And they said, "Boop, we took that. This is a little tap on your wrist. That is mismedical information." And
they did it with me too. They did that with me with COVID.
Yeah, because you can't even say that. You couldn't say, so I say the Jabberwocky, with that thing that they gave you. I said, that's the Jabberwocky.
I say hokey pokey. That's what I call it, hokey pokey.
Yeah, there we go.
and they slapped me on the wrist for talking about sexualization of children. You know,
Oh,
I
yes.
said Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle shouldn't do it.
No.
They shouldn't do it. I said that, and they slapped me on the wrist for that. But sis, thank you for allowing me up. I appreciate it.
Salute to
And
you.
I will be visiting you frequently, sis,
Okay, so I gotta get my. I
if
gotta
I'm
get my.
allowed. If I'm allowed.
You are always allowed. I gotta get my. Gotta get the conversations going because I don't go on as often. I'm far and few, but you know, some people do look forward to these lives, so I'm gonna have to try to be.
Indeed.
All right, then.
Keep them going, sis. Keep them going. Keep them going. Get that algorithm, sis. Peace to you. Peace to the panelists, and peace to the brothers and sisters in the chat.
Thank you.
Salute.
Peace. Yeah, Hurricane was saying they keep being suppressed. They keep me suppressed all hours of the day. Yeah, like these platforms will do that, and you know they don't want it. They don't want you. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like you'll flag us for bringing out this information. Mind you, it's you that has this information, and then you're gonna flag us for talking about it.
Exactly.
You know. And how is it mismedical information if there's a case study that's shown about what happens to little boys and you know, specifically black boys and white boys, and what it does and cause. And now look, you got the Kennedy guy, I forgot what his name is, talking about the same thing that I was bringing up, and how it's causing, you know, stuff. I don't even want to. I gotta divert and dilute it, but you know. But he's talking about it. And he's telling people, no, don't do that. Don't, you know, I wouldn't advise because this is what it's causing. I was saying that 5 years ago.
But like you were saying, when we said it's so wrong and false information, but when they said, oh, it's right, like but it all comes back to our energy. That's how the internet really working for real. If you were to think about it, it's our energy. It's deep.
And they put these bots in that may or may not be people, real people, but you know, that's how they target too. Because if you're saying keywords like Brother Nasir said, he was like, it wasn't bullying. He just said a word and then it was like boop.
Yup.
So
like trigger AI type words.
Yes. Yep.
They always do that. And it is recently I think really started doing that for real. Like when YouTube first came out, it wasn't really, you know, because it was no information really out. It started coming around like after 2009. You start seeing all the you know, Illuminati videos and the, you know, the early stages of the conspiracy so-called theories.
Right.
And they wasn't really trickling on that either. So that's why I really tapped into my awakening for real. It started off a dev host, a Michael Jackson dev host, because I was like, man, I can't believe this man went out like that. So I started looking on YouTube, and these people were talking about, yo, you know he ain't died, because like they had a video of him come out the ambulance. I'm like, no, that can't be. So after that, I went down a rabbit hole. This man they had a guy named Dave and Jack.
Yes, the Dave guy. Who's like a victim.
Yeah, so that's what really got me tapped into that when I was younger. I was like about like 16, 15. And then I'm gonna just give you the whole spill. Then after that, I started tapping the Dan Calloway around like 2018.
Me too. Yup.
And then I found out about Bobby Hemming and all that. And then that's when I really started.
And did you ever watch Know the Ledge with Blue Pill and Red Pill?
Yeah, I heard about them too. Yeah, they was outside most of the time around 2009. Yeah, talking to people and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what was applying the knowledge, as we say, with the metaphysics. This is a real life experience. In 1996 or 95, I used to go down to Harlem or Lower Manhattan, and there'd be these brothers out there that have, you know, books and stuff. Like I said, I kind of like gravitate towards the books.
Right.
So I would come back and get these little thin booklets. Come to find out, they were part of Dr. York, the Nuwapians, right? Dr. Malachi York. So I would bring these books back, digest it, and then we would have our smoke session. Me and my best friend at the time. She's still my best friend. She got me this hat. Shout out to my Amy Bird. We would have our smoke session, and I'm telling them all this information out of these books. And they're like, what? They were hearing that before. So 2015, one of the brothers from that time saw me on Facebook.
Red Pill?
Me and was like, yo, he flooded my email with all these books that I didn't know about. And he was like, yo, this is full circle for dropping that knowledge on us and dropping that knowledge on me back in the days. And that's when my reawakening started, because I was suppressed prior to 2015. 2012, there was some stuff startling, but 2015, once he did that, that was the boop, turn on the lights.
Yeah.
Remember who you are, because it came back full circle, and it has been that and then some from that point on. And he put me on to Know the Ledge with the Red Pill, Blue Pill brothers, the twins.
Okay. And
Black Magic 363.
Oh yeah, I heard about him.
Yeah. And then while watching him, I got to see Professor Griff and talk. And then in all actuality, I actually got to meet both the brothers, because they would come up. Well, at the time, this was like pre the Rona virus, that I saw one of them, and I told them about, you know, the encounter and stuff. And so then I met the other twin. And so yeah, so I'm in those circles. I'm in those circles, and I know I have met these people personally, some of the women, you know, so it was crazy that brother D has sent me all these books. I mean, propaganda. He sent me about ancient Kemet. He sent me books about you know, how to eat and fast and all this stuff. And he was just blessing me, because he was like, yo, we weren't even on that timeline back in the days. You come with these books, and now we know that was Dr. York. Like, you was on it back then.
Right. A lot of people just, you know, it had to be somebody, you know, put them on to that, because that's the real, you know, heard of mouth, but heard of mind at the same time. So like, it's good people you know, align with that energy, and I think it's more coming to a lot of more people gonna be able to align with it, you know, whether it's through a book or through these live screens and stuff like that. But
yeah, because this is the best place. Like my sister was just saying, you know, it is kind of like a blessing and a curse. But the blessing is that we have this right here, that we're connected, and we're talking and we're meeting up. You know, the curse is that it's, you know, saturated with all kinds of stuff, anything that you're looking for, it's there. Right.
Like I have a niece that her dad is like, he conscious too, like me, and awakened like me. So, but he had a daughter around 2008, and now she's coming to her own. And she's very intellectual. Like she knows who she is, and I'm proud of that, because I was like, man, after me, I ain't really seen no grandkids really, you know, on that type of time. But she showed me like, okay, it's at least one of them, got a light with them. So I'm proud of that. So I'm trying to see how she go with her journey. And I told her, if she got any questions, let me know, and I'll let her, you know, I give her my perspective and let her grow from what she learned or took from what I said, and to be a better, you know, divine being or something like that. Yeah. So that's why I say I ain't really having kids, because like I see that.
That's how my kids are. They're like, Oh no, we can't even really take care of ourselves like that. Like they still, living their life.
Yeah.
And so they're
Yep.
like, I don't know about them kids. My youngest is kind of like, yeah, I'll get married at like 30 and have, she has her plan. But my two oldest was like, no, because I kept putting that in their head. Like I was a teenage mom. It stifled me. I had to solely take care of this child.
Mhm.
And I still was a knucklehead in between all that. But my thing for them was not to be better than mom. You do
Right.
not, and not that the children are, there's anything wrong, but having a child at 15, 16 years old, that's a problem.
Right.
And you're not ready. You don't have it. Even at 20, 21, you're not ready.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
live your life, get your passport, travel, do your thing. I don't knock anyone who don't want kids. Yeah, because look at the way society's now. Like it's really, it's scary. I would definitely be like my sister has two little ones. Well, one really little one, and the oldest is a teenager. But it's definitely a different world from when I was raising my kids. Like they were just coming up into social media.
Right.
So they didn't really have all this, and they're not even really on social media. Like it's me that's always on it, posting up on Instagram. Like my daughter's like, "Do you ever give it a rest? Why are you always in the chat?"
Yeah. Instagram and YouTube, the only things I really be on. I have a TikTok, but like I rarely post on that. Like, and so if I do go to TikTok, I look at somebody's video that got like something to say, and I just log back out. And we probably posted or something. I log back out, but it getting to a point now. I'm kind of like not really wanting to be on certain things now. Like YouTube, I'll be on it because I have my music and come to these live screens. But like Instagram, I'm rarely posting on that now. I think I'm getting kind of like a fatigue. So I think by like 35 or something, I might be not really on it too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister either. She doesn't be on social. Like she'll send us, we're in a group chat together of her, me, my brother, and my daughter, my oldest. And that's really it. Like, but other than that, like I think I'm the most out of the three.
Wait, I have to correct you because I be on social media too much.
Oh, I don't know. But I don't see what I'm saying is I don't see you posting is what I'm saying.
Oh, nah.
Yeah.
Because what they say, you never let people know what's your next move.
Yeah.
But I be on there to the point where I'm over here like, why can't I just figure out how to get 6 figures from just posting my feet?
Oh my God.
So
yes.
I be going down in rabbit holes, and I follow a lot of pages where I'm all over the place. So I'm following like Iranian news, as you call them, little hats news. I'm all over the place to the point people don't know when I sleep. I don't even know when I sleep. But there's, like you said, there's a lot of information on there, and sometimes you have to disconnect because it's just too much. It's just too much BS, and sometimes there's too much to even watch. Some of the horrors that are happening nonstop. So I bought this book. It's a problem solving book. It's called Minute Cryptic or Cryptic Minute. I can't remember. And the person who co-wrote the book has been in over 230 different types of escape rooms, and they write like sentences where you have to decipher what the answer is. And it just gets me off my phone. It gets me to think analytically. It gets me to decipher codes. Beautiful. I'm on that. I actually ran through that book. But I recommend everybody to unplug. Huh?
Right.
What's the name of it again?
I think it's called Minute Cryptic, and it teaches you how to solve it using anagrams, hidden words, how to use. So it's like a sentence that they give you, and you have to decipher what is the answer of that sentence. And you could either be using anagrams, you could be using acronyms, you have to use substitution words. It's like solving an escape room, but in your mind.
Gotcha.
So I decided to get that book so that I can unplug from my phone and also to get my mind to start critically thinking again, because that was my strength. And I felt like I've lost that along the way with COVID or whatever you want to call it, C-19 or whatever, and
No.
all this other stuff.
The Rona.
The Rona.
Yep.
Yeah. Because they saturated us with so much of that stuff that you'll go down those rabbit holes and you're like, well, what is this? What did that say?
And they want to desensitize you from watching like that 21-year-old in Brazil that just like plunged to her death.
Yeah, that was wild.
And I'm like, did I, even if it's blurred out, did I just watch this casually? And I'm like, okay, unplugged. I can't.
Yeah, I'm glad I ain't seen that video. Most of the time, like when I made, for some reason, my timeline, like on my Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube, I kind of got like in a way where I don't really have to. I don't want to see nothing like that. Like, but it still sometimes come through the timeline, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I try not to look at stuff like that. You know, I know about it. I'm aware of it, but my energy and my mental well-being, I don't want to see stuff like that.
It.
Yeah,
For
I gotta
sure.
protect it. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Some of these pages that I follow, where it's a lot of geopolitical stuff, and some of the stuff is like what we talk about, those type of pages, and they'll just post it, no warning, and I'm over here just thinking, oh look, that's not something I'm gonna do, and then just to realize that like that person just died. Like I'm like, what did I just watch?
Yeah.
And then I go into like the kids, and then one click of one thing, and then my algorithm has changed. So that's why I always send my family like a lot of animal funny videos, because that's what I'm trying to build. Then I get on some weird end of the algorithm where I'm seeing a lady pop her thing, and then there's a whole theme song, and I'm like, okay, yeah, no, this is not the kind of algorithm I'm trying to build.
Yep. It's deep. Once you realize the timeline like that is based off like a frequency and energy type job. Like, cause sometimes you could think about something and it'll literally pop up, like on your timeline. That'd be kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's really, because you're not even typing it in and it'll pop up.
Yep. And that might be a prototype to what might happen in the future. You just never know. They might have something where you could think it and it'll show up on your phone.
Minority Report.
Yeah. Yep. That's deep.
And I believe that. I believe that will be the thing, because it is happening.
Yep.
Especially when I'm thinking, and I'm like, I ain't even say nothing.
Yeah. Like,
I didn't even say nothing.
And if it's not like on my phone, it will happen when I like watch YouTube or something like that. Not like Prime or the other things, but specifically YouTube. If I'm thinking about something, there it goes. It's showing up on the timeline.
I'm gonna trip y'all out. I think, I don't want to say think, but I was even thinking about like the Walmart store like that, and it popped up on my TV screen, the commercial.
Oh, they were saying that.
They were saying that, right?
I just seen a video where the guy was saying that now, if you have I think like a Roku or some sort of type of TV, that it used to be like you could stream whatever you create a Roku account, but now Walmart wants you to create a Walmart account in order for you to access the TV. So now that every time you watching certain things, now it can sell you or promote what they want you to buy, and you have to get a Walmart .com like login. It's free, but they want you to do that. And I'm like, oh man.
That's smart. That's genius marketing.
It
But
is.
it's
But
also no, that's not what I want.
it's like forceful promotion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the guy was pointing out, he was like, this is what you have to look for. It's like subscriber something. I come across the video, but it was basically the wording. He was like, let me show you this. I want to say it was a Roku. And he was like, let me show you this one. And then let me show you this one. And then it had the wording on the box that shows like a subscriber thing is required. And it's like a Walmart TV, and then you have to have like a Walmart I guess
account?
membership. Not even an account.
Yeah, that's deep. They know what they be doing. I have a Roku too, so
back to you. Yeah, I got one in my living room.
What'd you say, Foxy?
No, I was telling my sister that Hurricane responded to her to check the chat because he responded back to her. They about to have a chess match.
I play spades now. I don't think nobody can really mess with me in spades. I'm the truth in spades. If y'all play spades, I'm the truth in spades. Like down south, we play spades religiously.
Right. Yeah. My
every get
mother-in-law
together.
is from North Carolina, and faithfully every Sunday her nieces come over and hang out with her. And that even when I was like, it started when I first started dating. Yeah, they play spades, and they were like, "You don't know how to play spades?" I'm like, "I don't know what that is." But yeah. So I get it.
Like I like to play, in a way where it don't get too riled up. I like to play like when it's laughing, joking. You might renege one time. It's like, man, you just renege, but how you? I'm like, my bad, man. Everybody be laughing. Huh?
Do you play Pity Pat too?
I never heard of that before.
Okay, that's what she never. So Pity Pat and spades. Yeah, kind of almost similar in some way. The only cards I do are my tarot cards.
Okay. Yeah, that's I'm very I like, listening to yours, and there's a girl named Jakayla too as well. Especially when it's about the Aquarius, because that's me. I'm Aquarius.
I love listen, Aquarius, I think I told you this, is in my top 5 of favorite signs.
Yes.
And I did look in the private chat, and I am subscribed to your channel, so I'm like, okay. But yeah, I just the energy of Aquarius. Like I've never been with an Aquarius, or I can't recall if any family members are Aquarius, but it's just the energy. But then when I was doing my chart, my natal chart and breaking it down, because I have these conversations and talk about, you're not just your sun sign, you're your moon sign, your rising, etc., Venus. And my rising is Aquarius. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense as far as like the thought process. And that's that wanting to learn, that's the metaphysic learning and being out there
right
in that type of world. And then it's almost like they ghost. And it's like, no, we just conserving ourselves. Like when we're not bothered, we don't want to be bothered.
Facts.
You won't hear or see us for quite some time. But yeah, I love the energy. It's just, I don't know. It's hard to explain it, but definitely you're on the good side over here with me.
Thank you.
Who's the other top? My other top favorites, because it's 5. First and foremost is Pisces. Pisces is my favorite. And then Aquarius, Taurus, and Leo. And that's it. And it's not any specific order after Pisces. It's whoever I could think of. I like the energy. Cancers, like that's our sign. We're Cancers. And Hurricane, I was telling him too the other day. I was like, Capricorn. But yep.
Hurricane was almost an Aquarius.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like, I think a day or two off, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
yeah, and then you don't want to make it that either. Somebody was posting in the chat about Malcolm, not Malcolm, oh, God rest his soul, Michael being a Virgo, and the way he moves and he shuts down and stuff like that. I was like, that sounds like me, and I'm not even a Virgo, so it doesn't really you can't really go off of these signs like that, but it does
Right,
play a part. I will say it does play a part, but
right,
it's also your environment. It's also how you were raised, how you grew up,
right.
because you could be a shitbag, have that crazy life back in the days, and I'll be like, oh, yep, because you're a Gemini. That's you know what I mean? And I'm like, no, you can't really
You want to put someone on the sign.
yeah, you don't want to do that. But Pisces, I'll do that too, all day and night.
Yeah.
I'll put that on. And see, yep, because Pisces, y'all, yep. But anybody else, I'm cool. I don't do that. But
Yep.
I did do the week's message, so you all could take a listen, because I did that before I went live. Because I didn't do it yesterday, and that even too, I'm like, I don't even really do the readings. I do personal readings, but that's far and few now. I just anything that has to get me to really think and go outside of myself and go into that spiritual realm and use those spiritual muscles. I'm tired. I don't want to do that.
Yep.
So
I know it take energy to do it though, because you tapping into something that's it's a source thing. So I know it take energy to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not, like I always say, even when I go onto my lives, that I don't, the readers that do that on a daily basis and maybe 2 or 3 times a day, I big up to them, because I can't. One time, just once a day, and I'm done. But they really, they do it. They get their hustle on.
Yeah.
And that's their job. That's their 9 to 5, 8 to 4. I don't want to be constrained into that. I don't want to be pigeonholed into relying. Yes, you get some money off of it, but you gotta come on all the time. And what if you're tired, really tired?
Right.
I don't know how they decompress, but they really seriously be on it 2-3 times a day, every day of the week.
Yep.
I'm just like, I am not that reader. I'm not going to be that consistent. So I'm sorry. That's why I was like, let me do at least once a week. Because I was doing it twice a week. I was doing Mondays after the Mindful Monday. And then Wednesdays, I would have the check-in, and I'd do the readings then. And it just was getting to be So then I just did it to one day, and it was Wednesdays. And now I'm just like, I'll just record myself and send it out on.
You don't overwhelm yourself with it now. Just take your time, because we'll still be here. We'll still be here.
I just my little one bugs me. She's like, "Ma, it's a new month. Can you do my reading?" Listen, kid. So, but yeah, for it, to me, I guess I don't really capitalize too much off it, is because it's like a gift. You just relaying a message that's not for you. And if you hit the mark, you'll be compensated, because I have. So it's like, okay, I know that's there, but to make it like my grind, I don't really see that.
Right.
Right. It's really something that it's not really just me personally. It's not for show. It's not P.T. Barnum and circus and sideshow.
Right.
So,
it's like a purpose, a mission.
Yeah, and I take it with the utmost revere, it's sacred. A lot of things have been exposed on the internet now about the occult, and it's not really bad. It's the hidden knowledge and stuff, and the readers and the healers and stuff, and it's just everything's just been out, and it's no, there's a reason why it was hidden. It was in secrecy, because not everybody should have that knowledge. Not everybody is privy to have that knowledge, and it's a great responsibility of having that knowledge.
Right.
So yeah, that's my take. I just don't do it, turn on and Showtime and perform and stuff. I'm like,
Right, cause a lot of people be putting on like they put their own
yeah,
personal like reason and try to attack somebody with it. It's like it's crazy.
mm-hmm.
You gotta use they gotta use more of a respectful like divine into what it is intention.
Intention,
Yeah,
yes,
with it, yeah,
that's exactly how I look at it. It's like divine intention,
yeah,
and it does. It takes because I really like to give it a teaching aspect as well, so people can understand what I'm saying and what I'm doing. So
yeah,
it's not just me reading the card and saying, okay, da 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 da. It's okay, this is the card, and then what's it signifying?
right,
So that takes an extra 1 or 2 minutes to talk about that, So it's like a teaching moment, like Brother Nasir was saying. Like I want to teach people what, because not everybody understands what the tarot card means.
mm,
So yeah, I'll do that. Even when I do my personal readings, it takes about an hour because I'm breaking down what these cards mean so that they can have a better understanding,
right,
you know?
right,
And I try to make everything like a teachable moment or how we applying that metaphysics. That's why I say how we apply this knowledge.
yep, yep,
Even like with music, you guys, with you and Hurricane and stuff, that's an alchemy. You're
right,
transmuting things that have happened to you or that you're, seeing, and you're transmuting that into a frequency for the listeners to, get down with or enjoy.
right, right. And it's like sometimes I think I sung all the songs about me. Now it's getting to a point where the songs, like I created and stuff, and they come from the source from within that everybody
Mhm.
got a power and attached to. But it's like the songs don't even be talking about me no more at this point. It's like I'm singing it for somebody else who might hear it down the line or might hear it randomly, like on their timeline or something like that. But what I know, somebody's hearing it and they gonna attach to it. But it's like that shouldn't be my intention. My intention just should be to make it and feel good while making it
Right.
and release it. And the universe will do whatever it needs to do with whoever needs to align with it, regardless if the song might not, sound good to somebody else. It might sound good to that person. And
Right.
that's why frequency and vibrations and intentions are very important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We started off with the live talking about that, your intentions and your affirmations.
Yep.
Like I said, my backdrop here, my tapestry is an affirmation. It's saying you are worthy, you are special, you are, so having that with it again, and that's talking to your inner self. That could be talking to your little 12-year-old self or your little 5-year-old self, right? Even Michael Jackson and I didn't know this, and watching his movie showed that he used to put sticky notes on his doors, walls, mirrors of basically affirmations, things
Right.
to remind him of, the person that he is. So again, transmuting and alchemizing the negative into a positive. Everything is, not going to be sunshine and roses, right? Rainbows and stuff. But how do you make a situation, a messed up situation, into a better situation?
Right. Right. And I study, some of his structure of how he make his songs and the vocal structure, not try to not like to sound like him or not like that. 'Cause nobody can't sound like nobody.
Right.
I just took bits and pieces of him and all the OGs before me, and I just try to make it to my own little way. That's why sometimes the music might not catch people at first because it's so different. It's not like a organic way of making R&B music or soul music. It's like it's a different way. I can't even explain it sometimes. It just when I create it, just come out like that. That's how I know it's not really from me. It's from source from within. That, like I say, everybody have a power and piece of.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
deep.
everybody, and those that don't, then they don't.
Yeah.
Ones that do, you channel whatever it is that you are, what the gift is or what your
Yep.
ability is. You channel in on that, just like the X-Men. Case in
Yep.
point, you know, Jean Grey, she's up there with Professor X. Wolverine, he was, poisoned with the titanium, but he'll rip somebody up, you know. So they're all mutants and they all have their abilities and special powers and stuff.
Right.
And each one doesn't try to intertwine and say, okay, well, I'm going to take on Storm's ability. No, they all have their own abilities. And that's
Right.
what we are. We have our own abilities, but we can form like Voltron and connect with each other and make it a bigger, a bigger source, I guess.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head with that one.
Yeah.
But we've been on here for almost 6 hours. That's abundant.
It is abundant with that number.
So this the longest you ever been on? Like,
No, it was 10 hours one time when I first.
oh, shoot.
Yeah, when I first created this channel, it was 10 hours, and I was doing readings. I wasn't having this kind of talk.
Okay. We're gonna break that record one day.
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna have to divvy up this live to, a couple of. But that's the other thing. I don't know how to do the editing. Like I'm not savvy like that. It's just like, oh.
Yeah,
so
same here.
Back. But maybe I should leave it and just, who needs to hear stuff, then they hear it and they want to see.
So you say you're not gonna save this one?
No, I'm gonna save it.
Oh, okay,
But as far as like breaking it up, because it's 6 hours, some people don't have the wherewithal to sit for 6 hours.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? And listen. So I don't know. I might have to just break it up, or I may not, just because it's already like. Okay, so we got brother Wale back.
Salute.
Salute to both of y'all, man. I had my thing muted. I didn't want to interrupt you. But yeah, I had to go and help a man move his stuff. So I wanted to get back because I just heard something. Huh?
I said, no worries.
I like what you were just saying about get together and expand. What's that called? Damn, there's a word for that. Anyway, I look at it electrically. You know what I mean by electrically? Through the system of electronics.
Mm-hmm.
Each and every one of us function as a battery. We produce between 1 and 2.5 volts from left index finger to right index finger. I have people most of the time when they come around me, I got a multimeter and I have them measure their own voltage so they can see it for themselves.
Okay.
And so us being electronic, we're electric beings. That's what they were saying in the Matrix. We're batteries. We're batteries. Okay, so now that we know that when you put batteries together, let's say any battery, let's say you got a positive and a negative, a left and a right. You can call it positive and negative if you want to. But when you join hands with somebody, you're connecting positive to negative or negative, whatever, but I mean, but you're connecting batteries. So now let's say you got 10 people in a circle, all connecting their hands. That's called the circuit. Yeah. Because now you got batteries in a circuit. Each battery is making together. That's the word, synergy. That's the word. When you were saying you get together, and it creates synergy, wherein 1 + 1 is more than 2. This is called synergy. And then when you got the batteries, because I use solar power, right? So I got batteries and all this stuff is fresh to me, right? So I got 2 batteries. I put them together side by side. I got each one is 12 volts. Then 6 volts. So I put 2 together. They're 12 volts. I put 4 together. I got 24 volts. You see what I'm saying? They're adding up. Mm-hmm. So the same with people. The energy adds up the similar way. And that's just the voltage. I haven't gotten to the current and the the frequency and stuff like that, which is different, a different, a different mathematics to control that predicts what it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? So then, this is very interesting to look at it from that point of view. I know a lot of times people may not look at it from that, but I was offering, as I said to you earlier, just a different or a new perspective. Not necessarily to say right or wrong. I don't go with that. Right or wrong. I go with right and left, But then a different perspective is what's important. So you can see many different perspectives, and
Right.
that way you can see a bigger picture or a bigger view of what reality might look like for you.
Indeed. So I mean, I know we said we was gonna wrap it up, but I guess we'd like to wrap it up because we have been rocking out, and yeah, I think we ran our course. There's not really much to talk about. So my sister wants to chime in now and say some stuff.
Oh, I'm just listening while I'm making dinner. So,
Oh, okay. Ooh.
well, I'm over here just listening, seeing that people are coming back. I'm like, okay, I guess this could go on and on. I feel like the last time I was on the live, it was like 11 hours.
It was like 7 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I just know that it was. No, I felt like it was. Oh yeah, because I was like, oh, I basically put in a day's worth of work.
Yeah. But that's how it is when you have a, like
Yeah.
Hurricane was saying, time flies when you're having fun. I mean, it was a great build, great conversation around good people. We were chopping it up, even if we were getting pushback. That's what it's about. Because how are you going to grow if you don't get that? If everybody's up here just all in agreement, it's like, okay. But no, you're going to say something that may not agree, but that's going to hit me in the head like, oh, let me think about that. Maybe
right. As long as it's respectful.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, because we all can't think the same. I mean, it's nice to have great feedback. The pushback, not so much, because you got to have room for someone else to have their opinion and their belief and their, but you can, offer a different perspective. And I feel like that's what you're live. And I haven't gotten a chance to see other, the other guys' content, but I'm pretty sure based off of how long everybody's been here that they respect, it's safe to say that they respect, other perspectives. Gracefully. So I'm glad to be a part of this and be able to gain some stuff out of everybody that contributed today.
Right. Same here.
I like the perspective, Ali. I was just wondering, are you familiar with what a verbal noun is?
A Virgo noun?
A verbal noun.
Oh, a verbal noun. Oh, I thought you said a Virgo noun. I was like, I never.
Yeah, she's sitting in the back room somewhere.
A verbal noun. Enlighten me.
It's a noun that is derived from a verb.
Oh, okay. You want to expand?
I find it peculiar because I heard the word twice today, and I find it peculiar because the word opinion is a verbal noun from the verb to opine. Have you ever heard that verb, to opine?
No, never heard of to opine.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what I mean by verbal. I'm gonna look it up because I want to read it directly off of some dictionary. I don't like trying to tell people.
Well, you had disappeared, but when you had left, we were talking about how the nature of the conversation when there was another gentleman on the panel that wasn't allowing other at one point to kind of have that space to kind of, for you to be in your righteous form of opinion or perspective. And I felt like I kind of came to a defensive. Not that you need any defending, but if you were here, I was like, man, I didn't feel like that guy allowed anybody to really kind of have that kind of platform when you both were on together simultaneously.
Okay.
And I was
Well,
hoping that you were still there because I was loving what you had to say, but then you kind of left, and I was like, well, I don't know if that would be the last I've ever heard from him.
oh no, my neighbor asked me to help him move some things from one house to the next one, and I went to do that.
Oh, okay.
But no, but this was simply the first time I saw Foxy Moon, and I go to get the to subscribe as I'm on the panel and find out I'm already subscribed. That's how I even know it was on. I'm like, oh, when did I do that? I don't, so things happen, man. I'm just glad that life is still
great.
Good. Yeah.
I appreciate that for subscribing, and thank you.
So the things she talk about, and this kind of stuff is where my mind be most of the time, into the I think as people call it, esoteric, ethereal, whatever. You know what I mean? Because I live in the bush, a sabbatical. I went on a sabbatical so many years ago, and I'm still kind of out here. But the idea is more and more people are skilled. We put them all together and work from that point of view. And that's what I was saying too about the filaments, the dots connecting the thing that connects the dots is the filaments. I'm just referring to it as filaments. And I'm agreeing with you. Everybody got their talent and everything. You got yours, I got mine, and we work together to get everything that we want done, accomplished. Because that's what it's all about, getting stuff accomplished. If we just sitting around talking about I like you, I don't like you, who cares? What are we getting accomplished?
That part.
Right. And I like to provide some solutions, if not most solutions. Even when I'm doing the readings, it's like I don't want it to just be this echo chamber of a panel where we're just going back and forth, in circles. Like what solutions, if any, do you have? And how can we apply it to our everyday life? So I definitely like to leave people with that, because then that's what the people who just have the echo chamber, it's just for hype and to keep going, and that's not where this channel is. We could talk about dieting, we could talk about all kinds of things, because each person has something to bring to the table and give that you could pass it on to the next person, or the people that are listening in the chat and in the replay.
Beautiful.
And no, I don't expect you. I'm not going to grill anybody up here and say, "Oh, well, what do you think? What do you think we should do? No, this is organic. You want to talk about it? You want to say some things you feel that you've implemented and you've applied, and you can get that out. Or I'm all for it. But I'm not going to sit here and grill you and be like, "And so, what do you think we should do?" And no, this is not that. This is not that type of no. Because I don't want to be grilled. I may have a solution.
I have divined a solution. Yes, I have divined a solution. And that's why I talk to people like yourself. You're very interesting. You just being relating to you is raising my consciousness all by itself.
Salute to that. Thank you.
This is true. So the solution I have is this simple. It's vibrational. That's why I was talking about vibrations and electricity and stuff, because this is the way right now it seems seems to be the best way right now to explain what the universe is, what's happening in reality. You call it the universe, reality, whatever. I don't care. It's still the same stuff that's happening. You can describe it through different mechanisms, but the stuff itself is happening. You know what I mean? Like everybody could say, whatever they want to say about the. So whatever you call it, whatever you want to, however all that stuff is incidental. The thing itself is actually happening, and the thing itself is the vibrational description. All of it is vibrational descriptions. It can be described, as vibrational. Incidences, occurrences, and stuff like that thing you do with the astrology. You do astrology? I'm assuming.
I do also tarot cards. I apply astrology in it, but I'm not an astrologer or astronomer.
Oh, well, we both know astrology has to deal with cycles, and cycles has to do with frequencies, because frequencies are just a matter of cycles per whatever. At that point, that's what a frequency is. Cycles per whatever you want to per it, but that's what frequency actually is. So all of this stuff is the same stuff, is all I'm trying to say. They all fit in together, so they all work together and stuff like that. So we are in this now, where we're starting to see with our own eyes, our own mental capacities, what's really going on, and not being led by indoctrination, not being led by, marketing, social pressures, anything. We just, like, some people just sat down and say, wow, I see it. And there you go. You ain't got to say nothing more. You're done. Kind of thing. Yeah. So the thing I say is always speak the truth, because that's the vibration of the universe, truth. When we speak truth all the time, we get into a harmony with the vibration of the universe. The creator is the great truth. So we get in harmony with truth throughout. And I say our ancestors made a covenant with the creator to always speak the truth. I have went around. I went around the world. Some places I didn't go to, so I'd hate to say I went around the world, but I didn't been around, right? And everywhere I went, I asked people, do they know us? Do they know my ancestors and stuff? And they say, oh yeah, we know them. And they tell me every time. And I got it from 5 people. They say, yeah. 3 of them said, the first thing they said, yeah, your ancestors always spoke the truth. That's what they were known for. Speaking the truth all the time. You can count on their word. Wow. So that's 3 out of the people I ran across, 3 in the different countries now. They all said the same thing. So, I mean, they said other stuff too, but they all, the 3 of them said that particular thing in particular. Right? So I'm saying our ancestors made a covenant with the creator to always speak the truth. That way, that's how we stayed in line. That's how we always were able to maintain and always know things. Because you can go to sleep tonight and wake up with the answer tomorrow. You never had been to college in your life. You know what I'm saying? We know that, right? I mean, do you agree with that as being an experience that you can say, okay, I understand that. I can see how that.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just checking. Some people can't see that.
Absolutely. That's why I said I keep reiterating that if I'm just thinking that it's just me and there's nothing greater and there's nothing, it's just me. I'm not elevating my mind. I'm not growing. So yeah, tomorrow there definitely could be a solution. Something that could work out.
And that's what I was saying. Every day is a miracle. I don't think people take it for granted every day. When I wake up in the morning, I'd be like, how can people just take this for granted? Like, every day is a miracle. It has a whole new thing set up. Everything is different. People think it's all the same, but it's all different. You ever seen the movie Dark City?
No.
I'm just dropping movies on you you ain't
You
never
have,
seen.
and I've been writing them down. Look, you in my notebook, I got them all written down.
That's why
here.
every day you gotta make a fulfillment, like not the forced fulfillment, but make a fulfillment each day, like because you never know. You know what I'm saying? Every day I try to do something that's part of my alignment that I didn't do the last day. You know what I'm saying? Because I appreciate every day. So I try to get the full fulfillment. It's like drinking a juice. You get a cup of juice, you want to drink that cup of juice until it's no more. And then you might want another one. So that's how I feel about it.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Okay, first of all, you've been in astrology long enough to know it's 13 months in a year, right?
Right.
Right.
And it goes by the
Okay.
moon cycle, not the sun cycle.
By the moon cycle. Right. By the moon cycle, not the sun cycle. So they got us all mixed up and out of sync. And
Right.
because we trying to do this Monday through Friday, day, all that crap, and we trying to do the but you know what I mean? We try to do all of this stuff and stay in their cycle, which is an abnormal cycle.
Right.
Excuse me, not abnormal, unnatural cycle. It's normal for people who are in the cycle,
Right.
but it's unnatural. Excuse me. It's always going to be unnatural,
Natural.
whether you're in the cycle or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying we are natural people. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm not a human. I'm a natural person, man, right? So I'm a man of nature. So I my sync. Because we all got a rhythm.
Right.
Every bird's got a rhythm. Dogs got a, dogs die every 10 or 15 years or so. They only live so long. Why? Because that's their rhythm. Everything got a rhythm. And people say, well, I bleed and then well, dog bleeds too, but it got a rhythm. It's a different, you know what I'm saying? It's still a different rhythm. So anyway, they go on and we all got our rhythm. So we are out of rhythm because we're trying to be in this unnatural rhythm of 12 months. And then when the moon is here and there and everywhere, we don't know what's going on. We wonder why we confused and can't figure stuff out and why we feel this way and uneasy this way and don't even realize that we are totally out of our own synchronization. And the creator has set the creation right for us.
Right.
Yet we are complaining because we are not fitting in with the creator. We're trying to make the creator make this unnatural stuff be right for us. Mm-hmm. Oh God, give me a car. We know we begging what we think of as the creator to give us something out in an unnatural world instead of trying to stay within the natural world. And we don't even have to do all that stuff because we'll start creating naturally because we are already creating. That's what I was saying when I was leaving. We are always creating. What you got today, you created it in your own past. You did that. You're the author of your own life. We are all the author of our own life. Stop blaming anybody. We ain't got to blame nobody. Oh, he did this or he did that. Boy, they did it. It don't matter. We called it to us. We're the source of the attraction. You understand what I do? You know, source of attraction, the law of attraction, right? Yeah. So now we are doing all this spell casting and don't know we're doing it because we're doing it ignorantly. Yes. We say, oh, well, if you do it this way, you'll get just what you want with all the conviction in the world, and you might get it. Yes, that's true, because intent is very important. But if your intent ain't set up and you just talking la-di-da, then when la-di-da happened 13 months later, 13 weeks, whatever your time frequency is, because we all got our own frequency from the words and the past patterns we use. Our frequency is kind of regular. When we look and start looking for it, we can start even recognizing our own frequencies that we haven't been recognizing, our own cycles that we haven't been recognizing ourselves, because we so caught up in the 9 to 5, 8 to 4, 7 to 3:30.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm just
our own patterns.
Yeah, we have natural patterns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It ain't easy, and every day, is something to learn how to, not be caught up, because the past week, man, I definitely have been in a down and out kind of way. just because of things going on in my life. And it may be a pattern that I've done. You know, I noticed that it was a pattern from a couple of years ago, but you know, I have to turn that frown upside down, because to be grateful that you could look out the window and see the sunset, see the sunrise, to see, you know, birds, like just the little things. That's what I really like, don't take for granted, you know. And then to realize that, you know, you're struggling and there may be some things going on in your life. However, somebody else is going through something and it's a little far worse than what you're going through. So be appreciative of what you got going on here, and not to take it for granted. And that's what I got to, you know, remind myself and go back to that. Like, just look out the window, man. Go take a walk, relax your mind.
Right.
You know, some things are out of your dimension, out of your realm, that you can't control. And you're going to have to let the laws of nature or the laws of attraction work itself out, i.e.
Right.
God.
The guy that just called me to help him move, he said the house he was moving from, the woman who owned the house, her daughter had deceased her.
Oh, wow.
And then committed self-deceased.
Mm.
So when you were talking about what other people live and lives go through, oh man. But you know what too, though? I was going to say, life is beautiful, right? For me, life is beautiful and easy. And I got one here, because you like them little cliches. I got another one. Thank you, because I got another one. I'm going to send it right to you. Hold on a second. I like this one myself. I mean, when it came to me, because they come.
So I'm just saluting Reese Antonio's in the chat. Salute to you. Thank you for coming through.
Yeah, that's my brother. The one,
okay.
Yeah, that's the good one.
Okay. Let's make it a family affair. I'm gonna drop the link down for him.
Yeah, hopefully he ain't working.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll put it down there. You know, we'll make it a family affair. You got your brother, I got my sister.
Hey, what's your name? Moon?
Yeah, I'll check it in a second. Let me see.
Yeah, that's the brother that I learned a lot from, like when it comes to awakening. Like he was like the one, you know, he got awakened before me, like just about, and I took a lot from his knowing too, and I just, you know, put it into my way as well. So he very intellectual too.
Oh, well, thank you for letting him know that I'm on today. Thank you.
Yeah, because I know he like these conversations.
So Wale, you put in the chat, in the private section, the easiest and the quickest method to have everything you want is simply to want everything you have. See, I love these things. This is exactly.
It's like magic.
Yeah,
it happens.
Need to hear that.
When that one came to me, I was like, "Thank you." Yes. See, that's the next thing too. That's the most rewarding. That's the best and most rewarding prayer. I was taught that by my brother. He's my elder as well. Mm-hmm. He called me one day to tell me this prayer he had learned, and he gave it to me. And it consists simply of 2 words: thank you.
Very simple.
He suggested, and he says it about 100 times, or at least 100 times a day, and I do too, because I'm always thankful. I'm always thank you. It's a thing about the appreciation. That's what I was saying about the thing about the thing with the ancestors and stuff like that. You know, the pack about the truth and getting in with the creator, right? So now that you're creating, we already know we've always been creating. First of all, you got to know that. You know what I mean? As far as understanding my perspective, you got to know that. I'm not saying you have to join me in this perspective. I'm just saying, in order for you to understand my perspective, then you have to know that with the creator creates it, is still creating all the time. The creator is creating tomorrow, yesterday.
Yes.
So the creator time don't really matter that much. The creator is not sync. This is another thing. Everybody's talking about linear and this and that. The creation is not linear. Creation is spontaneous. That's why I heard you, Ali, say sometimes it's right there and sometimes it's not. At the same time, it's there and it's not there, because the creator is not linear. It's not, oh, it was moved from here and it moved over to, no, the creator can make stuff happen like that. And that's how it's always been happening, but we don't see it that way because we've been taught through movies and stuff what to expect. And so we see it, it don't do the movie, or it do the movie, and you be like, am I in a movie? My life is like a movie. No, the movie is like your life. You got to remember what's really happening. And so we're getting the whole thing flipped, but that's mostly because we are allowing our minds, which is our minds can be frightened. Okay, yourself cannot be threatened because yourself cannot be killed. Or you understand what I'm saying? Your true self cannot be killed. It doesn't know death. There's no death for your really.
Yeah.
Life, death is not. A brother had to put this to me this way: life is not the opposite of death. Life is, death. Death is not the opposite of life. Excuse me, I might have messed that up. Death is not the opposite of life. Excuse me, that's what I meant to say. Death is not the opposite of life. Life has no opposite. Death is a part of life. Death is not the end of life. Death is a transition. Everybody knows that. The thing don't actually die, it just moves. It transitions. The body changes, but life is still in the body. All them things, all them cells and stuff still growing and all that. Life is still in the body. Yes? Yes. The nails keep growing. The cells keep growing. All that life is still going on. How is it dead? It's not. It changed form. It changed its intent. But death is not the opposite of life. And so we knew life. We understood life before we were born into this mortal existence. That's why I say I'm an immortal being, such as yourself, an immortal being. I'm saying such as yourself, but this is my perspective. I want you to know I'm not trying to identify you or label you or stamp you. I'm just saying this is my perspective. My perspective says that you too are an immortal being. And then before you were even born, you were dreaming. I did that with my children, when they were still infants and stuff. We checked to see if they dream, if they heard stuff. They like certain music, okay? And I could tell that they like certain music. Sometimes you could almost feel them like they dancing or something. They like certain music and certain conversation, reading them stories and stuff while they are still in the womb. They hear, they don't hear it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I agree. They hear it in the womb. I did that with my youngest. I used to read to her while she was in my stomach. And my grandmother would buy books and stuff for the children. She didn't really agree in buying toys, but she made some exceptions and rules. But she always would give me the books, and I started reading them to my youngest. And she came out hearing that, and the same book I would read over and over at night while she was little. So it became, repetitive. And yeah, it does. There is something there that I guess, they are smarter. They come out with this knowing. And it's, because you can interact with your child.
We are all born with that knowing, that in sentience. We're all born with that. Before we're born, we all do that. That's what I was attempting to unload today, is that before we're born, sometimes if you get into it, because you sleep dream and stuff like that, you astral travel as well.
Right.
I'm asking a question.
No, yes, I do.
Okay, well, you can do it too. All you have to do is set your intent. Just go back to before you were born, and they'll show you the whole thing. That's what I did. I went. I went. I asked to go back before I was born. I didn't really ask for that. I asked for the where I came from,
Okay.
and then that's what they showed me. They said before you were born, you were here,
Mm.
and things were occurring. People were communicating. I mean, things were communicating, just like I communicated with those things in the air that I mentioned in the light.
Right. Right.
And they thought, I heard their thoughts say, "Oh, he can see us," and they all dashed away out of the light. I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Yeah. So Brother Reese to Brother Jordan wrote in the chat, we move into action. What is the vibration and frequency? Gravitational push and pull, more or less, abundance / and or like. Speak life into existence with the physical, energetical, and energetic. I might have said that wrong, but yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's
it.
facts.
Yeah, he's on.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was saying with the vibration of truth that kicks our stuff up into the synergetic realm instead of like 1 + 1 = 2. We get into 1 + 1 might equal 365. We don't know because we are using the synergy of the Creator. Because
Right.
we think with the truth, it takes a while to build that relationship up, though, to be in that sync, so that your words have that kind of harmony. And then when you're watching them come back to you, because whatever you say out gonna come back, knowing that, which you didn't know, now you can start looking for it coming back. And I'm saying whatever has already come back at you was what went out. That's why I say if you want to, the easiest and quickest method to have everything you want is simply to want everything you have. It's like saying, okay, I know I asked for all this stuff. And I realized this is the stuff I asked for, and I want it, and I want to be able to ask for more stuff in the, as I go along, and I want that too. So I'll be more careful about
Yes,
what
it
I'm
goes.
asking
It
and
go
how
back
I'm
to the
asking.
intention, the true intention of the energetic manifestation that you chose to speak about within.
Another thing, you have to be careful that you are not manifesting somebody else's intention because of marketing and sales. People get you on marketing and sales all the time. You think you want a Gucci purse. You're trying to manifest a Gucci purse, but you don't want no damn Gucci purse. That's marketing and sales that
Right.
got you
That's
wanting a
surface
Gucci
level.
purse. That's what I'm saying now. Be careful. And that's what we've been doing, is manifesting other people's desires because they've been implementing those desires through marketing and sales and other manipulations of the mind to our minds. And our minds have accepted those as our wants and desires. And since we think we are our minds, we think we want those things. Then I was saying the mind can be easily frightened because it knows when the so-called body dies and the mind dies, that kind of thing. The mind don't have this use no more. It's done. It's like a computer don't want to stop working. They want to keep working. It has a self, you know, okay, I was saying the body is a terrific machine, biochemical machine. No, it's more than that even. But the body is great. I mean, fantastic. I don't know how it's impossible for me sometimes even contemplate the body. It's so fantastic. And then the mind is even more fantastic. It can do a lot of things, but because we think it is us, we are not allowing it to do all the things it can do. And but the mind, I'm saying the body too, they both have a time limit. They are things in that sense that they are things, especially the body. It's a thing. All things will change form. They coalesced in the womb into a form. It'll live in that form, a semblance of that form as it grows, and then it'll separate from that form and go into the actual chemicals and cells and atoms and stuff. They will change form. This is what happens. I think even if you read Buddha says that every form that's what's going to happen in this world. You change everything. Got to change form. It'll form, come together, and then dissolve. Come together, and that's the nature of nature. Everything comes together and dissolves. Trees grow and then they die out, and another tree is already growing at the bottom. I got one out here now. I just planted. And I went to go see the tree because it looked like it's dying. I get out there close enough to see that the tree is dying, but it's a little one already coming up at the bottom.
Mm.
So I'm like, listen, we got to realize how abundant the Creator makes it for us every day. Right now, we are in a truly abundant affair. And another thing, the Creator has no enemies. The people be talking about, well, what about the devil? Have you read the Bhagavad Gita? I'm asking you this, Moon. I'm just trying to see. It's okay. I just said the Bhagavad Gita. It's a small book.
Okay.
But it's very packed with stuff. If you can, it's on the internet. You can get it for free. Bhagavad Gita, Gita. Sometimes you can just put Gita, and they'll give you the whole thing. As a matter of fact, they got cartoons of it and stuff. Now that I think about it, I have movies.
Wow, okay. So I'm sure it probably is on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah, I'm saying on YouTube. I saw a cartoon of it, and I saw a movie of it. But I like the book, that way you can do your own imaginings. Right. It's up there. I think a lot of that stuff, when they put it on a movie, especially if you're totally unfamiliar with it, they're trying to think of characters that it may not be. Or you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or characters that, because of their actors, you think the characters look like them actors, but they really don't. Wow, you're very inspiring. What state are you in? New York or something?
Yeah, I'm in New York. I'm in the city. Yeah.
Good for you. I don't do the city, but good for y'all, man.
Yeah, we were born and raised here, so it's like, it is what it is.
It's cool.
People definitely outside. Even now, my sister, she'll say, I can't, I miss New York, and there's things that I miss and miss you guys, but the crowd, the people, that type of environment, I'm not missing. She does not miss that. And I don't blame her, because it's just like, ew, I don't even want to interact and get on the trains anymore. But, I do it.
I found that I am too much of an empath to be in crowds like that. I hear a lot of people.
That's how it is for me. That's why I don't like the crowds, because I get sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
I thought somebody was speaking. I'm sorry.
No, I was telling my sister to go ahead, keep going, because she was saying that she gets sick because she's an empath with, crowds. I told her,
when I get in crowds, it does make me nauseous, or even when I go to work and all that negative energy, I just be like, I start to feel really physically sick. And then I love to see the good in people. I want everybody to win, and I want, I don't wish no harm to come anybody's way. But then I'm like, damn, I really can't stand people for that reason, because I can just feel all of that built up negative energy. And then it sits right in my gut. And I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta leave. I can't sit here for too long.
I got the same, situation when it comes to that. I see the good in people, and sometimes that can be a gift and a curse, because some people, they'll take that for weakness, and but you gotta set them straight sometimes. But I feel the same way.
And a lot of people don't like New Yorkers. And I live in the South right now, and I'm like, they don't want to hear from me. And I don't blame them. Because there's an arrogance connotation that comes with New Yorkers. Mm-hmm. But it's just something about the energy that I be, when I go to work, I'm like, gosh, y'all some miserable people, and y'all want to bring me down. I got to get up out of here.
Yep. Foxy, what you about to say?
The Schumann resonance.
Oh,
If
to my
anybody
the energy.
follows that, yes.
Oh, I really can't
And
understand. I'm gonna keep it real. I can't understand it yet. Like I see it, it'd
oh,
be like,
because
oh,
there's this one guy that breaks it down, so that's why I'm like, because otherwise I wouldn't know what I'm looking at. I'm like,
yeah,
but he makes it make sense in layman's terms. And some of the feelings that I was having last week, I was like, oh, this makes sense, because if you're sensitive to not only just around the people but the environment, you will pick up on the solar flares and the frequency that's happening within the earth. So it was making sense. Like, yeah, while I was feeling a little down about a certain situation in my life right now, I was also getting like these other symptoms behind that. And so when this man was breaking down with the Schumann, the activity that was happening, I was like, okay, then that makes a lot more sense. Because I know I haven't thought about feeling this way in a very long time. I've been usually optimistic almost for the past, no, it's like 6-7 months. Even in the darkest of the situation. But I was like, why is my stomach hurting? Why am I feeling like on edge? And that's usually not me. So when I looked up what, I was like, let me just see what he posted. Sure enough, the solar flare was not the solar flare, but the Schumann resonance was elevated. Then come to find out, I think it was on the 7th, June 7th and June 8th, there was 2 G classes of solar flares, G1 and G2, that also contributes to, how that looks in people. Well, headaches, fatigue, anxiety, not being able to sleep, so insomnia. And I look at those things as well, because sometimes I'm like, no, you just know, you feel like it's not you.
right.
And you have to make it make sense. And that's why I was going to bring that up. I forgot that all along from the beginning of this live, that I wanted to bring that up. The Schumann's resident.
What's it?
Yeah.
Can you put that in the chat? I've never heard of that. And that sounds.
I'm gonna send it to you on an IG.
My brother, he said, have you heard about Project Horizon?
No,
That sounds familiar.
no. And I haven't seen his. Okay, I see it now. No, has anybody heard of the project? No. You want to enlighten us?
Oh, I don't. That what he said. I don't.
Oh, I dropped the link so he can come up here.
Yeah, he kind of he'll do it, but it's like I don't know what's up with this man. Like,
or maybe some people look confused.
You want to cook in the chat.
Yeah, he might not be able to understand the link. But yeah, no, I haven't heard what the Project Horizon is. So he wants to put that in the chat.
Like he very intellectual. I don't know why he be trying to hold back his power, man.
He may not be ready to hit his energy. He might want to be concerned.
Yeah.
Right.
But if I'm on here, the energy good. Like, he already know. Like, but I mean, that's what he, I guess he want to do.
Well, let me see if he's posted anything on there. I'll read it off. But no, I've never heard of it. Brother Wale, you heard of the Project Horizon?
No.
Okay. No, we're stumped too.
Yeah, we're trying to wait till he say something.
Well, Ali, may I suggest something to you? I don't know if you've done it, but there's a methodology that, there's a methodology called the master key system. The master key, MASTER key, KEY, the master key. Two guys wrote books on it. One is De La Roche, I think, or something like that. Oh, I forget his name. And the other one's name, Hanel. They both wrote books on this same system that I'm talking to you about, called the master key.
Okay.
They both write. They write from different angles. One is very stoic, and the other one is very libertine type. But they still are speaking on the same system, and they both explain it very well. even if you get through the first 10 pages, you would have done yourself a favor. And I suggest that you read it from cover to cover. Read the forward, the date of the copyright, all that kind of stuff, because all of that will inform you as you read the book, if you get to the book itself. I just read some book someone sent me, the Bible. They sent me the book and said I should read it, and I was like, why should I read this anyway? They say, well, I'll read it, right, because da. Anyway, so I say I'll read it, and I started reading it, right? And I got to chapter 3. I got to chapter 3, verse 25, and I said, wait a minute. You got to be kidding me. It says right in here in the Bible that the serpent did not lie to Eve. In that same chapter, the 3rd chapter of Genesis, it's the beginning of the book. Chapter 3, verse 3, 5, and 4, right? 4 and 5, that's the serpent saying, hey, chick, try this fruit here. And she said, no. And he said, oh, they told you that because they don't want you to be like them. Go ahead and try it. You'll like it. And so she did. And then by the time it get to verse 23, when the landlord comes to check on his tenant, right?
Right.
He said, what's up? Why y'all ain't running around naked? I was used to coming around here and, getting an eyeful or whatever. Anyway, he said, what's going on? So they say, we're not doing that. We ate from the tree. And he said, oh, no. But he traveled with his, the landlord travels with his henchies, right? They call his henchie the Elohim. Are you familiar with the Elohim? That's the landlord's henchies. All this in the chapter, man, that I'm saying. It's only one chapter. It's just amazing that people say that, and the Elohim said, whoa, wait a minute. We got to get them out of here before they eat from the next tree. It was 2 trees, right? In the Garden of Eden, there were 2 trees that they were forbidden to eat from. One was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The other one was the tree of life. And they had eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And the landlord showed up before they ate from the other tree, and the Elohim said, whoa, we got to get them out of the garden before they eat from the next tree and become like us, which is exactly what the serpent had told them.
Now that makes sense.
Huh?
I said that would make sense because we're only given, well, I'm speaking for myself. We're only given that 1 tree. I didn't know it was 2. You read chapter 3? I mean, chapter 3 of Genesis. It's the first third chapter in the entire book. Now, I think like this, when I be talking to people and they want to talk to me about Jesus and wealth and all this kind of stuff about John and water, I'm like this. See, I'm kind of Masonic in mind, meaning if the foundation ain't no good, I don't need to go up to the 5th floor. You understand what I'm saying? So if the Genesis is misconstrued, misunderstood, and people can't understand. Just Genesis is long. 1, 2, 3. I ain't even got to the other chapters of Genesis because I put the book down. I would start telling people, and they would say, "Oh no, you're wrong." People argue me for days. Even now, I'm surprised no one is arguing about it. But you can bring it up and read it yourself. It's in the book. It's not hiding. But most people miss it and still say the serpent lied. The serpent did not lie to her, and the Elohim, the henchman of the landlord, said, we got to get them out of here before they eat from the next tree. And like yourself, a lot of people don't even know it was 2 trees, but it's in the book, in the 3rd chapter. That ain't even my religion or nothing. And I know this. Why? Because somebody gave me a book about 10 or 15 years ago, and I read the first 3 chapters.
And I know people been in that all their life and they don't know that little part that's in the book.
Seriously. So I want to welcome Brother Jordan's brother, Empath Vibes 85, Brother Reese, to the panel. I know I was supposed to get off 2 hours ago, but I'm not now. So, and so welcome. And please enlighten us of what the Project Horizon is.
Yes, welcome.
Dang, he did. It's a little signal. The area he at. That what he just texted me.
Okay, yeah, pop that in and out.
Cause he in Ohio, so. I don't know.
Old town, ooh.
He might try to try again, but
okay.
Yeah, that's what he said. The signal. But he was about to cook and tell us about what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm very interested.
It sounds like a movie. Event Horizon. Did you say that's a movie?
Project Horizon.
Oh, still might be a movie.
Well, it's probably like, the Project Mockingbird and Blue Beam, all these other projects that they come out with.
Yeah. I told him and Hurricane with them Joe Biden phones.
Yeah. You mean the Obama? Because Obama had them phones first. Yeah, so we'll just wait for him to come through. But in the meantime, we can go around the panel again. So you wanted to add anything else, Brother Wale? Because then I'm gonna go to.
Oh yeah, I had offered something to Ali. I don't know if she went and checked it out because she could download the PDF of both of those guys' books off of YouTube. But the Master Key, you can download both of them off of Google. They're downloadable PDFs. Oh man. But that's if you got time. But the Master Key system and the Master Key, those things they like imperative. They're about mind control and concentration, focus and concentration, and how to do that. And what we did, sometimes they're little tricks you do, right? Because I was from anyway. You walk into the room, right, and somebody will say, "Okay, close your eyes," right? As soon as they say close your eyes, they want you to tell them everything that's in what's over on this side, what's on the wall. Did you see a picture on the wall? They want to know if you gathered what you saw, what your eyes gave you, or was your mind closed off. So you start learning to open your mind up. There's a book called Kim, K-I-M, by Rudyard Kipling. I don't think you read all this stuff. I'm just telling you where I found certain things.
Yeah,
and
if you could put that into the chat, because I don't know if she can get to it right now, but if you put it in the chat, she could probably see.
I'm on the road, but I'm listening, taking mental notes. But
the back chat or the front chat? What chat you want?
Put it in the front chat so she could see.
That's the YouTube chat.
Yeah, the YouTube.
What are we?
chat.
The Master Key.
Yeah, the Master Key. Yeah.
Yeah, the Master Key is. Oh man, the Master Key is. Remember, you ever heard the thing called The Secret? Some woman wrote that.
Yeah.
And she, when she wrote that book, because I read the book, someone say, "Oh, Wale, you got to read that." People. Anyway, so I read the book, and I read from cover to cover, right? So I read the date of that it was published and the copyright date and everything, and I read the forward and the preface and stuff. And in the forward, she says it herself. She said, this is what she gleaned from a book that was written in the 1800s that she got from her grandmother, her mother, or something like. I forget how she said she came about that book, but this is what she gleaned from having entertained that book. I don't think she read the whole book, but this is what she got from the book, right? That book is the Master Key that I'm just telling you to go get. But you don't need secrets. Secrets is a waste of your time. You're too talented for that. I'm sending you straight to the source. Where she got the secrets from to even talk secrets is in the Master Key.
Gotcha.
So now you
that
don't
book
have
felt
to get
too,
it
too
secondhand,
mainstream.
because most of the book
Lisa?
on. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, she was.
Oh no, I made a comment that I felt like that book was either watered down or too mainstream. That's why I never bothered to read it, because it felt like one of those glorified, like it didn't feel like there was there might have been messages, but it felt like there was stuff missing, like you said. So if she got the ideas from another book, it definitely I could tell based of reading a few things of it that I'm like, she's missing some. No,
I'm
no
saying
pun intended, but keys
Mm-hmm.
in there.
she
So that's why I was like, yeah, I could see that it being a copy or some sort of other rendition of another.
she says as much in the preface. That's why I suggest to everybody reading a book is not read if you're not reading it cover to cover. If you're not reading the copy, a Bible has a copyright date.
Yes.
That means, yeah. So that it ain't the the original. Come on, man. Just be in the real world. That's all I'm saying. And then when you look at it in the real world, you read books from cover to cover, because the woman, just like that. That you ever read that book, the book about Egypt? Was Balsam or some guy like that? Basil. Some guy wrote a book about Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
The book of the dead. The book of the dead, right?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. That was written by a guy that I read the preface as I was reading, because somebody said, "Oh, you got to read the Book of the Dead." Okay, good. So I opened the cover and started reading the preface, and the guy himself says that he's a Christian. He was raised a Christian, and anything he sees over here in Egypt, he's gonna look at it from a Christian point of view. So if he says, if Christianity says it ain't in Christianity, he's gonna call it evil. If it ain't in Christianity, he's gonna call it the devil. He's gonna give you that kind of point of view. He says that in the preface. And then he fulfills that promise throughout the book. And that's why people think it's about about spirits and all that kind of stuff. Most of that stuff in the Book of the Dead is all science. It's such a high science, they didn't even recognize it. Then not only that, but it's all science even now. They just starting to understand parts of it and recognize it with the AI helping them.
Right.
That is actually science. It's always been science. We know that, but you have to be able to access that ethereal realm that you get to in astral travel or in dream state. That's the ethereal realm you can get to while you are still in this mortal existence, right?
Right.
You follow me? So you can still access that immortal area at this time through those things. Once you lay your mind to rest, that's what sleep is. Sleep lays the mind to rest. Without rest, the mind will go crazy, right?
Yes.
You have to what they call it, download or something. I don't know what it is. The mind ain't. We not the mind. If we were the mind, we wouldn't have. You understand? It wouldn't work that way, but it does, because it's a machine. But it's a bio whatever machine. It's a type of machine. Okay, so we have the ability to access the ethereal, and we can always do that. And as long as we can do that, we can invent, and that's why people invent and be thinking of stuff. I heard Michael Jackson put it one time. He said this. He was being interviewed about something, and the man said, "Well, what time, Mike? When do a song come to you, or whatever? How you get your song?" Mike said, "It might come to me." You heard that interview?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Yeah. And then he said, well, this was when he was little, right? Or because he said when he was little, he mentioned about the music, and he said, "I don't sing if it doesn't make me feel good," or something like that. Like, I don't sing it from.
I was going somewhere else.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was talking about I was referencing the ethereal realm. He said, and the man said, "Where you get the songs from? I mean, to come up with the song." Yeah. And Mike said usually in his dream, he might be 3 o'clock in the morning, and they hit him in his, in his sleep, and he'll get up and write it. And the man said, "Whoa, Mike, you're a big time guy. You got to get up at 3 in the morning and write it. Why don't you just wait till you normally wake up?" And Michael Jackson said, "Because if I don't get up and do it then, Prince might get it.
Yes. Right. Yeah, I heard that.
Because they both hanging out in the ethereal realm.
Exactly.
And recognizing that. Mike recognized that. That's what I took from that. He recognizes not only is it a realm he can access, but others can also. And when you get something, you better pull it down and deal with it because it's out there. It's in the ethereal realm. It's not yours. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I have the Book of the Dead right here. And yeah, it was translated by E.A. Wallace Budge. That's just this person who translated it. And it's not like one of the original, but I have it. I got it just so I can read it. Like
Budge called himself translating the Egyptian text. That's the Budge I was saying. He's a Christian. Yeah. He said that in his preface. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, I didn't really deep dive into it just yet. I kind of like skimmed. I sometimes if I'm interested, but I don't really want to go into depth with the book, I will like skim read and then highlight certain key points and then go back to it when I'm interested. But yeah.
Okay, Bud did one great disservice of mistranslation. And I didn't realize it was mistranslated until I was official. And it goes like this. Bud translated the text to say, know thyself. You recognize what text I'm talking about over the door of, I think it's Alexandria? I think it's Alexandria, of the Library of Alexandria, above the door where it reads, know thyself, he said. That thing reads, know thyself, according to his translation. And I realized that that's not what it actually translates to. The actual translation is realize thyself. This is a whole nother thing. Not know, but to realize. This is why I was saying earlier about we know things that we don't know all the stuff we know because we haven't realized all the things we know. And that's what they were admonishing us, is to realize the self. And once you realize the self, you know the self is not the mind. And you can move forward at a greater pace. The self doesn't deal in time. Are you following what I just said? This gives you a way to move so fluidly throughout all reality, because once you can once you access that realm, time is unimportant. Space even is unimportant at that time. At that moment, at that moment, all that stuff becomes inconsequential. Time is only useful in the three-dimensional world where there's space, width, length, and height and stuff like that in this tangible world. Outside of the tangible world, this other stuff, time just measures the distance from here to there. Right. Time itself is not something. It's a measuring stick. It just measures a distance from here to there. You can measure it in time, or you can measure it in feet. You can measure it in meters, kilometers. But it's still all measurement stuff. But time itself doesn't really exist. And I'm saying to the self, that true thing that we are, time doesn't exist. That's why sometimes you can go, often you can go into your own feelings and remember how you felt when you were a very young child. And that feeling will overwhelm you as though it's right now, that feeling. It's you, it's still you. Time don't change you. Not the inner you. The time don't change that. And we come here with an idea. That's what we don't come here as blank slates. I know some other things, people, whatever you want to call them, other beings, come with blank slates. We don't come with blank slates. We come with ideas and intents. Like you were saying about the baby, you're reading, okay, so you were looking at the thing from that point of view of you inputting into the baby. But when the baby be outputting as well, because it's funny too, because one of my children was empathic. right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the womb, I could read her.
Wow. Wow.
Like we could communicate.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Because she was in
my brother had said something about the Project Horizon.
Mm-hmm.
He had commented on it. I mean,
Okay.
he had put a
Can you
comment
read
for it.
it? I'm trying to, because it's lagging with me getting the
Oh, he said
chat.
it's
But
the
go ahead.
he said it's the talks of the moon bases military constructed alternative dealings off grid, but it's like they do a lot of side talk about it.
Mm. Okay, so this has to do with the military once again.
He said it might be factual, but another psyop.
Psychological warfare. I have a question for everyone on the panel, also in the chat. If you can't get onto the panel, you can answer in the chat. And I guess I'll start with Jordan, and then I'll go to my sister, and then to Wale. Um, do you believe in reincarnation? If so, what is your understanding of it? What's your take on it?
Okay, that's a good question. I want to say I'm 50-50 with it. Because at some point I do believe certain souls comes back um in different forms. That's why you have certain young children have like an older soul, and you be like, they just like, grandma, they just like grandpa. Um because they have an unfulfilled um I guess like truth or something they need to come back and understand in the physical. Um So I think that part might have some truth to it, but I feel like when somebody already have a fulfillment with their life path, they don't come back. They be
Mm,
like in like an ancestral uh spiritual like form or something, and they see, certain people through energy, like they can go through a bird or something, or even a tree. Um, so yeah, that's my perspective on that. Like I think that's the 50-50 part of it. Yeah. But if I had to choose, like, if I really want to tell you, do I believe it? Um, I don't want to because I don't want to come back. I think I did enough.
right. Okay. I dig
Yeah.
that perspective, and yeah, I feel the same way as far as that energy and how it gets transmuted through animals or through just a breeze. It can be transmitted to let you know something. Okay, so I'm moving on to my sister.
Hey,
Question: do you
so
believe in the reincarnation? If so, what is your perspective, your take?
um, I want to piggyback off of what Jordan said. 50-50. So there's some sentiments that I agree with. I don't believe in it and know well enough as far as like the religion, like I want to say is that the Hindu religion that believes in it. So I don't believe as far as like the animals per se, but energy is recycled. I believe in that. Uh, for me, it's more of a lived experience. And this kind of piggybacks off of, I don't know if you pronounce your name as Wally or Wale, but as far as the astral plane, I actually told my sister this and my mom this the other day, that I can tell them what the funeral home looked like of my grandfather, my mom's dad, and I wasn't even born yet. And I can give you a descriptive details of how it was, where what was located, where the casket was located, the color of the room, the lighting, the doors. I wasn't even born yet. I do feel like I may not be another person in that regards. Like I can't say, oh, what my old life was and who I used to be, but there is information that I definitely feel like we gather from either previous lives or I believe like there's energy that definitely goes recycled. So I don't know if I would use the word reincarnation, but that's
Or
what I believe. Yeah, incarnation. Yeah, that's
Right.
my take.
Okay. Yep, I feel that too. I get it. I dig it. Wale, same question. Do you believe in reincarnation or incarnation, and what is your perspective on it?
Yeah, it's just a continuance of what I was already saying. We are already bodies of light, and immortal light, and we are infused into what they call it right now. I'm gonna say earthly environment. I'd call it three-dimensional environment or mortal experience. And so now that we're into it, that's different. But we were already the immortal. So how? And the next thing is about reincarnation. I say how many times. When somebody say you think you were here before, I say how many times.
Mm-hmm.
I've been here so many times already. And now this is I don't know if the first, the last, but I really see it for what I see it as.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm satisfied that I see it, and I realize that I have learned to enjoy this life, this mortal experience. I have learned how to enjoy the mortal experience. This is what I think. If I had to think, this is why I hear people and I say, "Do you really want to answer to your question?" Because most people don't. They just want to make the question, but they don't really want to answer. The answer to the question is that it's so simple. Like I was saying about the easiest way to get anything and everything you want is simply to want those things that you have. This is simple. You're looking for a different way because they told you a different way in a linear kind of concept, but in an immediate concept of the way I see, because wait a minute, we need to clear up something. There's a difference between Occidental
Mm-hmm.
thought. You know what Occidental is? There's a difference between Occidental thought and Oriental thought.
I've never
I,
either or.
huh?
I said I've never heard of either or.
Oh, you don't know Occidental and Oriental. It's
Mm.
OCCIDENT. When I last looked it up speaking to someone, they Googled it and Occidental came up. It's saying that America only became America. They call it a Western country. It's not. It's an Eastern country, but it only became Occidental when the colonials came to it and brought their system, which is an Occidental system. This thing they doing about, whatever you see Trump them doing, they call it Western culture. That's all Occidentalism. All that I'll kill you, take your stuff, beat you up, and rob you, whatever they do, they thing,
Right.
enslave you, all that kind of stuff. That's Occidentalism. And America itself is not Occidental,
Right.
but the United States of America, the governmental force of America, is an Occidental thing. It's the United States of America. It is not America.
Right.
America is bigger than the United. America itself is bigger than the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
However, they're trying to make everybody small-minded and make everybody think that they are Americans. Now they call themselves American.
Right. Right.
They don't even say they're Irish no more. You'd be like, but aren't you Irish? You're American now. Yeah, you're just saying something, man. Come on, quit playing with me.
Yeah.
Because I see this guy with the cross eyes talking about he ain't Indian, he's American, and he FBI. Come on, man, y'all playing. So then when you look at the world for what it really is, then see what it really is. All I'm saying is, though, in the Occidental thought, that everything is linear, cause and effect. Are you familiar with cause and effect?
Yeah.
The concept. That's just the concept of cause and effect.
Yeah.
Actually, cause and effect is not real. It's just a concept that most people can use. That's what I was saying about Occidental and Oriental. Occidental is linear. Oriental is spontaneous. is holistic. Like you talk about holistic medicine,
Right.
usually people are talking about Oriental medicine or from an Oriental standpoint, like India,
Yeah.
Ayurvedic, or Chinese Senchu, or whatever they call their stuff. It's usually from Oriental thought. And that's what they call holistic, because the whole Oriental thought is holistic. All indigenous thought is holistic. Almost all indigenous thought is holistic.
Right.
That's
Right.
how come a lot of people deal with their dreams. We used to wake up in the morning and sit around and tell our dreams. Did you ever have that experience? I did that when I was.
do that now with my kids. Yeah, we talk
Oh,
about
beautiful,
it. Yeah.
beautiful. Because that
I
way,
just want to get, before we digress down into the dreams, I do want to get Brother Reese's answer to asking about, does he believe in incarnation, reincarnation, what is his perspective? And energetically, yes, but this has a lot to do with how well we transition through this physical experience, existence, vibrations high or low. So yeah, energetically, you know, that's what we've been talking. Yeah, I definitely
Right. I
vibe
agree with it
that
too.
too. And for me, yes, I would say I do subscribe to, incarnation, reincarnation. I don't necessarily think that I signed up to be in this program, but it would have to make sense then if certain things that are happening in my life, okay, you didn't get that lesson, because what it's supposed to be is what's there, what is written is that these are the lessons that you were supposed to learn in the last past life, or you, because for whatever reason, whether you got taken out in your premature time or you just didn't learn that lesson, you're to come back and learn that in this lifetime or in this incarnation. So I don't know. It's a hard pill to swallow to think that, yeah, I would I signed up to come back so that I can learn what it was, and I'm getting it. So there may be some credence to that. So that's my perspective.
Right.
So we were talking about dreams, and I think Wale was just talking about dreams. My sister's been mentioning dreams as well, and definitely that is a connection where we can go into the higher dimensions, if you will, and maybe even speak with the creator or a creator, source, prime, however you want to categorize. You could do that even with meditation. I mean, most of my communication comes from astral world, but meditation, it was one time that I was deep into a meditation, and it was during my waking time, waking hours rather, and I was doing a meditation, and I went into my frequencies and listening to it on YouTube, and I went into the seventh dimension. I was able to go to a place somewhere, like going to Japan. I was able to go to Kilimanjaro, the highest mountain there in Africa. Didn't know nothing about this peak. All I kept just seeing was the snow-capped mountain and the way it was shaped. And when I finished my meditation, I said, let me go look up, what is this mountain? I punched in all mountains, wherever. And sure enough, Kilimanjaro showed up. I may be pronouncing it wrong, but it showed up in the feed. And I was like, OMG, this is the mountain that I just saw while doing my meditation. So you could definitely astral project even during your waking time.
That's crazy. Because when I was little, I was watching this little, I think it was like a Disney Channel, not a Disney Channel, one of them old classic Disney VHSs, and I was my parents went upstairs, and they left me downstairs, and I fell asleep on the couch, and I just I remember a vision of I could see my body on the couch as a little boy, and I was flying around the front room, and after that, I guess my spirit or soul went back into my body, but I don't remember that part of it going back. I just woke up, but I remember be flying around seeing my little boy body on the couch sleeping.
Wow.
So it's deep. That's crazy.
And within those dimensions, you can recall because you can be in multiple dimensions simultaneously while you're astral or you're in the dream state.
Right.
And it does connect you. There is that tether that you only can go but so far. And I know in the Insidious movies, because I like kind of like ghosty, scary movies like that, where the medium, she says she calls it the further. Where when she goes to like where the deceased are and past where they're like hanging out at, there's the further where it's kind of like this void. And we can't get to that far out yet because we're still connected to the physical. And I feel like once we're not anymore, that's it with the physical, then we can go be outside and go into the to make past the further or be in the further. But as long as you still have the physical connection there, when you're dreaming, it'll only take you but so far, and it snaps you right back into your body. That's when you know that you gotta travel a little bit too far because you're being snapped back into your dream, snapped back into your body. And sometimes you'll wake up out of your dream like, because you're like, you're fast because you're it's being called and being pulled back in really fast.
Right.
Get back inside because you have went a little too far where you're not supposed to be. It's my version of studying. I got books of dream analysis.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Because
have you ever read The Art of Dreaming by Carlos Castaneda?
No. I don't have. I do have like the analogy books, like when you see what does the birds mean, what is this, what color, 1200 Dreams Interpreted by Gustav
No, I'm saying the art though, the art of dreaming.
Yeah, no,
this is the way you in the techniques, what to look for, how to get there, all of that is in the book by Castaneda, in the Art of Dreaming. If you want, I just burned up all my copies. I had all 12 of the collection and burned them up this past week in a fire. But the thing is, the idea is that all of this stuff with mindful and intent, all of this stuff was scientific was introduced to me as science. And that's I'm talking about that. That's how it's being introduced in the Castaneda work also as a science. And once you realize the science and practice the science, I don't know if it's in the Master Key about dreaming. I don't think so. Master Key is about mind control. But what happens is also what you reminded me of, the snapback thing. Yeah. I've been referring to that as the conscious seat. This is where this is where you live at, and your conscious seat. Yeah, I call it. Yeah. This is like somebody was saying earlier about that. Oh, I think it was one of the guys I spoke with earlier. He was saying that he can't say that the self is inside the body. I say it's remote control. I say the self itself cannot be inside the body because it's non-local. It has no physicality to be anywhere. Do you understand what I am saying?
Yes.
So it's definitely not tangible right off the top. And so I'm saying the self itself, I think it's like a drone. This body that we use, we have all the feelings and stuff. Mm-hmm. It's like Avatar. I thought Avatar was an excellent example when I first saw the movie come out. That was an excellent example. Absolutely. You can feel and do all the stuff, but that is you're somewhere else. Your actual self is somewhere else. He was in one of them machines somewhere, but he was out there doing all this stuff. The body was actually moving around physically and everything. Right. This was a good a good way to demonstrate what I'm saying that we are doing all the time in our life. This is our life, but we're not realizing, once again, this is what is going on. Are you familiar with, it's two concepts I want to lay on you, and then, I'll back off for a few more minutes. I don't want to overladen you. The first concept is the concept called geomancy. Are you familiar with geomancy? Geomancy. Are
I'm
you
familiar
familiar with
with gematria, not gemancy.
geomancy?
Geomancy. No, I'm not familiar with that.
It's older than, I don't even know what you said, but the geomancy goes. It's one of the ancient uh, sciences.
Okay.
Geomancy. It's the. Yeah, I'll read it off of Google,
Okay.
because sometimes it's better to just, you know what I mean,
Right.
get the opinion. Geo geomancy. Ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da. Oh, meaning. Da-da-da-doo. Geomancy is an ancient method of divination that interprets markings, patterns, or handfuls of dirt tossed on the ground to reveal answers or predict the future. The term also refers to the practice of arranging buildings and landscapes, such as in feng shui, to the to harmonize with the earth's energies.
Mm.
This concept divides into two primary practices. One, earth divination, the occult practice. Historically, geomancy, from the Greek of divination by earth, was a system of reading past patterns to cast charts or tables.
Mm.
The process, tradition, they got their own ways of doing stuff, lines in the dirt, patterns and stuff like that, whatever they say.
Right.
But that was just the first one. I want to get to two. In
Mm-hmm.
environmental harmony, feng shui, the site selection. They're just using it for site selection. However, geometry says this. In modern tech, geomancy is widely used as an umbrella term for reading and harmonizing with landscapes. What actually happens is certain areas have certain vibes. Each area has its own, you know what I mean? Certain
Mm-hmm.
areas have certain vibes. So you read the vibe. This is what's used in geomancy. All of this stuff works. I mean, I'm saying all of this is geomancy. But the
Mm-hmm.
part I was referring to is that sometimes you can go to New York and then you can go to upper state New York, and the vibe is different than if you go down to, let's say, Delaware. And if you go over to California, that's a whole nother vibe. This is geomancy. It's not really about the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the land itself and the vibe of the land itself.
Right.
Some places got gold and silver in the land, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's gonna have a different vibration than if you go to another place that don't got that. It's got diamonds or something like that. And certain trees, certain growth trees like trees and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
you will only find them where you find gold in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Are you find this is all geometry? Well, I mean, mancy. Once you know certain things about what is in the what goes with what harmonize,
Yeah.
harmonizes with what? Because certain trees harmonize with gold, and you can pretty much tell gold is going to be around when you see certain shrubberies and trees
Mm.
because they harmonize with gold. They're on the same vibration, that kind of thing. This is all involved in geomancy. And as it said in the beginning, it's an ancient art. So I just thought, and the next one is this. This is something that I just realized too when I was realizing that thing about the centioles that's in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
They are between us. Well, I mean, I don't. I was trying to figure out, do we breathe them in or something? Because they're all around all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know yet. I haven't gotten to do that. I think that's why we have all them nose hairs so we don't breathe them in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Because
part.
it's all 50. Those things make things happen. Are you familiar with, or can you understand what I am saying when I say those little things that you be seeing in the atmosphere, they make things happen? Like, so somebody going to do something, they can go up in somebody's nose, make them sneeze, and run into a car. You understand?
Yes, the nanoparticles, the things that we can't see, but it's there. I was going
And
to
they
say somewhere else, but I'm going to not talk about that because it just pisses me off. But you know, the
say the
thing
rest of it.
with Jabberwocky, where they put the nanoparticles in that has caused severity in people's bodies, and there's cases with that coming out. But okay, so that's I never heard of that, but I appreciate you breaking that down for us. Geomancy, and yeah, like paying attention also to like the area where you are, your environment. And one of the brothers that from the KTL Know the Ledge, Blue Pill, he had said, he made a reference not too long ago. They are New York City natives. They were born in the Bronx, raised in between Harlem and Brooklyn. But they both of the brothers moved down to Atlanta, Georgia during the pandemic. And they referenced the environment down there and was like, why is it very like feminine, like in Atlanta? And he made a correlation that New York City is very masculine. And I get it. It is. It's very masculine. And it's also, I guess, because of like the ley lines, what we were just talking about, is the way that land is positioned. But it was weird that he mentioned, or ironic that he mentioned that, how Atlanta is feminine in its nature, and, maybe can explain certain things with certain behaviors and lifestyles that are happening down there. But, and or up here as well, because in New York City, you'll hear in certain echo chambers, the women don't date the women from New York City. They're so aggressive, and they're like, they're more toxic and aggressive than the men. And, it's like, listen, you don't understand what we got to go through. Shut your mouth. Okay. But it's a masculine energy. So that's also interesting with the geomancy. Geomancy. Yes. Is that what how do you pronounce that word again, Brother Wally?
Yeah, geomancy.
Geomancy, yeah. So that's
Mancy. Geo being the prefix of Mancy.
That's good to know. Anybody else want to chime in on that? Segue into that, and like when we're talking about energy.
Oh no, I'm about to hop down. I
Okay.
gotta get me something to eat. We've been here for 7 hours.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, y'all good. It was a good panel. I want to say shout out to everybody that came through. And Foxy, this was much needed for real for anybody that came through. Yeah, thank you. It's abundant. And
it was between you and Hurricane that got me inspired to come up here and use a lot. I swear it was. Otherwise, I would have been sleeping, because I didn't go to sleep until maybe an hour or two after that, and then woke up. It was like 8 something, and I've been up since then. So
okay, yeah, because I had to take a nap after that. Like I woke up around about like 10 or 11. Then I had to go to the store, and now I'm back for a minute. Well,
right.
That was it, and I had did the live. Now it's 8 something.
Right.
So yeah.
It's time to go. I'm starting to feel it too. Like I'm getting heavy. I'm really trying to focus. My brain is like starting to shut down.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna drop on.
And thank you for having your brother come by as well.
Yeah, most definitely. He'll get together one day with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Abundance to everybody.
All right, peace.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Oh, Foxy,
right.
one last thing, and that's the
Yeah, I'm gonna wind this down. Like for real.
invisible. The invisibles are walking amongst us all the time. Like those little things, they do things and they affect our lives, and we don't even know they're there. I refer to them as the invisibles.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then, I can catch a glimpse of them moving somewhere or doing something, but they are basically invisible. Their biological makeup is not as dense as ours is, and
Mm-hmm.
therefore they're not in our frequency of seeing. We can't even see them. They can walk right through us and we wouldn't even know it. Their frequency is totally off from ours. They don't. Our vibrational frequencies are so different, and ours is denser than theirs.
Mm.
So they can walk. They don't really walk through us. Their body just forms around us because they don't need all that space. Their continents don't need all that space. Their existence doesn't. So I refer to them as the invisibles, and they actually function. I hear people say the powers that be, and I think sometimes do they know about the invisibles, but they don't. They talking about people. The powers that be are the invisibles, and they are not anim. How do you say? They are not animistic. They're not trying to be. They're not evil, as people call it.
Mm-hmm.
They just exist. And if you don't know they're there and what to do and that kind of thing, just like anything else, a train don't hate you when it runs you over because you're on the track. You know what I'm saying? It's not because the train hates you. It's because you're on the track and you don't know you shouldn't be on the track. So something might hit you. Yeah, that's how they do. But they're not angry with you. They're not evil. They don't really care about you. They function without people. The invisibles. They don't need people, but they can function with people and they're willing to. You just have to recognize them and they see that you recognize them because, oh, that's the thing. Once you recognize them, they will recognize. I don't care if you're talking about werewolves, if you're talking about witches, if you're talking about astral, all that stuff you be doing after the dream. Once you recognize them, they will recognize you. Like in that movie, They're Here or something. I forgot where they got. Say put on the glasses and you can see them.
Yeah.
You remember the movie?
Yeah.
But once they put on the glasses and saw them, the people were like, them aliens were like, hey, wait a minute. They can see us. They can see us. Remember? That's how they responded. They said, wait a minute, he could see us.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? Get him. He could see us.
Mm-hmm.
And they went, that's what I'm telling you, you're walking into. People be walking into this stuff, talking about, oh, I'm a spiritual being. I'm going to be astral. I'm waking up. This is what you're waking up to, the reality. It's like the Matrix. It's no longer the stuff there. You're in the real world now. Right. That's why I mentioned this thing, Dark City. If you get a chance, watch. It's on YouTube too. It's a free watch it was a sci-fi, what they call it, sci-fi classic. Dark City is a sci-fi classic from the 70s. Dark City, but I mean, you got to watch it yourself or not. It's up to you. But I recommend these things so you can level up real fast and be ahead of the game. Because all this stuff is important, especially once you set your foot out here. Everything out here that's on that level gonna know you just entered the game, and they're gonna consider you fair play.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to help you getting, you're just getting
out
here.
What was the name of that movie again? I'm sorry. What was the name of the movie?
The last one was Dark City.
Dark City, okay.
The one with Andre 3000 is simply called Revolver.
Yeah, I wrote that down. Okay.
And then a book is called The Master Key.
Right, I got that written down. Okay.
The book is two books. One is by Hanel. He calls his the Master Key System. Hanel, I didn't really like but that's his style. It's fortunate though. I had read the one by Leclerc, I think his name is. He got a name like Lust something. It's kind of French sound.
Okay.
I read the one by him first, and he's more libertine. and I could, I could work with him, especially after coming out of the Don Juan series, by Castaneda, the Don Juan series. Uh,
Not familiar with that.
oh, the Don Juan series. Oh, that's Yaqui Indian magic. The
Oh,
Yaqui Indian, yeah, of Mexico. That's the
mhm.
Yaqui Indian magic coming out of that Don Juan series, man. Oh man, the Don Juan. Oh, that was the bomb at the time because it opened up different perspectives that were not known. And then once you know of a perspective, you can enter that perspective. You don't need no guide or nothing. You can enter that perspective and realize what you can from being in that perspective, right?
Mhm.
The young, I think it was Ali, she was saying something about she saw some stuff like before she was even born, right? Because of the work I do different stuff, right? So sometimes, especially sewing, because I sew, I make clothes, right? But I have to, when I want to sew something, I ask the spirit of the soul, the whatever the whoever knows sewing, to tell me how to make what I want to make. I'll design. I'll be knowing what I want to make, and I say, whichever one of y'all spirits know how to make this, please inform me of how to make this, and I'll be able to make it in like a day or two.
Wow.
They give me almost precise instructions and everything. It's like I did it before, almost
You're
like I did
channeling.
it.
Yeah, you're channeling.
Yeah, so that's another thing we got all kind of things we can do.
Mm-hmm.
And we're discouraged from it because people say, I don't believe you. That's crazy talk. Y'all talking
Yeah.
crazy talk.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing. So I'm glad that you got your sister with you so y'all can, don't have to bear that separately or alone, that kind of response from the public.
As the
You
church
can share,
says, amen.
you can share that together. I'm holding you up. I'm going to get off your thing because I do want to go do something. I'm going to do
Yeah,
something.
well, you know what? I appreciate that you spent the time here with us and, graced us with your presence, graced us with your wisdom, your information, because it's really enlightening. And I'm going to go and look at these things that you suggested, whether it be the books and the movies. So I appreciate you, Brother Wale, for coming through and chatting with us, giving your perspective. Thank you. Do come back.
I would say thank you as well for enlightening us and sharing your wisdom.
Thanks to both of you. For me, I'm actually sharing your wisdom. Half of the stuff I say, I have no idea what I'm about to say until I meet the mind that I'm talking with.
Makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's why I be talking to people, and other people will hear our conversation and be like, "You be talking la 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 la," but the mind the person I'm talking to is fully understanding everything I'm saying because I'm talking on their level, not on the level of the spectator. I don't know where their mind is at. I'm not cued in on their mind.
Right.
I'm cued in on the mind of the individual that I'm speaking to, the vibe or whatever you want to call it. So that we are in a communication, which means exchanging understandings. That's communication.
Right. What is your sign, by the way? Not that that really makes a difference. I'm just curious.
What do you mean by sign?
What was your sun sign that you were born under?
Oh, okay. Under that trip, it would be called Capricorn.
Oh, you okay? Okay.
Hmm.
That's what brother Hurricane is with Capricorn. All right. Again,
Late.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Mhm. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you.
All right. Keys. We gonna take this out.
Alrighty. I'm hanging in there for you, or with
Um,
you, should I say.
I know that we were talking about, behind the scenes, we also mentioned like the astral world and things of that nature. Like, Oh, and if you wanted to share the, I guess you would call it like shape shifting, that you were having that experience of seeing certain things that you were trying to figure out, and then you called me and you were like, "Look, what the hell?" If you want to dive into that quickly and talk,
Yeah, because
it
I
kind
mean,
of
I guess it doesn't. I don't mind sharing it, but I mean, I don't know if I would call it there's so many things that I'm just not knowledgeable about. I may not know the name, I may not know what it's called, but I know what I experienced. And as far as seeing things, like, I wouldn't say shadow people. It's not like ghosts, like with Whoopi and what was that, Patrick Swayze, right?
right.
And Demi Moore, right? Am I getting that right? Okay. But it is some sort of I see beings that come in the form of people. And when I do a double take, it's not like it's a shadow. It's not like it's an inanimate object that I, mistakenly thought that it was a person. It could be just a space there. There's nothing there, and I literally saw a whole what resembles as a human or a person. And I haven't gotten any answers to why that is. I know what I see, I know what I experience, I know what knowledge that I gain, whether it be sleeping, whether during the day. I know it's a gift in a sense where you know it may not be the standard or the average person experience, but as far as that shape shifting goes, or the people that I see, or those beings, because I mean, can be people, or it can be like a human person if it's there at one point and then is gone the next in the same breath. But there's just things that I experience, and I'm not sure. I'm on the fence. I'm not sure if I would like to delve into it deeper, or if I should just say, okay, I see, I know, and just keep it pushing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because it's like he was saying, like you can open up a can of worm, you could open up things that you may not be ready for. And that goes with anything, whether you are a religious person or not. Like when you get involved in things that is beyond you as the individual, you are you are opening up, I wouldn't say just solely portals, but you are opening up things that you may not understand. So I'm gonna leave you on that. I do appreciate you having me here. I loved it. It was a great time. I really was locked in this whole entire time.
For real. Yeah. Oh, I thank you. Because I sent the link and I was like, oh, if you want to, it wasn't like mandatory or anything. And so
I really lost track of I thought it was Monday.
I know.
For that reason. And I'm like, wait, but no, but I was here and I was but I have that tendency of losing track of quote unquote time and days and where I'm at and what I'm supposed to do. And if it's because of I wouldn't say rituals, but habits. So I know you do your lives on Monday. That's what made me think wait, is today Monday? Am I losing my mind? Because sometimes I'm not even, I have to remind myself where I am, if I'm in the land of the living, like I like to call it, or if I'm dreaming, because sometimes it feels the same. And I have to remind myself where I'm at, and if something is a dream, because if it was repetitive, then I'm saying to myself, oh, that this must be a dream. But then when I'm assessing all the other factors, then I'm like, okay, it is not a dream. This is reality. And that's another topic and another avenue that I'm we can, discuss at a later date.
So my Lotus says that she's been listening in, and she's been in and out listening. She's like, y'all sound just alike.
Really, I thought I had this southern twang because that's what
You do have the
Foxy
southern
always say. I got this little southern twang. You've been out of New York for so long, but get me mad, and then I'll start talking like a real New Yorker.
Yeah, you do, just a little. It's not. It's not really like southern extreme.
Oh yeah, no. It just look even no, but I've heard that because even my friend, she's from Brooklyn, and she's like, you don't sound like you sound like you've been down here too long, and I'm like, no.
Well, your nephew says, he said, "Oh, Auntie," I think he was talking to, what was that, maybe for his birthday or something. He's like, "Wait a minute, Auntie had this like little southern jaw. She sounds."
When I was living up there, unless
no, this was recent. His birthday that just passed.
Huh?
He was like, he's like, Auntie sounded just like she was back in New York because her accent just went straight into as if she was here. He had mentioned that.
Oh yeah.
So I guess when you're talking to us, it's just like you go back right into our mode.
Make sense.
So, but yeah, man, you could chill for a second. I'm gonna just
a little soft in her voice. She sounds like she's the little sister who's the oldest.
Oh yeah.
She sounds like she's
definitely old though.
That's funny because I always say when it comes to our brother who's in between us, I always say that I'm his little big sister because I'm the one that like gets protective, and I have a lot of spunk. I'm just this. I guess we get that. I don't know if we get that from mom, but we definitely have that like motherly instinct, or that like. I guess I would say that. Where you just like the old soul.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely the little sister who's the oldest. And it's more like with you and Mikey.
And the feistiest.
Yeah, definitely the feistiest. You and our brother there is yeah, definitely like the little sister that can be the older sister and making sure protectiveness with him. This was great because like I said, it was an impromptu. Yes, usually I do my Mondays, the Mindful Mondays. But talking to those two brothers, Brother Jordan and Brother Hurricane, it was like, oh, you know what? Let's have this conversation over here and let's talk. And we could talk all day. And we did talk all day. And he couldn't get on for technical reasons. So maybe what they say is a divine intervention, right?
Oh, yeah. Everything happens for a reason.
For a reason, yes. And yeah, I don't really have anything else. You guys know that I am doing the private readings. My website is down. It's deactivated because of finances, and it was just like the company that I was using totally booted out my the website and how I built it and program. And I was like, I am not going to. It really takes a lot to design a website, and my mind was just done. I was distraught. So those who have Instagram, you could just send me a message if you're interested. The days I do them are Thursdays and Fridays from 1:30 to 5. Give me 2 business days to respond back, because you can be like, I want to read in Foxy, and then it's Friday and I'm not really checking over there on that Instagram page, and so I won't probably get back to you till like Monday. All right. So yeah, that's the pretty much only way right now to reach out to get your reading. That's subject to change, but check the community section or the post section, where here on YouTube, I'm definitely informing you guys of the changes, what needs to be done. Yeah, she said, Lotus says she tried to build one. It was like, never mind, after 20 minutes. Listen, Lotus, it was like 2-3 days that I was working on this, and I didn't get the website fully to its capacity until like the last year. That this past year, it was like, oh yes, I got it, and offer them to take it away. I was like, what the? Oh my gosh! So, I don't have the mental capacity to build a website at the moment, and so yeah, just communicate with me through Instagram, or if you want and you don't have it, just send me a message on YouTube under one of the posts, and you'd like to get a reading, and I will, try to set up something through Instagram if you have it. I know it's complicated, so I'm sorry, guys, but that's just where I'm at with it right now. I did put up the weekly message on Instagram and on YouTube, so you can check that out. I will probably be doing the Cancers all sign next week, so definitely you want to check.
Woo woo.
Yeah, Cancer season. You want to check the community section for that post, and I will let you know when I will be doing the all signs. That's usually like about a 3-hour tour. That I'm up there doing the readings for all the signs. So that'll most likely come out next week, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, that I'll be doing the all signs. And lastly, for the Mindful Mondays, again, this was an impromptu. Don't know when I'm going to be doing another Mindful Monday unless I am like, I guess what they call spiritually guided to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Inspiration by somebody or something, that I will do Mindful Monday. I'm not consistent anymore with my Mindful Mondays just because it's like, yeah. Get a link and post instead of a website. Yeah, I might have to do that, Lotus. Check out a link, get a link or something. I have StreamYard and I have Zoom. So it's just, you got to use like a website. You got to have like either Yahoo or AOL or Gmail, and I'm like, I don't want to I'm not giving out my personal email, so you could, so I got to figure it out. But that's it. That is it, y'all. This like Michael Jackson. That's it. This is the final curtain call. I'm not doing any more tonight. I think we did a lot here. We ran a marathon. So with all that being said, I appreciate everybody that stopped by, those that will be listening in the replay. All that good stuff.
Hey, send me that sound check that you got going on in the background.
Oh, that's part of the StreamYard.
No, I meant the ambulance.
Oh.
So I could go to sleep at night.
Don't worry,
it's too quiet over here.
I got to make you the compilation of that, Mr. Softy, people yelling. That's what I want to do. But I'm going to be in Harlem. So I'll be in Harlem next week. So I got to do that. But, I love you too, my Lotus. I really do. You've held me down for these past couple of years on this platform. And, man, I appreciate you. And the babies. There goes the
I always see her, if I'm not mistaken, under your Foxy, like commenting. I was like, oh.
Uh-huh. And if it's not her, it's my Miss Sharon. That she's our elder resident, but she's sharp as a tack, and she definitely supports too. The back end, she bought 2 of my oracle cards that I created, so she definitely supports.
Well, we'd love to have like a woman empowerment session,
Oh,
not to make it, gender specific, but I did feel like the men were dominating today.
Oh yeah, always
in the conversation for sure, but there was a lot to take from it. But it would be nice and refreshing to have, this woman
ladies panel.
Yeah,
we it's coordinating. Yeah, definitely. I'll put that into the memo of have a ladies time, ladies chat.
Oh yeah, and Father's Day is coming up too. So happy Father's Day to anybody that's father figure, father like, and fathers and grandfathers across.
Oh, absolutely, yep. All right, guys. With all that being said, please catch
Alrighty.
you.